Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, I'm on Hotep, bro. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Asaba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEFA class. Your discipline, your example. I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it because that was a NEFA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his venomous vipers with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, you every time you speak there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
The deepest parts of me. The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. Big old need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tahuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tahuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same thing about a rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person, with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabbar. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset Wajud.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari, but I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator teaching?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Sign Under TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you While I was in the background, you said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
Man. I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were
What do I look like this? One moment, everyone. This is odd. See? Odd. See something here? Fix this here. Always something strange there. Go to. Right. Oh, who did that? I see what happened. Let me see. I'm still looking like a ghost. I don't know where that is. Very strange. Let's see. Where am I? Why does it look like this? Oh, I think I know. One moment. Let me see something here. One moment. Okay, mic check, mic check. It's a little bit better. Interesting here. Okay. Press 9 if you can hear me at least. Press 9 if you can hear me clearly. Press 9 if you can hear me. And let me try one more thing. Hold on, everyone.
Okay, I am back. It will just have to be like this until we see what that is. There'll be some light coming in from the background, but you all can see and hear me clearly, I'm hoping. Okay, good. We have the nines coming in. We have the nines coming in. Wonderful. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Pod class. We have Haras Did with the 9 as a B. Beautiful. Ba Satut 432. The 2 Kemba. Angela straight out the gates. And Bijan Farrow. Peace to you, Bijan Farrow. He sent me an email about it was about a Mennonite class. I didn't see the Cash App come in. It was a Mennonite class of out of body. There's a few of them. Just go ahead and send the Cash App with Mennonite class for out of body, and then it will come to you before this pod class is over. Okay, wonderful. This is Bijan Farrow. Excellent, everyone. Okay, we got, here's the name, Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. And Tua to you, he sent a support donation before the class was over. I think that's what happened. Or he sent it while there was no last class. Him and several others sent supports. Haras did, and several others that I'll call out later sent supports. Last week when I had to go to the fort and do some banishment, some rituals. Yes, the 2 Kemba and the 2 exist. Okay, let's get started, everyone. We're going to get started with the proper frequency. This class, as you know, and we need all the people that were here that were at the pathways. The last class, we didn't get everybody at the pathways up on the panel. The Jed was away. Retetua was away. We didn't get to discuss, and you all didn't get to tell everybody how beautiful the last pathways was. We're going to start. We're going to get that on going today too. And let's go ahead and get the good frequency in so we can do the affirmation. Okay, let's see here. Boom. I think I'm fully in the screen, right? It seems like I'm tilted, but that's okay. All right, everyone. Excellent. Let's go ahead and do this affirmation. For all the new people in the room, if you're new, you can press a 7, and we'll give you peace and we'll say peace and give good words to you. All new people press a 7. We're about to put on the screen the affirmation, which is something that I had resurrected around 25. I'm losing track. 20 to 25 years ago, I had brought an affirmation back to the world from the ancient texts. And it was an affirmation that I used for my out. And it was what we said when we woke up in the morning before any family meetings. Out, by the way, for the new people, means family. And it is what we said to begin off most of all the important things in the day. And the affirmation is composed of ancient sentences from the ancestors out of the Per Amharu, of things that I acknowledged and stood on before I taught and started resurrecting the masses some years ago. So this affirmation we're going to put on the screen, and all the new people, you can say it with us or read it with us or at least see what it is that we are saying. And we're going to start this affirmation on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anke ma'at un an es nin tet aset ema'at min hapapet ema'at her and hu kiwi per ikut I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is stronger than the darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay, we are here, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome home. Welcome to the House of Aten. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome everyone to the last resurrection of the Nitiru and the utter destruction of the psyops that was brought in, that we're actually going to be discussing today, to focus on for the past several hundreds of years that the Nitiru never existed. And I came to break that psyops several decades ago, and I've been very successful in doing that resurrection. Peace to all the new people. Are there any new people watching? And new is in, it could be today or the last 2 months. Anyone that is new, just go ahead and press a 7, and that will determine a little bit on how the introduction goes. If not, it looks like it's all House of Aten members, House of Aten people, and peace and love to all of you. The Min Ma'at, the consistent. Let me go ahead and put the banner on the bottom of the screen. For those who are wanting the Tehuti, this phenomenon, to continue, the Tehuti Pod class, the House of Aten to continue, the support is at the bottom, and that's what keeps this here. If not, of course, my attention will have to go somewhere else. And then the answers that you all seek will have to be sent to, maybe you can send it to some of the people that ran away. Maybe they can answer questions now. I don't know. Send it to them. But and as long as I am here, your Saba, you can send in questions that opens the doors to your awakening. Peace and love, everyone. Hara says, welcome 7s to all the new people, but there are no new people watching as of yet. They may come in a little later. So peace and love to all of you that are here and have been here for several years. And for the people that watch this, I am Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And my mission since I was a youth was to destroy the matrix that I saw forming around the masses of people and controlling the masses of people. I was not satisfied. From the time that I was a youth, I separated myself from people, humans, and I started to go to the very first converters. I want everybody to know right now that the very first converters of people to spirituality were the animals. If you remove the animals off of the planet, we have no ancient spiritual Native American culture. We have no ancient spiritual Kemet culture. We have no Kiengi culture. There is no ancient Hindu culture. And this list goes on and on and on. The frequency that I echo, and since this is only House of Aten people and there's no new people watching, I will tell you all, change up the intro just a little bit before we get into these beautiful questions. The frequency that I echo and what it is that makes me different while all of you are here is that I echo the frequency of Kepara, the frequency of conversion, the frequency of transformation. You see, thousands and thousands of years ago, the animals themselves had no concern over the transformation of the spirituality of people. All of the animals on the planet live their lives with no concern with trying to help people whatsoever. The animals possessed a very unique phenomenon, and that is they have the ability to change people's lives into spirituality effortlessly and convert them without even trying. The animals affected the entire world. If you're a Christian, you use a dove. For Jesus, you use a sacred lamb. You use an animal form. If you're a Hindu, you use the cow. If you're into Kemet, you see the Habu bird. You see the Sekhet lion. There is no spirituality without the animals on the planet. They are the converters of humans. They are the first ones to convert humans into spiritualities. There was a next set of consciousness that came that followed that. And the next set were the Natiru and the people of the Nile Valley. I want everybody to understand this, and I want this to sink in, that the people of the Nile Valley had absolutely no concern with knocking door to door and converting the Babylonians. The people of the Nile Valley under Tehuti and under Ma'at had absolutely no concern with going over to China to try to convert the Chinese. They were not trying to go to Greece to say, come to Ma'at, come to Ma'at. The people of the Nile Valley and the Natiru vibrated on the same Keparah frequency as the animals, which means just by their mere example, just by tuning into a particular frequency, enhanced their consciousness to a point where the entire world was converted to them. I want that to really sink in. Let that truly sink in. There was no Kemet crusaders. There was no Kemet conquistadors going saying, come follow Tehuti, come follow Asar. None of that existed. Just as the animals, they continued the frequency of simply living in a structured, finite, coherent path. And by that, the Babylonians came for miles to learn from the people of the Nile. The Canaanites came for miles and came to Kemet to learn from the people of the Nile. The Canaanites started dressing as Par-Ii, which I've showed you evidence of that. The Greeks started coming to Kemet. And instead of conquering and destroying the Kemetic people like Alexander the Great was doing all over the world, he bowed down and started dressing and got his name, Mak Kemet. He didn't call himself Mak India. He didn't even call himself Mak Greece. He said, I'm the protector of this. Who's converting Alexander the Great? Who's converting the Canaanites? Who's converting the world? And how many classes have I given to show you, including this one with the Whitehouse, that every facet of everybody across the world, whether it's doctors doing the Hippocratic Oath, whether it's them calling science chemistry from the word chem, whether it is the Australian physicians giving pays to the patron of medicine, Tehuti, whether it is Nouveau, the Nouveau company showing Het Heru on their buildings. How many times have I shown you multiplicities of companies, multiplicities of religions that took from Kemet, and thus Kemet converted the people of Ma'at unwillingly converted just by their presence. They were the Keparah. They were the converters of people. Because the truth, the outstanding frequency, makes others see and makes them want to change their life. The animals did it first. Then the people of the Nile did it. You don't see the world wanting to become a Hindu. You don't see the world wanting to become a Navajo Native American. You don't see that. What you see is all the cultures in some form of fashion, whether it's businesses, magazines, cultures, Greeks, Ptolemies, Hadrian, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, Hebrew, Jew, Torah, whatever it may be, all somehow are sourcing and being influenced by the people of the Nile Valley. That is the frequency that I decided to travel on. That's the frequency that I decided to travel on. And that is why, and that is the difference. It doesn't matter who enters the house of a 10 or becomes my student and leaves. It doesn't matter who says what about what. The major difference is I went on Kill a Priest to simply give a class to kill the priest. And now all of you are here. I didn't say in that class, Bijan Pharaoh, you listen to me and convert to Ma'at. Harass did. What are you into? Forget that and convert to Ma'at. You must follow the ways of the ancient ones. Robert Reyes, you must transform to the teachings. Lamar Owens, you must start to call yourself scribe now. Sherika, you must start. I didn't. Huh? You must not be the Jed. No, I simply wrote on the frequency. The Tef, whose name was Jazz, said he didn't know anything about Ma'at. He didn't come to learn about Ma'at. Basa Tut, and he called himself Pata Damu now, Big Vapes. They were Buddhists. I never said in the Kill the Priest classes, you must transform, come to Buddhism, let me break you down now. And yeah, no, I just taught on the questions that were asked. How do you convert a Buddhist into Ma'at? Show me that. Show me that, young man, young lady. Show me that. I want to know how you do it. How do you do that? Master K was a Hindu. Master K is in the pod class now. How do you convert a Hindu to Ma'at? Show me that. I want to see how that's done. You can't. Just like the people of Kemet can't show you how they converted the Greeks. They can't show you how they converted the Canaanites, and the animals cannot show you how they influenced the whole world. Why there's totem poles of animals, and every priest wears a leopard skin, and the giraffe and the fish, and Jesus was the lamb. Why does everybody attract to want to put animals into their spirituality? Because that is the frequency of biological imperative. That is the frequency of creation that was here prior to what people call spirituality, prior to any way of life. And thus this frequency of biological imperative and creation converts. So an animal may go live in another part of the world, it will start to convert. It goes through an evolutionary process. It will start to grow new body parts. The Galapagos tortoise will grow a longer neck. Things will start to grow, so sensory beams from bats. It's hard for them to see, but they echolocation. How? Because the frequency of creation transforms life. That is the difference between when you see what you're seeing here at the pod class and what you saw in Kill the Priest. And anyone that says, I'm going to go start a movement, I'm going to go teach the people, I'm going to go do this. Sir, young lady. The frequency of the truth transforms life to adapt to it. Once life comes in contact with that consciousness, it has to transform and evolve, because the inner parts of that life's consciousness is based on evolution. And every creature, the praying mantis now looks like an orchid. Which came first, the praying mantis or the orchid? Now there's an orchid praying mantis that can sit on an orchid and looks exactly like it to catch the flies and the grasshoppers. The praying mantis can't tell you, how did I change my DNA to now look like an orchid? How did I create this chameleon? How do you create the camouflage? It just happens, because creation must continue. It is the frequency of truth. So when the frequency of truth comes in contact with those who are seeking it, and even if they don't even know they're seeking it, they will transform. That is what the Saba is. That is not what the imitators are. So when I walk into a room of Christians, I'm coming out with Christians. If I walk into a room with 25 to 30 Christians, I'm coming out of that room with 4 to 5 of them that will be giving testimony saying they follow Ma'at. If I walk into a room of Hindus, Jews, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you are. Harass did. Her way of life was not the same as the Tef. who was Jazz, just a street brother, who was not the same as Bijan Pharaoh, who's not the same as the brother who called himself Anu, who's not the same as the brother who called himself Scribe, who's not the same as Ahati, who came to me and said, I don't want to learn anything about spirituality whatsoever, nothing. How do you cleanse those people? Nobody was in the Killer Priest class claiming Pekka Mku and the things that I teach. Nobody. What happened? Evolution, the natural frequency, Kepara, the natural frequency happened. And once one is vibrating on that frequency and comes in contact with another consciousness, the other consciousness that was in the matrix, that was in lies, starts to immediately charm when it hears the truth coming from a particular filter. That's why the Book of the Dead in the library never converted a soul on this planet. But now everybody, is there anybody here that doesn't have the Book of the Dead? That Book of the Dead was around since the 1800s. Why did nobody here have it until they came to kill the priest? Why was nobody, Pekka Mku, the Pekka Mku was always there. Anybody have that? Anybody teaching? Safek is the seven in the... Huh? The seven mahi on the back of the... Huh? What? I don't remember anybody. I don't remember anybody like that. This is what happens. So those who are new watching understand the phenomenon that's taking place is the same phenomenon as nature. That has to transform a moth to evolve to look like the wood that it's on so that the lizard doesn't see it. And the lizard has to transform with chromatophores to create a skin so that the snake can't see it. And the snake has to create the scales that look like the desert so that the hawk can't see it. And the hawk has to transform. All of this happens without you. And none of the animals choose to do this. That is why I am here. Because the truth of what those who are supposed to be will naturally evolve once it's communicated with them properly. You see? So anyone who was broken off from the House of Aten, anyone before the House of Aten was here, this is happening since 1992. Anyone that was doing all of this, I'm like, who have you converted from scratch? Who was nothing? An atheist, nothing, Christian. And by communicating with you, now they're Pekka Mku, now we're in the coffin text and the material are real. And who is that? Nobody. So this is the awakening, everybody. This is what's happening. This is what needs to happen. This is destined to happen because the power of the material will not be overpowered by the matrix. It will not be permitted. And as long as I am here, the transformation will continue. That's the difference. That's where the testimonies came in. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pond class. Welcome to this phenomenon. This phenomenon exists because of the support that takes place. Here is the brother right here. Actually, I think this is what I was just talking about. Yes, that's Ashnil Kumar. See? Makaru Mahat. Look, he has Medunetta Kumar. Ashnil, tell them what you were 5 years ago. Tell them how much Medunetta, see? Because I am the hydrogen peroxide and I will cleanse. There has to be a cleanser. But you yourself have to be in a pure state to cleanse. And once you come off that frequency, you'll go back to the matrix and you don't even know that it's happening. It takes 2 to 3 good years to develop an in-shape body. 2 to 3 good years of discipline. This is how Ma'at works. Ma'at works with sequence, logic that can be explained and spoken about, that matches dates and times and discipline. This is what Ma'at does. Isfet doesn't need that. Isfet is when you're driving down the street. I just want to eat a burger. Cotton candy. Give me that pizza. Chocolate bar. And in about 5 days of eating like that, you're 2 years. Why does it take 2 years for the human body to get in shape? But just about 7 days of eating donuts and you're fat. What frequency is that, everybody? The giraffe does nothing. What gym did the giraffe go to? The giraffe goes to Planet Fitness? No. It's in tune with the frequency of creation, so that the giraffe will always have quads. The gorilla will always have, the kangaroo will always have a big chest. It is within that frequency. But when it comes to us, we have to work out, eat these, take these pills, take this diet, weigh our food on a scale, do this every day, over and over and over again. All this discipline. It's 3 years. Hey, my body, I can see a six-pack. But you only have to eat for about 7 days or so of junk food, and you're because Isfet works faster than Ma'at. Do you understand that? That's why when you see people leave the house of a 10, or you see people, something change, it's a quick thing. To develop Ashneal wasn't quick, ladies and gentlemen. To develop, I'm walking you through now. To develop this man right here was not quick. You see? Days and days and weeks and months of teaching and cleansing. It was not quick. To transform this woman right here was not quick. Days and weeks and years. It took time. That's how discipline works. To transform this man right here, days and weeks and over and Nukpu, weeks and years and years. But when somebody leaves or somebody gets fat, see how fast that one is? That's how Isfet works. Isfet is a quick frequency with no remorse or no guilt. And you're chubby again, you're fat, you're back out, you're smoking again, you're doing all this stuff again. It happens quick. But to turn into Bruce Lee is not quick. But to get undisciplined is very quick. This is the path of walking discipline. So when you see a transformation takes place with Haras, Amun Ka, Amunet, Nana, anyone coming through Tehuti, you witness the change. It's on record. When you see somebody leave, it's just it's just a frequency gone. There's no path to it. There's no discipline, because to eat a donut is just a couple donuts. This is what I bring. So welcome everybody to the House of a 10. Welcome everybody. That is the difference. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the Saba, the doorway, the converter, the Kepara, the one who can transform and cleanse and transform the lives of others from the matrix into the truth, and with testimonies that are all on record. You see? So at the House of a 10, at the Tuti Pod class, we have a section where you can send in questions, because I created an impossible scenario. Well, it's possible because I'm doing it, but I created a very difficult scenario, and that was, what if I base a class on people's questions that are sent in? Not based on my wants and needs, but based on that consciousness, and everybody is on different levels. One person's a Hindu, one person's a Christian, one person's an atheist, one person's a Moor, one person's a Jew, one person doesn't care, one person's into fitness, one person's chubby, one person smokes, one person dies, the person doesn't die, one person has liver failure, one person doesn't, one person has kidney failure, one person doesn't, one person has... What if I set up a class where people can ask to raise their consciousness on whatever level they're on to get to the ultimate source of truth? And I will answer the questions as no one has answered before. That is a Tuti Pod class. What kind of questions can be asked of the Tuti Pod class? With reciprocity and support? Is it all just about Kemet? Is it all just about... No, it's about whatever you ask. Look at this. Liver, the truth psyops, kidney disease, What did these questions do for these people? These were two sisters. One asked about the liver, fatty liver, psyops, and one asked about kidney disease. What does the answers of these kind of questions do for somebody? You see? That's where the appreciation comes in. Because this kind of question can be asked to your regular brother wearing an ankh. Hidden health attacks revealed. That's what happens when you send in support. When you send in support, like this brother here who asked about why do we see, look at this, has nothing to do with kidney failure. Why do we see outside the light spectrum? For example, sometimes we can see spirits, sometimes we can't. And what happens? Boom. You get your own personal podcast answer. A 1 hour plus answer based on a question that you sent in to many people or didn't send in at all to anybody. And this is what happens. Out of body succubus attacks, protection while you sleep, succubus mind control while you sleep, have an out of body, Kemet out of body, dream war possessions, who are the spirit names. While someone else says, I don't want to know about out of body, but I want to know about Christian Catholic secrets, and the Catholics actually conjuring up the Nitiru by the Merunetter, never been taught before. Not the Bible was stolen, not that, but actual Catholics using the Merunetter language to conjure Nitiru. This was in this class here. Go look at that class. Pope of the Vatican Museum, worshipped as a Nitiru. After they conjure, instead of the scenario, then the Pope takes on the position of a Nitiru. That has never been taught. If so, give me the class or what book that's taught in. This is what happens here. And a woman says, well, I'm not really wanting to know about the Pope right now, but I'm pregnant and I want to know about, is there consciousness in the womb for the baby? And what about my pregnancy cravings? Is that a mind control psyops? And somebody says, well, I'm a man, I'm not pregnant, but I want to know about incest. And the sister says, I want to know about where they depicted as family because of cosmology. See? Somebody says, I want to know about breastfeeding. Breastfeeding, the double spiritual symbolism in Kemet. Somebody says, well, I'm not pregnant. I had my child. I don't plan on having any children soon, but I have a cat. And I want to know about the sixth sense. I want to know about the cat, but my cat's eyes color changing. One person says, well, I want to know about sexual magic and orgone energy. And what about insults and bad words? What about the insult that affected Ra? What about bad words? What about curse words? Where do they come from? Somebody says, I want to know about feng shui. You send in your support for this, as we supported donuts, as we supported Kellogg's, as we supported the Avengers, as we supported Will Smith, and as we supported I Am Legend, and as we supported marijuana. This is the support system for the transfiguration of your life. Any question that you may have, and afterwards, I always say, come up to the panel and give a testimony. Let the people know how this question affected you. Someone sent in a question last week about a movie that I never saw, Cabin in the Woods. And I did a 2-hour answer on a movie I never saw. And the man came up and said, I'm speechless. I would like a part 2. Well, I never seen a breakdown like that ever before. This is what happens here at the Tehuti class. What happened to this brother? He dipped off and disappeared. He has a question about stroke, about therapeutic approaches for recovering from a stroke for his mother. Then he disappears. But the answer and the testimony is on record. This person sends in $60. Amun says, I want to know about the Navajo skinwalkers. There's a curveball. Send Tehuti a question about the Navajo Native American skinwalkers. Someone else says, well, put a commit to the side. I want to know about totem poles. They got an hour class on totem poles. This is what happens. Why? Stranger sent in $200 as a bounty to anyone that can answer questions like Tehuti. Pentagon, how did you take the UFO Pentagon meeting in Houston? This brother here asked a question about UIPs, out of body, and then eventually he says he wants to communicate with his mother who has passed away. I do a pod class, and then I do a private class with him, and now he's in communication with his mother and knows how to go have his mother come from dimension to this dimension into the room with him and continue a relationship with him. What is the value of that? Isn't that what all the ancestors taught? And Tehuti's teaching how to do such. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti pod class. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Kekra, my little venomous friend from what they call Africa, which is another psyop. There's no such place as Africa, but what they call Africa, particularly from the land beside it, which is Madagascar, and this is him. Right here, Kekra, because Kek is the nighttime and Ra is light, and the way his body is developed and designed. this part of his body is all pitch black, and then as it goes up, it goes into light. So his name is Kekra, and one of his mate's wives' name is Kekrayet. All right, Kekra. So right now, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. There are no new people watching. New people press 7, but there's no new people watching. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the panel for a moment, discuss a few things with the people, and then get right into this question, everybody. We're going to get right into this question. What question is that, Tehuti? What questions were sent in today? Look at this, everybody. Tell me, I want to know before I start the class, can anybody come to the panel and tell me they asked about any Kemetic origins of the White House? Every time I hear people talking about the White House, it's always, and the Moors came from Spain with Casa Blanca. Casa meaning castle, Blanca, white. I always hear about that. Has anybody here had a class? Go ahead and just come to the room and just tell me. Has anybody had a thorough class that there's Kemetic origins to the White House? Anybody here? If not, then that means on November 8th, 2025, this will be the first time in history that this is taught. If anybody's heard a breakdown on the Kemetic origins of the White House, just go ahead and say, yes, I have, and then give us the book, page number, or the YouTube video and your teacher, and we'll definitely go ahead and give that person a tribute and a shout out. If not, today will be the first, and most of these pod classes are the first that's ever taught. So a great student, great supporter sent in a question about the White House origins. Does anybody know who this man is right here? There's a man here with a green arrow. Anybody know who this is? He doesn't look familiar, does he? Huh? And then, does any of this link into have to do with Tartaria? What is Tartaria? What is that? Who are the Tartarians? Biggest cover-up, ancient lost civilization of Tartaria. What is that? How does this all? Does all this link in? What is this? What's happening here? To be found out today on the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to put the link in the room, have the people jump in, and then we're going to go ahead and get straight to these answers, everybody. Let me put the link in the room, and let me see if the moderators are here. Is the Jed here? Is Amunet here? Nukpu's here. Definitely jump on, everyone, and you all talk about the support here, the pathways and everything. We'll talk for a bit, then I'm going to jump right into this, right into these breakdowns here. So there's the link. There's my good brother, Nefer Nature J, and there's Maharu. There's a good brother right there. I got your I received your email. About the Ren, and now we're just gonna come up with a good date that matches when you can get your new Ren. This is a brother here that was supposed to get his Ren at the Pathways, but he couldn't make it to the Pathways. So we're actually going to do a Ren ceremony for him on the pod class. So yes, I received your email. Wonderful. Excellent, Maharu. Wonderful. We got Amun right here. Peace, Amun. Hotel, you look tired. Peace. You're already tired. We just started.
What's up, Grace Saba? Peace to you. I'm happy to be here. How are you doing, Grace Saba?
I'm doing well. We got the Pathways to the Awakening shirt here. I felt very good about that event that took place. Everybody said that's the best place we could have had it. That's the best scenery. I think that may have been everybody's favorite Pathways as far as at least with my interaction with everybody. I think that's the most I've interacted with in the longest and the most I've interacted. So people really enjoyed it. And next year is going to be wonderful because that Pathways was set up on about, when did Scribe jump away? About a week. Was it? No, I'm sorry. 3 weeks. 3 weeks maybe of actual preparation, trying to lock down something else and all of this stuff. So that was 3 weeks of preparation, became almost everybody's favorite Pathway. So imagine now there's a year. So okay, I feel really good. I went out to the I couldn't get to the forest part that I wanted to get to. The weather was too cold. I couldn't bring the snake out to that part. It was starting to look like it was going to rain. It wasn't good, so I went somewhere else. and did some beautiful rituals and some beautiful banishments and some excellent imbuements. And then the next day went out onto the ocean. Went onto the ocean and viewed sea lions and Kemetic heron type birds, and I went to the turrets and viewed nature. So that was a nature imbuement that I needed to re-strengthen myself and direct energy to come back very strong. So I feel. Thanks for asking. I think the jet is here.
Menu for Saba, and I'm happy that you're able to banish this Fed and take the time to go into nature, re-strengthen yourself, and know that you love the nature. So I'm very happy that you're able to go and do that.
Excellent. Yes, it was well needed. It wasn't even fully what I wanted to do, but it was well needed. As the weather gets better, I'm going to do what I wanted to do fully. But the going out into the water and looking at the sea lions and other aspects of nature, and the great what's it called? It was a great heron bird and all type of interesting aspects. I needed to be back around that, and so thank you. Yes. All right, and on to Amunet. How you doing, Amunet? You look like you lost a little bit of weight, or is it the computer fooling my eyes? I'm not sure. Yeah, your face is more detailed or something. Have you noticed at all? No. Okay. How you doing, Amunet?
Greetings. I'm doing very, very well. I'm very happy to be here, that you are alive, healthy, happy, and rejuvenated. Out to you for being here and being our great party.
Nini Uk, it's very good to be alive. I'm very, very happy about it. I praise minor turrets every time I wake up and they're alive, and I have different names of people in the pod class that are part of my alive appreciation affirmation. Life is very, very unpredictable. It's short. You never know who in your life is going to disappear, or if it's you that disappears on others. So every day of life should be worshipped and appreciated, and thank you for being happy that I'm alive.
You're very, very welcome.
All right, we got the Jed. Where's everybody? Nookpoo. Where's Nookpoo? Where's Angela Gates? Jump up on this panel. Let's see some face. Let's see some energy. Let's see some Ba, some Ka, some Soul. We got the Jed, and we got Harass. We'll start with the Jed. He was here earlier. So peace to Jed.
Hotep, Saba, can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Yes, Hotep. Yeah, I'm here at the Per with Offset. Ratet had to work extra hours today, so I'm watching Offset right now. So that's why I'm not on the camera right now. But yeah, it's good to hear that you went into nature. I don't know how often you actually do that, but it's good to hear that you was out there, doing what you needed to do, and it's good to hear that you're back with the podcast.
Thank you so much. What's the last word you said, Hotep?
Yes, I said Hotep.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're happy to have me back, and I'm glad you said. So also, the name Retetua. Just to, there's some messages you've sent, and you've been typing Rentet or some other word, but just for the proper pronunciation, Retetua is the beautiful name of your beautiful Hemet.
Okay, yeah, too. I was going off of the flyer. The words were separated, so I looked at it like how everyone's first name is, like Amunet, and then Tehuti, the Jed. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, so it's Red Ted. I didn't see Tua attached to it. That's why I was calling that.
Oh, okay. It was actually you were actually typing RENTET in all the messages to me. Rentet.
Got you. Yeah, Yeah, I was I was correct. I was corrected that even Gabriella said. I mean, Ratet told me that the first after it was like first couple of days. She was like, "No, it's not." She she was it's Rentet, not Ratet.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that that Ratetua is at work.
Yes, yeah, she should be off soon, but yeah, she's at work right now.
That's good to hear with all this chaos going on in government shutdown and such. I'm glad to hear that update. That's good. Excellent. Okay, on to Harass did. Greetings, Harass. How are you?
I'm great,
we're
sir.
back.
Yes.
We're back.
Yes, to be here. So to you. I hope you enjoyed your time out in nature. I'm glad to be here. It's like you were with me this week at work because literally how you did your introductions, somebody has taken a missionary trip, and I was talking about to one of my friends at work about that. So you was like you were there and having that conversation. So to into that.
Okay, New York, wonderful. And I want to give a shout out before we start to all those who supported while I was gone. So that was of course a Tefrem Kemaat, always. Sheshayet. Oh, what's going on here? Sheshayet, who supported with the week the podcast didn't happen. Fatu, who was formerly known as Hush Nation, for those who don't know. Bassa Tut sent two supports. He said one was called "You're the Best in Me." That's "You Are the Best in Me." He sent two of them. So shout out to you, Bassa Tut. Shout out to Robert Williams. Robert Williams. He sent in support. Retetua, Amun and Amunet. Harass did. And let me come to the screen to see something. Okay, Kesbetu, who's known in the room as Nukpu, and Dejed, who said tip for Isfet in the woods. That is interesting, Dejed. I'm just noticing that I'm noticing the title. Dejed, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Saba. I can hear you, Saba.
Okay, in the when I announced that I was going to the woods in the community post, and when I got Kesbetu put out the picture, I don't think I said anything in there about Isfet. In my original one, I did. It was going to be Isfet banishment, but I got to go back and look. But anyways, thank you for that, because that's actually I erased the original one that was going to be the post that was talking about Isfet banishment. So maybe I left a little bit on there, but thank you, because that's actually the Isfet protection on the House of Aten was one of the main reasons I went out there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I had to get out there and protect the House of Aten and protect do a lot of protection for myself, because certain scenarios that have happened recently. And if you get involved with me, and I'll tell everybody listening right now, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not hiding it. I'm not sugarcoating it. Anybody listening, new or old, when you get involved with Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, you are stepping over the threshold of a war that's taking place. So this is not a study group. This is not deep knowledge, man. I went over to the such and such channel and broke down Jesus from Morris. No. I'm a part of a war that is taking place, in a real live spiritual war that is taking place, and it causes certain behaviors in individuals, just like the Matrix movie, and it causes quick shifts and changes that I have to protect myself from, because in a situation of what I'm doing, I have to make sure that the consistent are around that don't switch, because that could be dangerous for me. So if you're involved with me as your teacher or your question answer, and you get involved closely in the frequency, certain things you may go through certain experiences and wonder what's happening, and that is because there's I'm involved with something. So I have to do a lot of things when the pod class ends off the pod class to keep this going. So to everybody that supports, and let us go ahead and continue this, everybody. We're about to get into this, everybody. Yes, Nook Poo, consistency is key, and we're about to get into this, everybody. So shout out to everybody that supports in the Tehuti pod class. I'm actually going to start breaking down a little bit of this answer. I don't have to break away for another half an hour, so I'm going to usually my pod class introduction is longer, so at the end of the introduction I got to break away to go eat and then come back and answer. But I'm actually going to start getting into the answer before I break away, because this is about to be deep. So before I get into this beautiful pod class answer, everybody who is watching while I'm giving the answer, if you appreciate what this is, appreciate the phenomenon that's going on as I'm answering the question, send in your tip of support, Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at RockySV, or you can wait till the end of the question and send in your tip of support and just say briefly how it affected you, or what you're thanking me for, or what it is about the this pod class House of a 10 phenomenon that is taking place, that's converting people, that's changing people's lives with testimonies. The only time that has happened on this planet Earth when it comes to the Nibiru. There is no other movement out there on this planet that is teaching that the Nibiru are conscious sentient beings, converting people from their existing religion or no religion into following the Nibiru as sentient beings, not principles. This has never happened since Kemet was here some thousands of years ago. So if you appreciate that this is happening, it's the first and only time this has happened in history since Kemet, support the Tehuti pod class in the House of a 10. So before I start, we're going to ask everybody a couple of questions about these questions that were sent in. And one is the origin of the White House. And I wish some more people were up on the panel, because I want to hear, there we go. I want to hear what people have heard. Shout out to Tutmos. Is this Tutmos from Sonetta? Which Tutmos is this? There's so many Tutmoses that his name had to be 8,002, or is that there's a couple Tutmoses. There was one here that used to go to China. He disappeared, and there was one called Moses 777 that his name changed to Thutmose after he talked to me. Shout out to Thutmose, though, whichever one you may be. It may not even be any of those, or a completely different one. Shout out to Thutmose 8215. And we're going to go through now to find out what these questions are here. What type of question is this? The origin of the White House. Where is it here? Kemet, origin of the White House. A hill. What does that mean? What is this room right here? I'm actually saving that for a request of part 2. And what is the chosen spiritual coordinates? What does that have to do with anything? So let me ask everybody on the panel right now. Amun, Amunet, have you heard of anything pertaining to the origin of the White House having anything to do with anything? Anything? Is it just they set up a house and put the president in there? Is there any type of spiritual symbolism behind it? Is there anything? Is it set up a certain way? Does it look a certain way? Is it in a certain area? Is it are there symbols attached to it? Anything at all that you've heard about the White House?
No, nothing really. Only what I've learned at the pod class about Washington, D.C., the area. But no, nothing special about the White House. I haven't heard anything.
No.
Oh, thank you. And you know what? In all these years I've been teaching, I've never taught on the White House. I never taught. Nobody sent me that. Even says 1992. Interesting. So this is going to be a new one. We'll see. But okay, so you haven't heard of it. How about you, Dejed? Oh, well, and Amunet said no as well. Right, Amunet? Okay. How about you, Dejed? The origin of the White House. What have you heard? Is there any symbolism behind it? Is there any ritual practice images on it? Does it look a certain way? Does it look like your house? What is it?
No, it doesn't look like my house, but no, I have nothing that compares it to Kemet. No, I've never heard anything like that.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Okay. So Kefa Ib, I'll thank you, Dejed. Kefa Ib Ma'at Fatu Kemba. I know you weren't even from America, so I don't know what they have over where you're from, but over here there's a big house. And they call it a house, right? It's interesting. Why is it called a house? It's called a house, right? Does somebody live there?
Hotel Ma'at. Yeah, I hear a lot of things about the house, but not from you, Saba. So no, you're going to definitely bring more information that I ever hear on that house before.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And Thutmose says no Tehuti. That I guess that means no. He's not even one of those. Okay, wonderful. Another Thutmose. Wonderful. All right. So have you heard? You say you heard some things about the White House. Give me like 2 things you heard about the actual White House from any source. What have you heard? Is it from a Moorish source, from esoteric, New World Order? What have you heard about the actual White House itself?
Like some New World Order type stuff. But most of the knowledge I get from you with the location and the monuments and the symbolism with the Washington and the past part classes with the location, like Amun was saying, more like that, but not specifically the White House.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we're gonna go to
Nino.
We're gonna go to Harass. Harass, were you in here? Was that you as my Lord and Master? Myself? Was that you?
Yes, that's my regular YouTube account. That's my code handle. So that's why I had to switch accounts, because my other account that I don't really have any information on, has my harassed handle. So
okay.
I had to switch.
Okay. So what about you? What about anything about the White House in your studies? Have you learned anything from who are those guys, man? Who are those guys? Alex. He used to be one of my favorite guys. He got banned from everything. Alex something? Give me a name. Alex something, right? James Maxwell and Alex Jones, James Maxwell. Who was the guy that did Fahrenheit 9/11? Oh, there's a whole group of these guys, and when they were out, it was on. When they were out, it was a war. When Jordan Maxwell, Alex Jones, Fahrenheit 9/11, when all those guys were out once, YouTube was fire. It was Richie from Boston. Okay, go ahead.
One of my first books that I read on the New World Order was, what was it? Behold the Pale White Horse, and that was in like 96, 95.
Him too.
So I just know that where I live at, they said that the capital was supposed to be here and along the Potomac where I'm at, but because the Potomac wasn't wide enough. But it's just interesting that they chose that point. And I know DC is extremely hard to navigate. It's probably like one of the most crazy cities to navigate through, because everything is like switched and confused. And I feel it's based on, because of that. You can't approach the White House, like those streets around isn't drivable, but it was already set up that way before they closed all that off. It's like I said, it's extremely hard to navigate. So that's going to be interesting. But no, I have not heard anything about that. I definitely know the monument is structured after the Benin, and then they have the water right there and the reflection of it, which is, so yeah, the whole little capital is set up that way.
Interesting. And yes, I've heard a lot of people discuss the monument. What I hear people discuss a lot on YouTube and on the sites that are into revealing government conspiracies are always about what's around the White House. It's always about what's around it, the Capitol building. It's always about the obelisk. I've never heard anybody discuss the actual Whitehouse just in that parameter right there. Absolutely, we're gonna get into that, and yeah, it's interesting. Very hard to navigate, very hard to get to. It's very structured and very secured, but yet I don't know if you all remember a few years ago, there was a party in the Capitol. Everybody with cell phones taking selfies. I don't know if anybody remembers that. There was people from the streets, hundreds of people, like a museum, just taking selfies. A guy was dressed up as a moose. Anybody remember those days? Security was doing selfies. but yet it's so hard it's so hard to get to and to get into the quarters. But I don't know if I ever did that class. But I think I did a little bit on that class. That was a huge psyops. That was a very, very big psyop. So we're going to get into just the Whitehouse, though, and also some other things. And the next question about the next thing about Tartaria. Anybody heard of Tartaria? The Great Mud Flood. Wow. Okay. Good. You all heard about that. Amun, what's this Tartaria thing? Is that tied into the White House too? Did the Tartarians make the architecture?
Supposedly, from what the New Agers say, they say it's a ancient civilization that expanded the entire world and planet and made basically all these great things, like the White House and the pyramids and all these different things. That's what people say.
Okay, wonderful. And Amunat, have you heard about the Tartarians?
I've heard about them, but I don't remember really anything about them. So what Amon said, I didn't even know about that.
Okay, good. That may be a good thing. Okay. And the Jets, to them, the Tartarians, you heard about them?
Name sounds a little familiar, but I don't know much on that stuff. I can't. It's too many all kind of names and labels out there.
Okay, all right. And how about you, Kefa? You raise your hands. You heard about the Great Tartarian civilization and the mud flood and the architect work. You heard about that?
Yeah. I hear about that. I hear about the Tartarians and the whole different world. But since I come on the podcast, I come to realize everything is a lie, so that doesn't be interested in a lot of things that I was interested in before.
Okay, good. Okay, and Sarah, Tartarians, have you come across the civilization that I think they were giants, everything, right?
Yeah, I echo what Amunet said. I've heard of it, but nothing's memorable, so that's probably a good thing.
Okay, good. Well, everybody who's watching Tutti Podcast, the unique thing about this phenomenon at the House of Aten is that we cover whatever consciousness is out there, whatever is sent in, all of it is covered here and factually given, even down to, I think Sarah sent in a question about feng shui, Oregon, anything, whatever it covers, conspiracy, whatever it is, you are going to get there's to be a twist in what you thought was true. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing because my students that stay with me, they're appreciative that I'm breaking the matrix. But understand that every time I break down one of these things and show the falsehood and the truth, somebody who may have held on to that, they may have been with Kemet, everything, but they're a flat earther. So then I do a class on the flat earther. I'm out of here. Everything I teach on is right. Then suddenly I do a class on the 42 laws of Ma'at. No, I'm out of here. And so each class is a risk of me offending somebody and losing students and losing people because I'm here to chop off the heads of all of the lies and nonsense that just gave you the truth. And you've been fed with tarot cards, astrology, the flat earth, all these different things have been merged into consciousness. And you're going to get the cold hard truth from me. Angela Gates says, I've heard of the term Tartaria. I have no idea what it is. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody. Well, we're about to get into it, everyone. So brace yourself. Nukpu, I don't know if you heard of the Tartarians. We're going to get into it. And if any of the people that sent in these questions, are they in the class today? Anybody? Maybe not. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna just step out, walk over there for a minute. I'll be back in a few minutes, and when I come back, I'm gonna get right into it. I'm not even gonna take a big break. I'm gonna take a break in 20 minutes into the answer. So I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna take a step off for just a couple of minutes, maybe 1 minute, and I'll be right back.
Hotep Uncle Justin to the Great Sabatudi. I'm on Hotep Ra. Everybody be sure to support what you see here happening today. What Saba's going to bring forth on these subjects and these topics are going to be excellent, great, and only found here. I'm ready to have my mind blown. I'm ready to learn this new information. I'm looking forward to seeing what Saba brings forth. And I'm appreciative that Saba is here to teach us all. And Hotep to everybody on the panel, to all the supporters, and to everybody in the chat.
Peace and greetings to everyone who is listening. I echo all that Amun said about the support and to show love and keep this going, because this is very, very unique. This is not happening anywhere else. And the more that that you spend time here, the more that you'll realize how deep these classes are and what's happening here. So to everyone who is supporting. Thank you to everyone who is supporting. What's up?
Hotep Hanu. To everybody on the panel. It's always good to see everybody. Shouts out to our Saba Tehuti for always, teaching us something new. Always. I don't think it's been a time to where you don't at least learn something new. Coming to the pod class, so it's definitely excited to see what he has to teach about in the White House, and yeah, I'm definitely excited for this. So yeah, Hotep and Hanu, and shouts out to the House of Action. Hotep.
Hotep Hanu, big up the House of Aton, big love, big Ma'at. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to everybody watching in the future. To our Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, for all the guidance and the Aku. To our Nana Setmer, for all the Jed, the Sakim. To our Titi Amun, for all the Jed, the Sakim, all the support. Appreciate everything I do for the House of Aton. Salute all the supporters in Hotep. And yeah, support will support you. Yeah, there's gonna be a deep dive class as usual. So yeah, support. I appreciate everybody that support. Keep supporting. Let me try keep this here. Let me try keep the Saba on deck as long as possible. To our Saba for being in good health and strength. Appreciate you. Appreciate your whole out. Appreciate the Purim Aton. Big love, big ma'at, Henu Hotep.
Nini Uk. Nini Uk. I'm not sure why I look a little ghostly or something. I look a little, something is off. I don't know, it's very strange. But it's okay. I'm clear. Just a little ghostly. Yes, Nini Uk, and to it everybody for all the positive things that were stated. To it everybody for their beautiful participation in the pathways. And we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and start with about 15 minutes of the breakdown. Take a little break. Take a little break for a few minutes, and then come back and do the rest. I want to go ahead and get this started nice and early. So everybody get ready, get your pens, your pads out, get your iPhones, get your iPads, get your eyeballs, get everything ready. We're about to break this down and build this up. We do what's called breakdown build-ups. There's no need to break something down if you're not going to build the truth back up about it. So we do breakdown build-ups here, and let me go ahead and close all these windows. close, close, so there's no interruptions once I go ahead and get started. Close the window, close the window, close the window, close this, close that. Okay, close that. And we're gonna go ahead and open this and get ready, everybody. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be revealing again. Many matrices are gonna be broken. I'm gonna do 15 minutes and then take my break so that we can get all of this done here. Let me go ahead and go here. Boom. Make sure everything. Alexandrianism. Columbian Centennial. 1790. Look at this here. Okay. I'm gonna the person that sent in the support for this, it was a very large support. This is the good brother who is, I would love to get the update on what is happening, because he actually set up a museum. He's setting up the foundation. This was years ago, of a museum, and the museum foundation, part of the foundation is going to be the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. So I am looking forward to seeing how that turns out. He is anonymous, so I'm gonna show this in a certain way, because of the way that he has to send the money is a little bit different from others in the pod class because of his scenario. Shout out to 7 Pattern 7 Pattern 77. I like that name. Peace to you. Go back after the class is done, 7 Pattern 77, if you haven't seen it before, and type in the Tehuti pod class number 7, where I do an hour and 50 minutes on the breakdown of the number 7. You will be dancing and smiling. All right. Shout out to 7 Pattern 77. We're about to get into it, everybody. So first, we're going to put the huge support that he gave. System is going chaos. System is going chaos over 3i Atlas. Yep. And my 3i Atlas class is gone. If you want me to do it again, I'll do it again with the updates. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and show the support given. Amun can give some big noise to this brother right here. He is anonymous, and this amount that he gives, whoops, what's going on here? This amount that he gives, he comes in with this maybe twice a year. It's actually based on a date that links into the museum that he's building, and that's why he gives this particular amount of 18 and then the 40 there. So it's all part of a ritual that he is doing to imbue himself. So shout out to this brother here who is anonymous, who is building a museum where the foundation is going to be, part of the foundation is going to be my book in the museum and the breakdown of it. So let's give him some big noise before we start. Give him some huge noise. Amun, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Nev, never everything is beautiful in life.
Am I aunt or not? Yo, don't know my aunt? Spirit to the next. Bam! I love the House of Atu. Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
Shout out to the great support from the great anonymous brother. And that question is on the origins of the White House. We're about to get into it right now. I'm going to do about 15 minutes of a breakdown, build up, and then I'm going to take a break, do what I have to do, recover, and then come back in and finish it off. So everybody ready? Get your pen and your pads out. Get your iPhones, get your iPads, get your eyeballs, get everything ready. We're about to get into the origins of the White House, the title of the podcast from the questions sent in, Kemet origins of the White House, Masonic rituals within. And that's what we're about to get into now. Does any of this link into Tartaria, advanced lost civilization? What in the world is that? And we're about to get into it right now. So I'm going to say peace and love to Amunet. Jump back in the chat. Peace and love to the Jet, to them, Ahem. Pauku, jump back in the chat. Peace and love. Peace and love to Stefa Eve Ma'at. Fetu Mba, jump back in the chat. And Sarah, who's harassed, did. Peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. Everybody in the chat who can hear me right now, press a 9. I want to make sure you can hear me because we're about to get right into it. Press a 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press a 9. If you can hear me, spirit to the neck. That's right. Everybody ready? I'm going to see a couple of 9s, and then we're going to get right into it. I'm going to do about 15 minutes. That'll be a nice little build-up for the suspense, and then boom. 15 minutes is going to lead us right to the competition that led to the White House building competition. Amun Min Ra stood Atum. There's a competition that led to the White House building. What competition is this? Only here the Tehuti class. Let everybody else argue and scream. Over here, straight truth and facts leading back to the originators. Ready, everyone? Make sure I see the 9s come in. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Already got 2 supports in from Atef, Rem Kemad, who will be in here later tonight. See the 9s from, we'll see on the side of the screens right there. So we see the 9s from Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum, Harass, Did, Nukpu, Angela Gates, 432 for 2. We got Basatut with the 9, Nukpu the Pest Jet, Maharu with the 9. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, Maharu. Let me hold on. Oh, man. We're going to do some right here. Hold on, everybody. Oh, I love the magic of the podcast, the magic of the House of the 10. Let me go ahead and do this right here because it's magic. It's magic. I'm going to do this right here. Boom, boom, boom. What a magical thing to be said right before. All right, boom. Okay, everybody ready? We got Amun Kat Tut Tehuti. We got Amunet Kat S Unk Tut Tehuti. And we're about to get into it. Everybody ready? Are you ready? We'll move this from the screen. And here we go. Uh-oh. Ready, everyone? Oh, perfect. Comes out perfect. Okay, here we go. We'll go about 10-15 minutes, and then I will take a break. The 10-15 minutes will just be to build up the suspense for the answer. Here we go. Ready, everyone? Boom. Boom. We'll get the timer out. Timer is up. Move this off of the screen. Sneak watchers, sneak learners, you're out there watching. Watch and absorb. Those who left who are still watching, now you're sneak learners. What an ironic, sad thing to happen. Or maybe you're not watching because maybe you're saying, Tehuti has no more good answers anymore. Here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of the 10. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of the 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, What is the original religions, languages? What are the origin of languages of spirituality? Who are the material? What about my physical health, purity? What about my mental health and mental detoxification? What about out-of-body experiences? Are those from ancient sources? Are they just New Age? What about government psyops that exist? Telepathy, is that the same as quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you've escaped the matrix, which you did. So now you step into the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and is infiltrated in the form of New Age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, esoteric teachers, metaphysical teachers. And the agenda of the matrix is focused on the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references they will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear unks and symbols and fashion for egotistical self-gratification. They actually don't live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching. What's that? That is just to go against what someone else teaches, to be a contrarian. They will only do, I debate you, I debunk you, I expose you, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs while not standing on any kind of system themselves. Their subject matters stay on the beginner phases, which are good to help convert people and awaken people, but they're limited to just stay right there, which are the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is wrong. Those are great topics to start people off with, but then they stay right there. But after showing somebody where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part that it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part and how to apply it to your life. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show you that it was stolen, then boom, they just leave you right there. That is called breaking something down, but not building them up to anything. If you show that something is stolen from an ancient source, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen, before it was corrupted. What did we do with those teachings? But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus that they always focus on is only the Egyptians are black, over and over again, which is a great topic. But as they teach the Egyptians are black, at the same time they teach, I won't follow their conscious disciplines though. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as the discipline, forget about that. Or let me tell you what's wrong with another group or another set of people. Let's get into an argument. All their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older. There's always something of contrary. Are older than the ones in Egypt. Or you're Native Americans, not Africans, but never just on what are the pyramids in America for? And how do they enhance you? How can they enhance you? Are there any discipline-described ways of the Native Americans that can be lived, that can enhance you spiritually? They can only do what's called counter-teaching, which is when your favorite popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that they claim our ancestors live by, that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have any confidence that any quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need shock value for views. We're all about the views and the views and the views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. And what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists and they're individualists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable asking of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is just individualism to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but with no structured unity system, as all of the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking. They can't even convert somebody out of Christianity. So they have no movements to build. There's no ranking system. There's no group discipline. There's no spiritual rituals. as all the ancient ancestors lived by. No accountability to any one culture that they can do anything at any time. They just jump from culture to culture, from group to group, just to justify whatever feelings they have for that particular day, with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them that they're wrong or slipped up in their cultural way. Thus, they are about monism, individualism, which no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they actually stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical Isfet manifestation. Isfet is about disunity. Disunity, not being a part of the unified movement or group like all the ancient ancestors did. It caused people to break away, make a splinter group off and show disloyalty. Unlike the bees in the beehive or the ancient people of Kemet, Isfet will cause their mind to find a reason to disunite without any witness-proven reason, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always move as a mentally unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you must get back to your original roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those roots and original cultures were a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life. Thus, disunity, breaking off, branching off, loneism, the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, and that's to mirror the consciousness of that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders, just collecting knowledge on Egypt, discussing and debating Egypt historically to see who was a top scholar, but not from a disciplined person who actually lived the life. Excuse me. That actually lived the life, that were part of the united followers of Ma'at that created Kemet, in which the outsiders studied. That which they created, the originals, had structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly complaining about what is wrong with other people. Here are wise words that the House of the Ten echoes, that there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water. Do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and how you gave them a better way of life and how you changed them and converted them from whatever religion that they were into the truth. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of the Ten, the Tehuti podcast, the only platform class that exists on the planet. You can send these questions in with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized, and then taught live with each answer. Get subconscious matrices broken down for you. It's here at the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And of course, we went over that someone sent in Whitehouse, USA Whitehouse Origins, the Whitehouse Origins. Interesting question. This is a wonderful question coming in from a very dedicated student of Tehuti. Due to privacy of the name that is on the transaction and at the Tehuti podcast, they want to remain anonymous for their support. You definitely have the option to send in your support or question anonymously or with your name. Regardless, you will get your question answered in a vivid form that has never been done on the planet before. Here are your Saba. This question is yet another example of the diversity of the unlimited topics of questions pertaining to the upliftment of your consciousness, asked and only thoroughly answered here at the Tehuti podcast, House of the Ten. The White House. There's actually two sides to it that look different. But the White House, the seat of our government here in the United States of America, the official residence and workplace of the President of the United States of America, the seat of freedom of power and decision making, a according to American history. So what are its origins, and who is this designer, and are there origins and designs that are more symbolic and clandestine, which is hidden to the public awareness? And does any of it link back to the ancients? And of course, you will find all of that out tonight here at the Tehuti podcast. So when and where does this begin? And if I were to tell you that this began and was advertised as an artistry competition to generate hype and attraction to bring the best designer, we'll get to that shortly. The actual act of there being a White House began in 1790, called the Act for Establishing the Temporary and Permanent Seats of the Government of the United States. Here we go. So the idea of a presidential seat combined with residency and particular style was chosen by none other than who? George Washington, who actually never lived there, permanently or temporary. The first to actually live there was John Adams. If you look closely at George Washington, as most people can tell and most people have seen before, his dress code and symbols, this will be a giveaway to many of that which is coded inside of the White House, and the chosen winner of the competition to design the White House. So here we go. Here is the first, this was supposed to be the first permanent and temporary resident of the White House, which is the commander of the American Army, and the Grand Master, as you can see, George Washington, who actually never went forth and lived there. And here he is again, in his Masonic stance, with his Freemasonic Brotherhood. And there he is as a Master Mason. Lucy, what do you mean by the origin of the design choice of the White House starting with a competition? Let me take you to Enclosure 2 and the advertisement for the Capitol, the 6th of March, 1792. There we are. This is Enclosure 2, an advertisement for the Capitol, 6th of March, 1792. Enclosure 2. Let me expand it a little bit. An advertisement for the Capitol. So, here we are. Washington and the Territory of Columbia, a premium of a lot in this city to be designed by impartial judges, and $500 or a medal of value at the option of party will be given by the commissioners of the federal buildings to the person who before 20th day of July 3rd, 1792, shall produce to them the most approved plan, if adopted by them, for a capitol to be erected in the city, and $500 or a medal for the plan deemed next merit to the one they shall adopt. The building to be of a brick and contain the following apartments to wit, which is conference room, room of representatives, lobby, antechamber. To the latter, the Senate room of 1,200 square feet. These rooms to be full of elevation sufficient to accommodate 300 persons each. So there is the competition issued, and the winner gets a medal or $500, and they get to be the designer. Here is an advertisement for the Capitol, a premium of a lot in this city of the value will be $500, or a medal of that value will be given to the most approved plan of a Capitol and of a president's house. So there's a Capitol and the president's house to be erected in the federal city. I want you to make note of that word federal. Okay? So a competition goes out, and many people enter the competition. Here we go. Okay. And in George Washington to the commissioner of the Federal District, 14 March 1792, Repository, National Archives, Founders Online, the Papers of George Washington, Presidential Series, Volume 10, pages 73-75, which states, I have thought it best that a public competition be opened for plans of the Capitol and the President's House. Premiums may be offered for the best two plans and the designs transmitted for me for final judgment. George Washington. So as we can see from several sources, the design of the White House started with a competition and a prize and an award, and you get to say that you were the designer. Okay? So who won the competition? And the winner of the competition by the Freemason George Washington went to James Tobin from Ireland. Interesting, right? It wasn't even an American. So the designer of the the designer of the American seat of government went to a man that was all the way from Ireland, who commenced to design the White House based on inspiration of Irish and ancient Greek Roman models. James Tobin, designer, builder of the White House. There we go. Ready? 1755, December 8th, 1831. An Irish architect. So the designer of the White House to begin with, the designer of the seat of the government of America, was not American. It was actually all the way from Ireland. Okay? So of all the ones who entered the competition, no patriotic American man was qualified to design the seat of government for America. It had to go to a man all the way from another country. After the apparent quote-unquote win, he met with George Washington, who had already chosen a site at 16 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. This is going to tie into something that Harass said on the panel. Tobin then surveyed the site and began drafting work, drawings, incorporated Washington's modifications. So even though he was the designer of the White House, Washington had modifications. George Washington was also part of the designing and the chooser of the sites. Here we go, everybody. Some Irishmen. Okay. And there being a lot of charlatans and either charlatans or innocent misinformed people called the Moors with misinformation have misinformed people that somehow James Tobin got the idea structure of the White House from the Moorish Casablanca. This is what's called reverse reasoning, because simply the word Casablanca translates to as White House. James Tobin was in no direct connection with Moors, but rather he saw structures in Ireland and also was influenced by structures in classic Greece and Rome, and those original builders were influenced by a culture that we will get into shortly. Let me show you the old image of the White House under James Tobin, who was from Ireland. One moment, everyone. Okay. Here we go. So here's the original White House, 1793, north elevation, James Tobin, 1793. Get a good look at this. So the Moors will misinform people and tell people that this is from Casablanca, and the Moors are the ones that influenced the design of the White House because of the word Casablanca. So this is James Hoban, 1793 North elevation drawing, reduced the building from 3 to 2 floors because of the concern that there was not enough stone at the government quarry to complete both Capitol and President House. So make note too that he designed not only the White House but also the Capitol. He won the prize for both. If you recall, the competition was for both. So here's the original White House design. The Moors misinformed people and say it comes from Casablanca, from the Moors. So this is to be the seat of government or parliament. The parliament or United States of America that James Hoban was designing. Now remember this, typo here. Now remember this. It's 1790. Let me show you the seat of parliament that goes as far back as 1745. It's almost 50 years prior to the White House. We're going to go almost 50 years back prior to the White House, going back to Ireland, because Ireland is where James Hoban was from. And you go ahead and tell me what you see. So the Moors say that this is from Casablanca. The Moors inspired the White House. James Hoban was from Ireland. We're going to go back 45 to 50 years prior to the White House. And we're going to go to Ireland. And you all tell me what you see right now. Here we go. Uh-oh. What's this? Leinster House. Teach Leichen. What is this, everybody? Does this look familiar at all? This is the Leinster House of Ireland. Huh? Here we go. So here's the Leinster House. This is in Ireland. Boom. This is the Parliament House, Government House in Ireland. So the seat of government here is the White House, and the seat of government designed by James Hoban is the seat of government Parliament from Ireland. That's where James Hoban was from. Do you see any similarities, everybody? Any similarities at all? Let me shrink this down, and you tell me if you see any similarities. It's from Casablanca, the Moors. So here is the White House, designed by the Irish architect who supposedly won the competition. And here's the facade, the House of Government, or the House of Parliament in Ireland, that James Hoban could see almost every day or every week. You see any similarities here, ladies and gentlemen? This is the House of Government. Here, yes. It's almost the exact replica. Those symbols that you see on each of those buildings, we will get to into the antiquity and symbology of that in the overdrive section. And remember, there's the other side of the White House that has pillars, right? Remember that side? That we will also get to in the Tutti overdrive section. Here we go. So just so you know right now that the designer of the American patriarchal House of Government was designed by someone from another country who actually designed the seat of American government based on the seat of Irish government. Now, the idea of a presidential seat combined with residency, particularly style, was chosen by none other than George Washington. Chosen other than George Washington, who actually never lived in the White House. Sorry, everybody, hold on a second. Here we go. All right. So now the idea of presidential seat, the idea of a presidential seat combined with residency and particular style was chosen by none other than George Washington, who actually never lived in the White House. The first to live there, like I said earlier, was John Adams. If we look at George Washington, as most people can tell by the dress code and the symbols, he's a Freemason, is a part of the elite secret society, the base of decisions on hidden symbols and ancient mystic codes. This will be a giveaway to many of that which is encoded inside of the White House for the chosen winner of the competition. So there he is. And everybody, I'm going to do this part, go into overdrive and take a break. So what if, everybody, what if this quote-unquote win, remember this competition? What if this quote-unquote win and this particular person, James Holden, was not coincidental, but a part of an orchestrated plan by the Freemasonic Brotherhood to carry out imbuement empowerment rituals to hold a seat of government based on Kemetic symbolism, imbued specific gematria, numerical magic, encoded Freemason symbology, coding, and Kemet material worship, all embedded in the capital seat of power with Native American duality called the White House. But of course, everybody, to take the class to that level, what time is it, everybody? What time is it to get into? What time should we get into? What is the time for, everyone? Are you ready? What is the time for? I think you already know. I think it's time for Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. Overdrive. It's time for Tehuti overdrive. I'm going to reveal one thing and then take a quick break. Ready, everybody? You are all right. It is time for, like everybody typed in the room, there's Robert Williams. Tehuti overdrive. Ready, everyone? Gabby Lopez. Well, that's these are new names. Well, that's Ratetua, I'm assuming. Ethlerd. Tehuti overdrive. Shout out to Ethlerd. Peace to you. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. You are all right. Let's go. It is time for. You are all right. Absolutely. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see overdrive, everybody. Ready? We'll drop one jewel and then take a break. Take a break for a few minutes. Are you ready? Here we go. So here is George Washington, Master Mason, decision maker of the coordinates of the White House and the chooser of who is going to do the design of the White House based on this competition with someone, luckily, of all the men, of all the American men, of all the men that entered the competition, one person was luckily chosen by George Washington to carry out the design of the White House. It's Master Mason George Washington, by George Washington, the Master Mason. Of all the people that could have been chosen to carry out the design of the White House, for this Master Mason George Washington, that will be symbolic of American power. Who gets chosen? Let me take you right now to what's called Federal Lodge Number 1, the history of Federal Lodge Number 1, which discusses the building of the White House. But why would the building of the White House be discussed in the history of the Masonic Lodge? What does the history of the Masonic Lodge have to do with the building of the White House? Here we go, everybody ready? Uh-oh. We're in Federal Lodge Number 1, history of Federal Lodge Number 1. Does this building look familiar? This is giving you the history of the Federal Lodge Number 1. What is this building right here, everybody? What is this building right here that is Federal Lodge Number 1? Anybody heard of Federal Lodge Number 1? Does it look like the White House to you? There we go. Well, here it's the Federal Lodge Number 1. What does it say, everybody? Federal Lodge was first chartered on September 12th, 1793. So the same year of the White House. By Irish, Scottish, and other Freemasons. What do you mean other? So whoever this Irish Scottish person was a Freemason responsible for the construction of the White House and the U.S. Capitol. The first master. What first master? The first master of the Federal Lodge, James M. Holden. was a native of Ireland and came to the District of Columbia June 1792 from Charleston, South Carolina, at the request of President George Washington to design and structure the Executive Mansion, the White House. The construction of the U.S. Capitol building was soon transferred to Hoban's charge on October 13th, 1792. James Hoban and Colin Williamson, along with members of the Lodge Number 9 of Georgetown, were present at the laying of the cornerstone of the White House, and their names appear in a brass plaque laid under the stone. In the beginning, Federal Lodge Number 1 has been laboring in our nation's capital. Federal Lodge Number 1 has been laboring in our nation's capital for the benefit of the craft. What? For more than 232 years. Federal Lodge Number 1 has been laboring in our nation's capital for the benefit of the craft for more than 230 years. Constituted before the Grand Lodge of D.C. was founded, Federal was chartered under the Grand Lodge of Maryland as Federal Lodge Number 15. Regardless of the lodge number, Federal was not the first lodge in the region designed to be the capital of the new United States. Georgetown Number 9, located in the town of Georgetown, was constituted 1789 under the Grand Lodge of Maryland, predating the establishment of the District of Columbia, and lays claim to being the oldest Masonic body in D.C., now known as Potomac Lodge. Isn't that the same thing that Harass mentioned earlier? Potomac Lodge Number 5. There were other lodges in close vicinity in Virginia and Maryland at the time as well. You remember my last class? Virgin, where things begin, where things are reproduced. Holy Mother Mary, Virgin, who's called what? Mary the Virgin. So here we are with the other lodges in close vicinity in Virginia, where America started, in the land of Mary. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? So here's who won the Master Mason. James Hoban. Congratulations, man. All the way from Ireland. We had a lot of people from America wanting to build the White House, but you come all the way from Ireland and ding, 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 ding. So boom, there it is. A person who by supposed skill and luck won the competition to build the White House is exactly the same. Is exactly the same as George Washington. He's the master of the Federal Lodge in Masonry. James Hoban, not some random artist walking down the street, but one who pledged allegiance and loyalty to the Brotherhood, coming out of Ireland, who was inspired by the Parliament building seat of government in Ireland and the House of Dukes of Leinster, to echo as the blueprints of the White House for his fellow Masonic brother, George Washington. But who are the Dukes of Leinsters that this Freemason, James Hoban, was inspired by to design the seat of government for another Freemason? Who are these Dukes of Leinsters? Let me take you to the Dictionary of Biography of Ireland, to Fitzgerald August Frederick Duke III of Leinster. I'll read that and then I'm going to take my break. Here we go. So the blueprint of the White House, chosen by James Hoban, the Master Mason of Federal Lodge Number 1, who he himself was chosen by, the Master Mason George Washington, designs the place to echo as the House of Government by the Dukes of Leinster. Who are the Dukes of Leinster? Who are they? Uh-oh. And remember, this is the side of the White House is designed to echo the Dukes of Leinster. Well, who exactly is Fitzgerald Augustus Frederick, 3rd Duke of Leinster, that the original House of Parliament was designed for to create the White House? Who is the Duke of Leinster? Uh-oh. Who's this? He's dressed like George Washington. He's all the way in Ireland, though. Who is this? Uh-oh. I'm going to read this and take a breathy break. Here we go. We're going to go now to the dictionary of Irish biography, all the way to Fitzgerald Augustus Frederick. Fitzgerald Augustus Frederick, 1791. 1874, 3rd Duke of Leinster, Grand Master of the Freemasons of Ireland, was born August 21, 1791 at Carton, Co-Kildare, eldest child of William Robert Fitzgerald, 1748-1804, 2nd Duke of Leinster, and his wife Emily Olivia, daughter of the 1st Baron of St. George of Hatley of St. George. His paternal grandmother was Emily, Duchess Leinster. His uncle was Lord Edward Fitzgerald. He received his Teutonic forenames from his godfather, the Prince of Wales, and succeeded to dukedom at the age of 13. Of course, educated at Eton, Oxford, matriculated in October. So there's the Whitehouse, chosen by James Hoban, Master Mason, who was chosen by George Washington, Master Mason, to emulate the House of Parliament of Ireland of Fitzgerald Augustus Frederick. So boom, who was what? The Master Mason of Ireland. So boom, yes, Leinster the Third was the Grand Master Mason of Ireland, whose building was chosen by the first Master Mason of Lodge Number 1, James Hoban, to be the blueprint for the United States President, Master Mason George Washington. I'm going to take a break right there, everybody. I'll be right back. We'll take a break right here, everybody. Boom. Boom. I'm going to pause the time. Woo. I'll put the link in the room for the people to jump in. The supporters can jump in. Boom. 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 Jump in, supporters. I can't really see the full chat. So jump in, supporters. Those to support the Tehuti podcast. And I'm going to take a quick little break and I'll be back. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to the new people. Shout out to the new person 7, pattern 77, detailed information. Jump in the room, and I will take a quick break and come back and get into it, everybody. Woo! There's Amun Amunet. All right, or just Amunet. And Amun chewing it up. All right, chewing up the information. So there it is so far. You see what's any of that you heard before?
No, Sab, I've never heard any of this before.
You never heard of the Duke of Leinster? Frederick? Fitzgerald? No? All right, I'll be back, everybody. I'll be back. You all jump in, talk for a little bit. Everybody who's watching, support to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back to get into it and continue this. Welcome, everybody, to the House of the Ten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Natiru. Support the Tehuti podcast. Cash App, PT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. That is what keeps this going at this level of quality. And I will be back, everybody. You all build for a moment. Shout out to the Jed. Shout out to Kefa. And the Jed, go ahead and tell them that this all came in from Muta Ashby. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the podcast. Tell them the secrets of Jed. Where'd I get this from?
Definitely not from no Muta Ashby. That's for sure. Now you kind of understand why the man, like, you know, why they support the Irish so well is they talking about they came in as immigrants and everything. No, man, y'all been part of the brotherhood for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So they like to compare like slavery to like other immigrants who came here to this country, but it was all It was all a plot and scheme from the beginning. That's a large contract to win to build the White House.
Yes. I'll be back, everybody. And yep, that's exactly what they push. I mean, I want to know which black slave from Africa was a master mason linked into the Leinsters. What part of Africa? Which African came over here as a slave who was a master mason that even got to talk to George Washington? A lot of that is going to be in part 2 if you all request it. It's going to be part 1. But we're going to get into the part 2, the little hidden little rooms in the White House. But I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti podcast. I'll be back. Peace.
Enjoy your break there, Shaba.
I will. Thank you. And peace to our receiver Ted came in the room and Sarah. I'll be right back. Peace.
Thank you, great Shaba, to all for the information that you're presenting here today. I'm looking forward to seeing what else is to come. Let's see what else I'll learn. I did not know any of this, even from the most basic information. I don't even remember if they taught when the White House was created in school. And I find it interesting that they don't teach us more about, like, I would think that they would be proud that they're Freemasons and be proud that Freemasons built the White House. And everybody seems so desensitized to it. I'm kind of surprised they don't teach it in school. But at the same time, it does make sense, because then there'd be people out there that get too curious and might start to figure out, well, Freemason did this, a Freemason did that, a Freemason did that. They did all types of things. So to Asabo for bringing this forth. It's interesting, too, how these people are so dedicated that they don't care if the masses know them, because they did what they had to do in order to manipulate and change society and reality. So this Fitzgerald dude, this guy, I've never heard of him. And only the people in the inner circle have heard of him. Only the people who are Freemasons have heard of him. And they don't care if we know or if we don't, because they already did what they did. So that's very interesting. I'm appreciative that Saba's bringing this forth. Looking forward to seeing how much deeper it goes, and looking forward to all the other things that Saba brings forth in this class. So to all very much, great Saba. Everybody make sure to support. Guarantee you there's already information that's presented that none of us knew about, that we're learning here today for the first time. And that is worth support, because Saba too, he puts in time to make these classes, and he puts in time to teach us. So send me your support, please. To Tep, I'll pass it on to Kefa.
Hotep Ma'at, Hotep Marie. I definitely appreciate Saba going into this this Nefa breakdown. I appreciate the person was sending the question too. You know, at the beginning it does look like okay, a White House breakdown, and then when you see how much jewels you just get out of it, it is be real Nefa. So for the person sending in the question with the big support, you know, so I know Saba can open up a lot of unwanted boxes, you know what I mean? Saba can open up, dig, bring to the surface what was inside. You know, Saba is the best when it comes to representing this Ibis Benu, to dig in, bring it out to the light for us. So, hand up for that, Saba. Yeah, I could just think on how much Saba enlightened me with, you know. So, to be here for another session is really never. So, yeah, I like how I could get a reminder of how deep the Matrix does go, especially when Saba going deep with it to dig out what down in the deep to bring it to the surface for us. So yeah, I appreciate the breakdown. I like the going back to the same exact image from the other building where they had the competition, from who in the competition, and then have the patriotic, and you got an Irishman coming in and doing the architecture, you know, and this is just the beginning. So, you know, Saba about to bring a whole lot to the surface. So, to Saba, Uncle Justin Neb, do us a Kim, more life, more art, prosperity to you and your out. Appreciate you a whole lot. Hotep Marie. What do you think about it, Harazid? I know you like this. I see the piece with the 5. I say, look at that. That's even Harazid number. So I know you know what's going on still.
Yeah, and like I said, I literally live like 50 minutes from DC. So this whole area is, you know, so I definitely know a lot that goes on around here. And one of the things too that stand out to me is the Freemasons in my area. Like they are loud and proud. They march in the parades. I want to take a picture of their building downtown, just in this town. Like they have a lighted sign that's on their building, and it's humongous. Like I said, I mean, it's because of where I live at is so goes back to the origins of when this country was founded. Like I said, I like walking around my town and looking at all the stars that they have on the buildings, just the different things that they put into the architecture, just the buildings here. So yeah, I can't wait to hear more on this class. I definitely, one of the things that has always I found interesting was I didn't understand why it's called the District of Columbia. Maybe I need to ask that question, because I'm like, who and what is Columbia? Why is it called that? And it's the district, and I like how Saba attached the word federal to that. And again, it's literally like the first lodge. And like I said, I wish I had a better representation of like what the buildings in my town looks like. One of the other things that I noticed too is the eagle with the wings spread over the door. Again, that's something that I know about Kemet and what that represents there. And if you drive through my town, that is definitely like some symbolism that is on almost not only the city doors, but people also put them on their houses here as well. Like that is something that's huge here. The eagle above their door, and that's something that I had already noticed prior to the class. And I'm glad that Saba was showing that picture of the Whitehouse and the eagle, because I did not know that picture that was there as well. So this is going to be exciting for me. I'm definitely be paying close attention to this, and see what all is broken down. Like I said, and I definitely think that I might have to send in for a part 2 as well.
Yeah, it really not fine. This is just the beginning, you know. So I know Saba gonna go into the questions what the beginning of the class bringing up, you know. So it's like he spice it up and then take us into Tehuti overdrive, you know, open up the knowledge and then take the breaks. I know when he come back now, yeah, it can be more light on top of light. Yeah.
Hotep, can I be heard?
Hotep, Loud and clear, sis.
What's up, Mary, to everyone on the panel, to everyone here absorbing this Nefer and empowering information. Just want to say a few words. You know, it's interesting to see how even back then, if you are with the right, quote unquote, right, circle, they make sure that those that are in their circle and those that they want will be successful. Even if they have to lie, even if they have to put a front, they are just heavy on making sure that they are selective on who is successful and who wins this and who wins that. I mean, I don't know. It's just like, you're from Ireland. What are you doing over here? What are you, how is it that you won? You know, like, who is the judges of all that? And, you know, it's interesting to see that their foundation is based on lies. And it's eye-opening. And I said that this information is empowering because Saba exposes that, you know, what, like in pieces, what their foundation is based off of and how they steal and lie and then just go in and change things and then say like, oh, we came up with this. But we know where the real root comes from. And it's just, you know, constant lies. And it's just mind-blowing. And I affirm what Saba said, that the Matrix will not win. The Naturu will always prevail or always win. And so I'm curious on what else is going to come up. What else is Saba going to show us, and how else, just how interesting the Matrix is, and how they can twist things and just produce, I don't know, just different just lies, man, just lies and covering up. And so it's a little frustrating because you even see that to this day. You know, there's just, they pick and choose a lot of things. They pick and choose to who is appointed and what type of people are going to be successful. And I mean, I'm just saying, what kind of privileges come with, quote unquote, coming up with the design of the great White House, quote unquote, great White House. So I'm curious on that as well. So like I said, I'm just curious more on what else is going to come up. I'm just absorbing, as always, just trying to understand everything. But it's great to be here. And it's great to see everyone. And so to everyone.
To our Retet, for your beautiful words, and to all for being here. If you have time and if you'd like to, I think everybody would love to hear, how was it getting your Ren? What do you think about it? How do you feel about it? To hear your experience, that'd be beautiful if you have the time to.
I do. Well, first of all, I'm forever grateful for my new Ren. I can feel the energy when I say the Ren, and it's just never, because before, you know, I was named after my mother. So, you know, for me, I always felt like I don't really like my name. I don't want to be named after my mother. I want a different name. I want a powerful name. And here I am, feeling reborn, feeling never, just feeling like I'm on the right path now with the right frequency. And of course, I feel like I've been realigned with the proper frequency because of Saba. And so it's been Nefer. it's definitely, you know, something different. And so I find myself affirming my new name, you know, and I when I do those affirmations, it's just, like I said, it's empowering. And you know, I keep playing back that day, that night. And you know, it was so intimate, so personal, so I don't know, it was just super nefer. And it was so amazing to just have the people who were there experience this with me, and this with Kefa, and just everybody who was there. You know, that was a beautiful experience. I feel like last year at the Pathways, when Saba was doing the Ren, it was nefer, but this one felt like just even more intimate, more love. I don't know, it was, I don't know how to explain the energy that was there, but to me it was just super nefer to be in the location where we were at, where we, you know, relocated, having Saba there, and just everyone. That was a beautiful experience that continues to play to this day in my mind. And just being able to experience and be a part of everyone else's Ren is a beautiful experience. And so I was looking forward, you know, for a Saturday class, to be able to show my new name. And I went into my settings, I changed my picture, I got I got raw, and just it's just awesome. You know, you just start to see certain things, and you're at least for me, my state of mind is like just it's shifting, and I can just feel it, you know. It's an indescribable feeling. I'm just trying to pull from feelings that I can express or recognize and give it a title. But overall, I'm just grateful to get this new beginning. You know, it's not a new chapter. It's a completely different book. It's a different journey, different path, different energy, different frequency. And I definitely feel that greater things are coming with this, you know, and so none of this would be possible without Saba. So all praises to him. You know, he's a knowledgeable man. Netter. He's just super nefer, and I just forever and eternally grateful for Saba and this new frequency and journey. So that's a little bit about how I feel. How about you, Kefa?
I could relate with you 1000. It is just a whole never beginning, you know, like you actually coming forward by day, you know, you're in it, you know, you're like, it's like straight Neteru, you know. So like to have my art in the forefront like that, and to be walking in it is never, you know, because it make you think on a life without Saba, and has a crazy life, you know, and to have this life, you know, it crazy, because it ain't crazy, it's never, you know, but just to see that you have a urine too, and then it's like you can look back on that night now and be like, you know, you have urine, and And then you can be like, but wait, Kisbetu, Sister Tetua, like, they went through that same thing too, you know, say like, you're like, man, you wish you had more time to chop it up with them about their rent, and then go through their card and then swap, you know what I mean? And then, but it really not fun, you know, because I would like to just like go through it more, cause it's my art, you know. So then you're seeing so much more, and then we can be like Amunet when you have classes, and then you rent in the class, and then you're learning more about your rent, and then the expansion, you know, like, yeah. So when you say you have a Nefer rent, I could relate to that 1,000. I just be like, why just crazy, you know? Because it's kept for eat my art for two cambasso. That's the loyal one who love my art, who controls the boat. In case, you know, that's just a translation, you know. I had to give that translation a long time, you know. I never give it. And for two Kemba is 432 Ba 2. For 2-4 Kem 3. But Saba really for why. Saba is 3 axes for real. The living definition of biological imperative, you know. So to be on that journey is, you know, like very high of appreciation to live for Saba to let me be part of that basatut, that walk, that sectet atet boat journey, you know, for Saba to make me part of that hecker is real never, you know. So yeah, grateful getting there when we are you know, that was a super never night. And yeah, I would like to do that again, you know what I mean? It was so short notice. And it happened like that. And like Saba said, we have a whole year to prep now. You can imagine how it could be, how it gonna be, you know? And then I could chop it up. Yeah, it was long. We was there really late, but I still wish it was longer, you know? So yeah, it's big my art, but I can't wait to chop it up with the Awuta again. I myself was thinking you know, because then remember we had spread apart, you know what I mean? A Tef Haraz did, you know what I mean? We had split up, you know, and I checking like, well, we gotta get a pathways to be 48 hours or something like that, you know what I mean? For Tep, I'm done.
Tuaku Kefa, Tuaku Ratet for sharing your experiences and the way that getting the rent has impacted you. It's very powerful, very beautiful. Hopefully you get yours next year, Harass. That'd be beautiful and great. It's a beautiful experience. It's a great experience. Every year it evolves and gets better and better and better. And I love watching, well, for this year I loved watching, and last year as well for other people, watching how Saba teaches on each person's individual ren. It really is magical, really is mind-blowing. There's magic in every single person's ren in the way that Saba explains it. There's always the snake style in there, in a good way though, leading up to a very magical event, a magical part of the Ren relating to the person's life. So that is absolutely spectacular, and I'm appreciative of Salvatudi for giving everybody their Ren, for giving out Rens, and for making sure that that happens. He knows the importance of someone having a Ren, and for him to still make time to give out everybody's Ren, even though at where we were at did not have enough time. It is very beautiful. It's very impactful. And I'm appreciative for everything that's opportunity that he did and continues to do. And last week, Kasbetu and I were talking about how Saba did magic. I talked to Saba 2D, so I'm going to show you all the proof of the magic. Saba really does magic. I saw somebody say something about illusions, and if you can see that, can you see that? This is not an illusion. This is a spoon. It has my Ren on it, Ramonet's Ren on it. You see the twist right there? This is a legit spoon. I cannot twist it back. The Jed tried to twist it. He was the strongest person there. Nobody can twist this spoon. And this
you can remember. You can remember when this spoon was twisting.
Yes. Eventually, Amune and I are gonna get the video edited, and people will be able to see it. But this spoon, like Kefa said, literally just started twisting in slow motion in front of everybody's eyes. I don't know how to explain. There is no illusion. There's none of that. None of that here. And then also,
cause the fire with the bending, like everything was never, you know. But I don't know. It's because if the spoon was so close to my face when it was twisting, when the spoon was twisting, it was like. I was like, okay, I see a lot of heckle from Saba, but this is like, okay, Saba, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, because when I was small, I see a magic trick with a man would disappear and then he appear in the crowd, and then after when Saba say watch the Prestige, I went back watch it again, and I remember seeing the man do the disappearing trick, but that spoon thing was more impressive than the guy teleporting, you know what I mean?
It sounds like a cool trick. But yes, the spoon thing, it was absolutely mind-blowing and very important for people to see that in person live. Another great reason to come out to the Pathways. Possibly Saba will do magic again. It is life-changing to see something like that happen, to see it happen in front of your eyes. And then here's another spoon as well. This one melted and broke right over my hand. Like, just, It was a regular spoon. The Jed tried to bend it. It's a spoon that you can eat with. This is metal. I mean, there's nothing that I can think of that would explain this. This one was twisted as well. And then he also broke it in half. Like, he was holding this part right here, I think he was holding this part right here, and this part just fell. And it like melted. I remember looking at it, and it looked like when someone melts down metal and it turns into like liquid. This part it looked like it just liquefied and then fell. And it was absolutely beautiful to see and mind-blowing. And then just when we thought everything was done, there's also a fork is a fork that Ratetua has. Saba had made the prongs bend by shaking it. And just when we thought everything was over, Saba wraps the napkin around the fork and he lights the napkin on fire. The fire was really big, really quick, and then boom, the fire is gone and the fork is turned just like the spoon I showed earlier. Instantly. And that was absolutely mind-blowing. And the way that Saba does it, it's like I felt like I was watching one of his shows when he says he was a Santa Monica Pier. He isn't just doing the magic as in like bending the spoons and stuff, but there's a certain type of interaction with the people watching it. There's a certain way that he presents himself to the people that are watching, and just the entire experience, everything that he does, the way that he moves, it's different and it's beautiful and it's great. And to see that, everybody has to see Saba do magic. It is not it's not like these other magicians. I'll hear other magicians and stuff talk about them doing magic, them doing tricks, and a lot of them, they talk about how like there is no real magic. I'm like, well, I mean, I guess you didn't meet Saba Tehuti or anything like that, because this is true magic. Like, I don't know how he made that spoon bend. If I think, in like a sleight of hand trick way or anything like that, I don't know how that could even be possible. I have no idea whatsoever. To see that is mind blowing.
With the fork, he moving the fork, you know, and he doing it right in front of your face, and you're seeing him holding the tip. So you just ain't no way, you know what I mean? I know it's a way, the Saba way, but you're seeing it right in front of your face, you know. But then when the spoon's spinning out, it was like right in front of your face in slow motion, you know, and it's like everything slowed down. And then you're just seeing it happening right in front of your face. And it's like, oh, so this is how it is look when Saba doing it up close and personal. It's like, oh, okay, this is different.
That's a great way to describe it. That's exactly what it felt like. It was when you saw that, yes, you realized this is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, to see it turn, it's like meditative because you have no thoughts going through your head. You're
correct.
You're just watching it spin just slowly. Everyone's looking at it, all focused on one thing, and it's just turning. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey,
to our Uncle Justin and Saba.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Excellent energy, everybody. Just came back. I came back. You all were talking about spoon in slow motion time. And, excellent, great energy. That's for those who are wondering what they're talking about. That is the event we have once a year. Pathways of the Awakening, and this particular pathways, I was more involved and interactive with the students than I was any other pathways. So yes, we went to a separate location, very private, very intimate, and did a lot of beautiful things. So I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. That's just the beginning. We got good brother Robert Williams. What did he say? Illusions are real. Illusionists are real magicians. Assignment magic is real unexplained phenomena. And I tell everybody this. People always ask, and we're gonna get right back into the class. But people say stop, or whatever they called me years ago. They say, is this illusion? Is this magic? And with all the demonstrations that I show people of how this matrix is and how what reality is really composed of, you'll see that everything that you observe with your limited red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet visual light spectrum compared to how an ant sees it or a bee sees it, everything is an illusion. And that's why I tell people that, are you doing illusions, Saba? Absolutely, I'm doing illusions, because when you realize that this is the matrix and that everything you visualize is an illusion, everything that you do is illusionary. The way that you see yourself, it's a whole other class. But when you look in the mirror, you've actually never seen yourself before. So the way that I see Amun right now and the way that he sees himself in the mirror is two different illusions taking place. So one day maybe I'll do a class on illusions. I've done a lot of classes on how eyesight works, what reality is, different dimensional realms. And when all these things are combined, depending on the frequency that you're in tune with, you realize that this physical world that you're in is a playpen of illusions, and you can do a lot with it. You can do a lot with it, because people actually think that this is real, and I don't. So. All right, we're gonna get back into it, everybody. But did you walk through the store? Is that an illusion? Yeah. So we're gonna get back to the class, everybody. And I'm so glad that you all appreciate what I do, and especially when it comes to what's called the magic and the illusion and everything. Because other magicians invite me to the magic castle and the magic shows. They come to my magic show. The ones who supposedly invented these open illusion, Yuri Geller, or whatever certain magicians come to my magic show and they ask me, "What are you doing?" Doing what you're doing, right? They said, "No." So they said, "What is that? Don't you have a method where you have to do this, this, and that?" And I said, "No, here's a spoon. Look, hold it there. Look at it now." They said, "How did you do it that fast? What did you do? Did you distract the crowd to do this?" And I said, I just don't do what you do, but I do a little bit of what you do because it has to be entertaining. But I blow magicians away all the time. I love magicians to come see me. And they're like, "Well, you're a magician too?" I said, "Yeah, just not the two part." So we're gonna go ahead and get this going, everybody. We're gonna get back to
I could say something 1 minute.
Yes.
That's right. I'm glad I had went back and watched the Prestige movie, because like Amun say, it's crazy because in the movie they were saying that magic wasn't real, and I watched the movie on the plane flying on the way to Pathways, So when they say that, while I'm watching the movie, I good thing I watch this movie again, cause this movie is crazy. And then to see you perform at the Pathways, I was just glad I watched that movie, because the comparison is ridiculous. Tua Sawa.
Yes, great movie. Everybody go watch that. Inspirational movie for me. That's a beautiful movie. It's a beautiful example. Was he doing magic? Was he doing illusion? When you watch that movie, was there one he? Let's say, yeah, he went in a box and something, and then that one, something happened to that one, and now this one comes looking like that one. That's an illusion, yes. But how did the guy keep coming back? What's that part? What's that part? Where do you learn that part? Because was it the same? That movie is great. Was it even the same person? And the fact that it wasn't was the actual magic. And the fact that he had to die multiple times, I know how that feels. So, anyway, we're going to get back to this, everybody. We're going to get back to the class. I'm going to say peace and love to Amunet. Jump back in the chat. Peace and love to Kepa, Eve, Ma'at, the two, Kemba, and jump back in the chat. Reta Tua, you had beautiful words. I look forward to you coming back again so you can say some of those words with me listening. But you had beautiful words that I heard in the background. Your appreciation is astounding. I'm glad you see this as a whole new book, not a new chapter. I heard that part. Peace and love to you. And Harass, peace and love to you. That's the shirt I was wearing right before I did the pod class. The shirt that you're wearing right now, that's the shirt. And then I decided to change last minute into the pathway. But that shirt is right there right now. I've taken it off before I press go live. All right, everybody. The Jed, peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. We're about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue. I don't know why I look a little ghostly, but it is clear at least. So we're about to get right back into it. Everybody get ready. Woo! Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get right back into it. The timer's going back. And here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Press 9 if you can hear me. I'll wait for the 9 to pop up. I have a little lag on my side, so I don't see when you all type in the chat. I don't see the real time as you type it. A little bit of lag. So press the 9. I'm going to come off the screen for a second. Press the 9. Okay, press the 9. I think I can see. Okay, let me come back. Okay, now they're showing up. Now the 9s are showing up. I see 432 with a 9. I see Maharu with a 9. Interesting. Before you came in, this new 7 person, I said if there's any new people in the room, press a 7. And the only new person that came in the room, his name is 7. I said if you're new, press a 7. Someone comes in with that as the name. That's beautiful. Amun Min Ross Atum with a 9. Maharu with a 9. Angela Straight of the Gates with a 9. Harass with a 9. Milk with a 9. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. Get ready. Get your pen, your pads out. Here we go. We're going screen share. We're going right back into it. Boom. 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 Can everybody see that? We're going to rewind just a little bit to get the momentum back. And here we go. All right. So we saw that the Whitehouse was designed to imitate, to be the echo of the shape of the Parliament House from another country. Yet, the White House is supposed to be the seat of patriarchism, the seat of American pride and joy, the seat of American freedom, the seat of American decision-making. The person who supposedly won just happens to be the Master Mason, James Hoban. They're calling this White House Lodge number 1. And he is from Ireland. He's not even an American patriot. He's from Ireland. And just like this beautiful sister Retetua was saying, this is what happens when that brotherhood looks out for each other. They make sure everybody is well. You could be from Ireland. Yep, you're from Ireland. You're not from America. Guess what? You're making the White House. And then it's designed after Augustus Frederick, the Duke of Leinster. When you look up Augustus Frederick, the Duke of Leinster, he's there dressed in the same garb as George Washington, because who is he? He is the Grand Master of the Freemasons of Ireland that James Hoban is a part of. James Hoban's a master mason in Ireland, and he's designing and echoing out the Ireland so-called design into America. And now the American White House looks like the Grand Lodge House of Parliament in Ireland. Okay, so yes, boom. The Leinster III was the Grand Master Mason of Ireland, whose building was chosen by the first Master Mason of Lodge number 1, James Hoban, to be the blueprint for the United States President, Master Mason George Washington. Here we go. Let's continue now. Ready, everybody? We're in overdrive. So here's the Duke of Leinster, Grand Master Mason, whose quote-unquote house was used as the blueprint of the White House. There's George Washington, who is the Master Mason, George Washington. George Washington, whose White House was designed by, who the White House was designed for, by James Hoban, the first Master Mason from Ireland, chosen by Master Mason
Mason George Washington to build Master Mason, chosen by Master Mason George Washington to build the House of Government, who chose to echo the Irish House of Government of the Grand Master Mason of Ireland, the Duke of Leinster, Mason George Washington, who the White House was designed for. And thus the White House, keeping on the tradition, looks just like the Irish Grand Master Mason house. There's the White House, even down to those little designs that we're going to get to shortly. So there's the White House and there's the House of Leinster. Okay, so James Tobin, first Master Mason, chosen by Master Mason George Washington to build the House of the Seat of Government, who chose to echo the Irish House of the Seat of Government of the Master Mason, the Duke of Leinster, Master Mason George Washington, who the White House was designed for. The loyalty, dedication, and here's what Tehuti was talking about. The loyalty, dedication, and imbued echo dualistic imagery has begun because they are loyal to each other and they make sure all of each other are taken care of, whether you're an American patriot or not. But here we go. The loyalty, dedication, and imbued echo dualistic imagery has begun. Now for the geometric and spiritual imbued dual realm placement. What are you talking about, Tehuti? What is? Ooh. Hot. H-O-T-E. Okay, loyalty, dedicated. So now the loyalty, dedication, and imbued echo dualistic imagery has begun. Now for the geometric and spiritually imbued dual realm placement. They're not done. The echoing, it's all about echoing and continuing on. So they're not finished. Now for the duality realm placement on the geometry coordinates. What, Tehuti? But first, before we get into that, let me introduce you to the Patawomek. What's that, Tehuti? The Patawomek, the Algonquin people of Patawomek River area. So here are the Patawomek, Algonquin people. We're going to move this up a little bit. So we have the Nakoch Tank, and the Anacostan River, often regarded as living beings or spirit-filled entities, not just waterways. In the narrative of the voyage to Maryland, a declaration of colony of the Lord Baron of Baltimore. Remember Lord Baron of the Lord Baron of the Leinsters? So here's Lord Baron of Baltimore. So Lord Baron of Baltimore, excerpts from the various letters of missionaries from the year 1635. So this is before George Washington chose the White House. This is 1635. Here we go. To the year 1638. Narrative of a voyage to Maryland. They quote the Pashkatawa Kone people, Potomac Algonquin group as saying, so there's the Potomac River Basin, and they quote them as saying something very interesting. And here's what the tribe says and believes about their river and area. So here we are in Maryland. Maryland I am. Let me shrink this down a little bit. The narrative, voyage to Maryland. And they're quoted as saying this. Let me shrink this whole thing down so everything can fit. They venerate the great river as the path of souls and the dwelling of powerful spirits. Let me shrink this down again. Let me see if this one can fit. So they venerate the great river as the path of souls and the dwelling of powerful spirits. One more shrink down. Which must be appeased before crossing. The river was a transitional zone, the spaces between the physical and the spiritual world used for ceremonial gatherings, offerings, and purification. The Potomac, the name itself, comes from the Patawomek,
So Potomac is the European misspelling. It is Potawatomi word, meaning roughly where the goods are brought in, exchange between the two realms, spiritual and material. So when you look up this word Potawatomi or Potomac, which is the European version, they'll say this is where the goods are brought in because it was a trading post to these ancient people. The goods brought in is an exchange between the two realms, the spiritual and the material world. And the river was the area of duality between the two worlds. That's what it was to these Potawatomi people. So the Potomac, which is the misspelling, Potomac. So this Potomac, as it became later pronounced area, was a potent spiritual ceremonial area for the Algonquins and the Nacotchants, expressing power retained by the connection between both worlds. What are the both worlds? The seen and the unseen, the physical and the non-physical, the realm of biology, biological, and the pure energetic projectable double. The two worlds. Okay? Oh, guess what? James Holden was told when he went to go meet George Washington, which was made public in the proclamation January 24th, 1791. That's reversed. But what was he told here? Here we go. Let's go to the proclamation. Here they are depicted together in this imagery, which is a representation. So here we are, the building of the first White House. Print President George Washington and James Holden. George Washington was the only president who did not live in the White House. He chose both the site, so he chose the site, and the architect of the White House. But the building was not completed by the end of the second term, 1797. This color print shows Washington to the left, with the White House architect James Holden inspecting the progress of the construction. So here we go. So remember again, here we are. So this area here called the Potomac River Basin, again, as quoted from the Voyage to Maryland, they venerate the great river as a path of souls and the dwelling of powerful spirits, which cannot be crossed, spirits which must be appeased before crossing. The river was a transitional zone with spaces between the physical and the spiritual world, used for ceremonial gatherings, offerings, and purifications. The Potomac's name itself comes from the Potawatomi, which means where the goods are brought in, which to the Potomac or the Potawatomi tribe, which is an exchange between the two realms, the spiritual and the material. Okay, so the Potomac, as it became later pronounced area, was a potent spiritual ceremonial area for the Algonquins and the Nacotchants, expressing power retained by the connection between both worlds, the seen and the unseen. Oh, guess what James Holden was told when he went to go meet Washington, which was made public in the proclamation January 24th, 1791. What was he told? And yes, of course, your Saba, Tehuti, has the original press documents from Columbian Centennial Saturday, April 23rd, 1791, not phone, but number 740, number 12 of volume 15. Here's what was stated. This is too small to read right here, so I blew it up a little bit here. And what does it state here? George Washington, President of the United States, and then it goes into here it is, President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Maybe I can blow this up a little bit. So this is the original documents here, and here I have an arrow pointing to something. Here it is. Whereas the proclamation bearing date 24th day January of this present year, and there's a lot of typos in this. Let me go down to the bottom. George Washington in Maryland for the purpose of determining the location of a part of the territory of 10 miles square for the permanent seat of government of the United States, which is the White House and the area there. And certain part was directed to be located within the lines experiment on both sides of what? The Potawatomi, and above the limit of the eastern branch prescribed to be laid after the Congress. Here it is. Here's what he told Congress and mandatory act on the third day of the present. A lot of typos here. Present month on March have given further authority to the President of the United States to make any part of the territory below the laid limit and above the mouth of the Hunting Creek part, and it continues on. But here's what he chose. He chose to be chose the experiment on both sides of the Potawatomi. Here's where he chose his area to be, which is full of symbolic rituals, which I got into in other, I taught in other classes, but this one's just about the White House. But I showed the Vesica Pisces. This whole area that's around the river is full of ancient imagery, Asar, Vesica Pisces, vaginas, all type of things. But this is the area he chose. So boom, chose at the White House. This is what James Hoban was told. Chose at the White House in the District of Columbia. Columbia will be at the Potomac River, sacred site of the interdimensional spirit communication of the Algonquins. Let me shrink this down. So here's what he called the District of Columbia. All of that, let me come off this thing. All of that is, even the wording and everything, I'll do another class on it. But if you ever wonder why the area of power is called the District of Columbia, if you ever wondered why one of the most popular movie films is a lady holding up, looking like the Statue of Liberty, that's another goddess, and it's Columbia Films, and that's where the power is, in the District of Columbia. And of course, if you think that it's a coincidence that America was so-called founded by a man named Columbia, or Columbus, that's another class. But here we go, everybody. Boom. And Columbia Records and everything. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here's the District of Columbia on both sides on the in the area of the Algonquin Spirit River, specifically chosen. All right, that's where the seat of power is going to be. So here we go. Here's the original act of providing for a national capital on the river of Potomac, supposed to be. The earliest slip law form, very rare, Washington, D.C. An act of establishing, an act of establishing the temporary and permanent seat of government of the United States, July 16, 1790. Folio broadside, mostly uncut. And it goes on, and it says, the original print of the law designating Washington as the future capital of the United States. No name has yet been decided upon, although the act itself is suggestively, if naturally, signed in, typed by George Washington. I'm just going to read the underlined parts. 10 miles square, of course. 10 miles square is located of hereafter directed on the river Potawatomi. Okay, accepted for the permanent seat of government of the United States is right here on the Potawatomi. The area to the Algonquins, that is the exchange between two worlds, the Potawatomi Basin, Potawatomi River, where they do their potent ceremonial rituals. Here's where we're going to plant the District of Columbia. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's continue. So there it is. ready? Let's see this one all the way to the end. Boom. Boom. All the way to the end. The screen's going to go white for a moment. Let me trim this down a little bit. There it is, everybody. See that? Okay, boom. Okay. And there they set it up to be in the shape of a square. District of Columbia. There's George Washington standing on the checkerboard squares with his feet in the square. Because, of course, for you to eat properly, you have to have 3 square meals a day. And, of course, you have to stand on your square. And when things are done good, it's called fair and square. So there's the square right there with the District of Columbia right over the ceremonial area of the crossroads of the Algonquins. Here we go. Boom. And now for the Freemasonic dualistic imbuement ritual that continue. We're not done yet. It keeps on going. The imbuement and the dualism keeps on going. And now for the Freemasonic dualistic imbuement ritual that continued on into the creation of the White House. But first, have you ever noticed at the top of the Great Aku that the Europeans call the pyramid? You ever notice the top of it? What do you notice about the top of what they call the Great Pyramid? Anything interesting about the top? It looks normal until you zoom in. Then you'll notice something extremely important is missing, which would actually cause a peak that's not there anymore. Does anybody ever notice that? Then when you ask anybody, what's the definition of the word pyramid? They'll say it's a triangle. And it has to have a peak because it's supposed to have 3 angles, triangle. If you actually look at the Aku, it has no peak. There's actually something missing at the top. From a distance, it looks like it has a peak, right? I'm going to put it up closely. And you actually see what it looks like up close. Something is missing to make it a triangle. Look at the top. The top is actually flat. You see that? When you're looking at it from the top, it's flattened. You see that, everybody? So the top of what they call of the real name Aku, that the European calls the pyramid, is actually flat. Yes, this today is called the capstone or the cornerstone, which is now missing from the top of the Great Aku, which we see now is an unsolved mystery, as stated in Science News Today, September 26th, as recent as this year, just a couple months ago, 2025. As up to a couple months ago, Science News Today says the missing capstone of the pyramid. There we go. What they call the Great Pyramid towering above the horizon. It's not just a pile of stones, but a symbol of ambition, mystery, and endurance. For over 4,500 years, that's the Matrix time that I try to put on you. For over 4,500 years, it has stood as a long surviving wonder of the ancient world, a silent guardian of history. Yet amid its grandeur, there's something missing. It's a capstone, the final crowning piece, the stone that would have completed with perfect geometry. The absence of this finishing touch is not just an architectural detail, it is a riddle that has inspired awe, speculation, and countless theories. Okay, so now remember, everybody, what you remember. Remember, the Freemasons thoroughly studied Kemet. They knew that the initial and original house of government on this planet was called the Great House, called the Par-Ii, which was the house that represents the ascension of the ruler, which is the Nesubiti, Pharaoh, as not only the physical government, but the house of the dual realm connection, just as the placement of the White House on the river Potomac to the Algonquins was the path of the soul in the crossover realm between the 2 dimensions. The ascension symbol is the triangle with a sharp peak at the point going upwards, represents erection and ascension, and also ancient Kemet represented by a hill. It represented the great hill. This today is called the capstone. There is a building on the property associated with the government, with this area, that is by the White House. Can you all tell me what the building is called and where it's located? Type it in the room, everybody. There's a building that's in that same District of Columbia. It has a name, and the area is on something that also has that name. Type in the room, what is it? What's the name of that building? What's the name of the building? And what's the name of the area that it's on, which has the same name in both names? What is that called? The building. And it's in it, and the whole thing is in it. That whole area is called something that's also the name of the same building. What is it called? What is the building? It's called the blank building. Remember, James Hoban supposedly won, but was chosen to design two buildings. The White House, and what's the other building, everybody? Type it in the room. I'll get some water. I'll give you a moment. What's the other building? And the area has the name of the same building. Anybody know? It's a building. All right, nobody knows. There's a big lag. There we go. The Capitol building. And what's the name of the area? It has the same word in it. There it is. That's right, the Capitol building. And what's that area called with the same word? What's it called? It has the same word in it. There we go. Hill, that's right. The Capitol building, and the area is called Capitol Hill. Ding, 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 ding. What are these weird names? What are these interesting names? So it's the Capitol building, and the area is called Capitol Hill. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Uh-oh. The Aku, that people are calling the Great Pyramid, represents mountains also called Manu in Kemet. The Manu Hills, or the Manu Mountains, were the mountains that the sun would resurrect in the middle of. And where Ra began, where things began in the Kemetic writings, so they began on the Great Hill, the Great Mound. Here we go. Boom. Okay? That's right, everybody. So, the ascension symbol was a triangle with a sharp peak as a point going upwards, representing erection and ascension. Also, an ancient Kemet represented by a hill. This today is called the capstone. There's a building on the property associated with the government that is by the White House, actually 1.2 miles from the White House. Can you tell me what the building is called and what the area is called? It's called the Capitol. Capitol, and the area is called Capitol Hill. That's right. Here it is, everybody. Boom. There's the area. And here it is, this whole area here. Pentagon, Lincoln Monument, White House, Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, and the Capitol. There you go. The Capitol. Boom, yes, Capitol Hill with the word cap in it. The U.S. Capitol, the Capitol building is 1.2 miles from the White House. And what is on the back of the dollar bill? You know, typo there. The only bill that has George Washington, you know, the locality chooser of the White House. Something on the back of the dollar bill. Let's take a look. Of course. Same Aku. Uh-oh. What's that? Here we go. What in the world? I don't know what's happening here. Here we go. Whoa. don't know what's happening to her. One moment. The screen is white. Okay, let's scroll down, 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 down. Okay, we go down, down, down again. There it is. What's on the bill? Boom. The great Aku with the capstone, our cornerstone off of it. You notice that the dollar bill, the capstone is separate. That's what the Freemasons put there because the actual Aku, the great house, the real great house, the great per EE, has the capstone missing. So here is the dollar bill, and now you see the capstone is off of it, just like this. So they know what the capstone represents. Here it is. Well, by the way, this was the very first action, ceremony, ritual was done to commence the building of the Capitol and the White House. There was a ritual that was done. It was a particular ritual. Guess what it's called? Here we go. Uh-oh, what's this? Here it is. This is the capstone or the cornerstone ceremony, 1791. Before they even began the building of the Capitol and the White House, they had to perform a Freemasonic ritual called the cornerstone ceremony, which is the capstone. You see that? There's the capstone ceremony. So the White House, this is coming directly from the White House Historical Association. The White House cornerstone or capstone ceremony occurred October 13th, 1792. Does anybody remember that date? Lodge number 1. Participants assembled at Sutter's Tavern in Georgetown and formed a long procession composed of the town's mayors, town council, district commissioners, Freemasons, and guests. They departed east and arrived in the open track prepared. Prepared for the ceremony. While the single known paper account does not specify who did what during the ceremony, Peter Casanave, the lodge leader. Let me turn this off. Hold on a second. Okay, there you go. Peter Casanave, the lodge leader, referred to as the master, and his assistants likely presided over the cornerstone ritual. A brass plate engraved with a special inscription was deposited under the stone. Workmen, perhaps Colin Williamson, the partner of James Holden, in his role to project superintendent, lowered the stone into the final position. The inscription on the plate read, "The first stone of the president's house." See that? The first stone, that's the capstone of the president's house, was laid the 13th day of October, 1792, and in the 17th year of independence of the United States of America, George Washington, President, Thomas Johnson, Dr. Stewart, Daniel Carroll, Commissioner, James Holden, Architect, Colin Williamson, Master Mason. Vivid Republica. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the House of the 10. The only one on the planet breaking people out of the matrix and turning them towards the nether with testimonies. Here we go, everybody. We're not done. There we go. Let's continue. Let me ask the class, in ancient Kemet, what is the male symbol? And what is the female symbol? Go ahead and type it in the room. I'll give you a moment. I'm asking the class right now. What is the male symbol? And what is the female symbol in Kemet, as far as shapes are concerned? I'll give you a moment. Go ahead and type that in. I'm going to come off the screen. Okay, I'm back on the screen. What is the male symbol and the female symbol? There we go. The triangle and the upside down one. Okay. The male symbol, serpent triangle. I said, oh wow. Capstone. Oh wow. Capstone. Capitol building, Capitol Hill. What is it? Triangles? What is it, everybody? The male and the female symbol. What do you add to the end of a meta word to make it feminine? The symbol, what is that? We know the male is the triangle pointing up. Okay, good, got that. The female is the triangle pointing down, but what's the symbol put at the end of meta words to make it feminine? I'll give you a moment. What is put at the end of a meta word that makes it feminine? Look up at the screen. I know somebody has it by now. There we go. It's the T. Oh, look at everybody. Look at Angela Gates. The T. Yep, the T. Red loaf. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here it is. Ready? Let's go. Boom. So let me ask the class in ancient Kemet, what is the male and the female? What is the male symbol and what is the female symbol? You all got it right. Ding, 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 ding. There's the male symbol right there, which is the triangle, which is the head of the penis. The head of the phallus is the Sar Min, nectar of resurrection, which is re-erection. And there is the triangle shape right there. And there is the triangle, that's the Aku, which is over the phallus. Do you see that? Over the reproductive organ. And just to verify, we go to the Taurian papyrus and we see the woman with her legs open and what's going inside. Of course, the male symbol, which the pyramid itself, the pyramid or the Aku or the triangle symbol is the male symbol. It is the male symbol. It's the top of the penis head. It represents erection and resurrection. So there's the male symbol, is the Aku, the pyramid, the triangle. Yes, the triangle pointing up is male in ancient Kemet and to the house of Aten. And let me ask the class, what is the female symbol? You all got it right already. It is the T, the bread loaf, which is actually a semicircle. Here it is. These are the symbols of duality, of biological imperative. Here it is, boom. So there's the feminine symbol right there. You all got it right, which is what? This is in Sauset's name, which is what they call the bread loaf. Sauset's name, semicircle representing feminine. And there's that symbol right there. And there it is right there. It's from the temple of Sepi. It's from the temple of Seti. One at Abti, that the Europeans call Abydos. Okay, so there it is. So we know the male symbol is the triangle pointing upwards. And why is the screen? Oh my goodness, why is the screen going crazy? Strange. You know, the male symbol is the triangle pointing upwards. I don't know why. There we go. And the female symbol is a semicircle. There it is right there. So on Set's name, there's a semicircle representing the feminine, and the male symbol is the triangle pointing upward. People may say, wow, Tehuti. Let me see if I'm off the screen. People may say, wow, Tehuti, that is extremely interesting. What does any of this have to do with the designs incorporated into the architect work of the Whitehouse by these Freemasons? I want you to take a close look at something you've probably never noticed before. Some symbols on the White House that apparently serve no purpose other than them being symbols. But you will notice that they are paired in a dualistic nature. They're paired and always right beside each other. Take a look now that I have taught you all of these things. Pay attention to what your eyes see now. Let's go back to the White House to what you've never seen before. Here's the feminine symbol, biological imperative, semicircle. And it is paired with the... Now let me take you back to the White House. Now that I've opened your eyes, you can look again. Oh. Boom. There it is, everybody. What's this? right above and in between the windows, there is the triangle, the semicircle, the triangle, the semicircle, always paired. What do these symbols do? What does this do for the White House? Is it part of the window? Does this help the sunlight come in? Does this create shade? What is it? What are these actually doing? There they are right there. There's a triangle, the semicircle, the triangle, the semicircle again. Boom, right there in the White House. So boom, yes, the Kemet Ma'at geometric symbols of biological imperative and reproduction and ascension triangle with a point representing erection and the semicircle loaf of bread representing female expansion and sustenance right there on the White House. For what reason? Nobody seems to know. There's a set symbol, there's a semicircle, and there is the triangle right there. One is male, one is female. Here we go, everybody. Now let me take you back to the blueprint of the White House and look close again at the House of Leinster, the Grand Mason from whom the White House was designed after, and tell me if anything looks familiar. Let's go back to Ireland. Is this a coincidence? Uh-oh. There they are. The same. There they are. So there's the House of the seat of government that's in control of America. These shapes are called pediments. They call them pediments. I want you to make note, please, really make note that they call these pediments. Watch what happens with that word soon. Here we go. So there we are. Now we're in the Masonic Parliament House of Leinster, and there they are. There they are right there. You see that? Boom, 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 boom. And over the White House. How did this House of the seat of government control in Ireland? These today are called pediments. Why are they there? Do they make shade? What do they do? Why are they there? Here we go. So one is for the Duke of Leinster, where it started, the Grand Master Mason, from whose quote-unquote house was used as a blueprint of the White House with the apron on the biological imperative and the right hand arm extended. Do you see that? There's the apron over the phallus. George Washington, Grand Master Mason, who was the designer and placement of the White House with James Holden, who chose James Holden with the apron of biological imperative and the right arm extended. Do you see this? You see the apron over the phallus? Shall we go back to the triangle again? And who wore that? There's the apron over the phallus, representing male ascension and resurrection. So they know what it represents. They're literally wearing the apron. Do you think they're wearing the apron because they don't want to get food on their pants? Huh? Are they wearing the apron like babies wear a bib and an apron because they don't want to get, like how your mom wears the apron when she's cooking pie? She doesn't want to get food on her dress. Is that why these two men are wearing an apron? Absolutely not. That's a symbol of male biological imperative expression from Kemet, which underneath that is a phallus that's represented by the triangle, which pairs up with the semicircle, two symbols of biological imperative, and there they are both wearing the apron. Both owners of the same house. Boom. They are the architects. The architects of the matrix are loyal, consistent to their agenda, mission, and brotherhood, which echoes through their world power and symbols that they surround themselves with, which are originally your symbols, the symbols of the Netzer that I am bringing back to your consciousness. Here we are. There's a triangle, male, female. It is represented in Kemet by the triangle apron, owned by this man here who owns this house of government control. And here he is with the apron, and then the White House with the same symbols, owned by the next man with the apron. Here we go. It's just a coincidence, Tehuti. Yeah. Here we are. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom. If this is happening anywhere else, put the link in the room. Here we go. Here we are. Those are called pediments. Here they are, pediments. I'm going to zoom up closely. There they are, pediments. You see that? They're called pediments. All right. There's a triangle. There's a semicircle, triangle, semicircle, right here. And these are called pediments. They are over, this one here, over as the apron over the phallus. As you see him in the state of motion. You see Tutankhamun in the state of motion. Do you see? Let me show you. Here we go. I want you to get a good look again. You see them wearing that apron in Kemet? They're in motion always, right? Here we go. You see that? I want you to note. Everybody see this right here? Let me blow it up a little bit. See this apron, which is a triangle? The triangle there. And then you see his foot. What foot is out, everybody? You all know, we've talked to you many times. His left foot is in motion. I've done many classes and brought to the world the concept of the left foot and the heart being to the left side of the chest. You understand that that's the left foot, that which you're judged by. Right? This represents movement. You see Tutankhamun, the pharaohs, and you see them at war, always with this left foot moving. So there's the left foot, and there's the triangle. Remember that, everybody? That's the foot and the triangle. And we're two ancient symbols in the Nile Valley, which I've done multiple classes on. Now these here, they tell you that these here, in between the windows, which serve absolutely no purpose, are called pediments. Pediments. And it's the male and female symbol. Here we go, everybody ready? See, as these are called in the Freemasonry and architectural language, pediments. But why? And you will find that out for the first time, November 8th, 2025, for the first time. Remember, the cornerstone being the triangle shape. That was the base stone for the cornerstone, the capstone, the Masonic ritual and the construction of the White House. The first move they did, 1793. Right, the position of the capstone of the cornerstone, which represents the capstone of the Great Pyramid, which is the base foundation, yet it's at the top. Well, let me show you what the word they're using for these symbols on the White House, pediments, defines as. Are you ready? What's pediment? Huh? You've heard that word before in other words. Like the type of doctor that you take your children to. Here we go. Let's look up pediment. Uh-oh. Pediment. Triangular part of the facade in Greek style building. Pediment. Triangle part of the facade in Greek style building. 1660 alteration of paraments. A word of unknown origin said to be workman term, probably from dialect of pyramid. Huh? The word pediment that these things are called pyramid, which is associated with what? Ped, the foot. Huh? That's the symbol that's on the White House. Those two symbols there on the White House, they tell you they're called pediments. And when you look at the word pediment now means pyramid. And foot, of course. How did you get that? Pediment, okay? See, petty, the pedicure, there's foot. So where's the pyramid come from? They say pediment, etymologically, pyramid and foot. The two symbols in Kemet that represent the biological imperative, which is the pyramidal shape apron that the Freemasons wear now over the penis, which represents the ascension, the triangle shape. And every time you see them with that, the foot is out, the left foot, the ebe, the left foot. Now they say pediments on the Whitehouse. It means pyramid. There's the apron and foot. Yeah. Wait a minute. Pyramid. Wait a minute. One is a semicircle. I didn't know semicircles were pyramids. Draw a pyramid, little Kenny. And he draws a semicircle. He's going to fail the class. Boom, 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 boom. Semicircles are pyramids? No, these are all coded words. Pediment can't mean pyramid. And what language is that? Let's go to ancient Egypt and look at the pediments. Yeah, pediment means pyramid, from foot. Yeah, foot. Pedicure, the pediatrics, there's the foot part, but I can't see the pyramid, little Johnny, in the word. Wait a minute, the pediment is a semicircle too. How does that mean pyramid? Or is it just encoded to represent the pyramidal shape that the ancients were, which is the apron, where they have their foot out, the left foot in motion. Foot, Ebe. That's the symbol, that's the word for the left foot and the heart. And all of a sudden, pediment, it means pyramid and foot. Yeah! In Freemasonic language, you can't explain that in English. Go ahead, English teacher. Teacher, tell little Johnny how the word pediment means pyramid and foot. Which part of it means pyramid? No part of it means pyramid. They're telling you where it came from. The shape of where it came from, and the other shape that was the biological imperative match of it, which is a semicircle. Because you can't tell me that a semicircle is a pyramid. So how is a semicircle called a pediment too? When you say pediment means pyramid. I didn't know circles are pyramids. No, it's where they got it from. All Freemasonic coding. Here we go. November 8th, 2025 for the first time in your life. Now this is being revealed. If this is being revealed anywhere else, please put the book number, page, YouTube channel, timestamp. If not, appreciate and support the Tehuti podcast. Type your comments in the Cash App and send support for this great work that you're seeing for the first time in your life. Pediment, pyramid, pyramid, the foot. Yeah, from ped, like pedal. But it's a semicircle too. How is that a foot? What kind of foot is that? Here it is, boom. Yes, back to the Kemetic pyramid, the symbol of biological imperative. And I'm not done. Huh? I'm not done. I'm not done. If I ended here, it'd be fine, right? I'm not done. No. No, there's your pediment, semicircles, huh? The male and female cycle, the Medu image of the upright triangle and the semicircle tied to the symbols of biological imperative control, which ties into the Kemetic crown. Uh-oh. What do you mean, Tehuti? Again, the male and female cycle, the Medu image of the upright triangle and the semicircle, tying to symbols of biological imperative control, which ties into the Kemetic crown. Huh? Tehuti, what are you talking about? How does the pediments, how does it tie into the Kemetic crown? Well, the control of biological imperative is the control of your race, the control of your tribe, the control of everything is through sexuality. You don't produce, there is no society. There is no tribe. There is no son to pass the heir to, the kingship to. There is no daughter. There's nothing. There's nothing. The only thing that you can create as a person is the greatest thing, which is another life. That's the only thing two people can create. Everything else has to source from materials. If you're building a house, you need bricks. If you're building a pool, you may need cement. If you're building and knitting a dress, you need a needle and thread. If you put two naked people in a room, there's only one thing that they can make, which is the greatest thing that no scientist has figured out, which is life. No scientist on the planet has figured out, where did life come from? It is the most powerful thing in existence because it is that which makes you exist. Which is why the act of sexuality is also the name of your gender. What do you mean, Tehuti? When two people get together, it's called sex. When you fill out a document about what gender you are, they say, what sex are you? Wait a minute, I thought sex was an action. I thought sex was an action, like walking, skipping, jumping, fighting. Sex is an action, right? So how could I be a sex? Sex is the most powerful thing on the planet because it is the only thing that can create what no scientist can figure out, which is life. It's the only thing that two people can ever create. in a naked environment, in a room with no materials. Put two people together, and 9 months later, you can have a third person, which is more impressive than building a house. Because who's going to live in the house if there's no people? So biological imperative, male and female get together, is the most powerful aspect of creation because it creates life itself. It makes you in the image and likeness of the Netter, or as they say, the image and likeness of God. What is God? The creator. What did God create? Life. So that is the most powerful thing that can be ever created. It's more powerful than making a bike, more powerful than making a car. Who needs cars if there's no people? Huh? So, who is wearing it? The kings are wearing the apron over their biological imperative of creation. That apron is not just worn by the regular people of Kemet. That's Tutankhamun wearing that. What is he? A king. What do kings wear? Crowns. It's rulership. It's a symbol of rulership. Why? The king has to show his prowess through the running of Siniseret, which I talked about a week ago. The king has to show his prowess, has to show his sexual stamina. He's called the Great Bull. Why? Because bulls have the most powerful testosterone. He's called the Great Bull. Even the porno stars in the industry now are called bulls now. He's called the Great Bull. It represents sexual prowess. The more sexual prowess you have, the more masculine you are, the more appealing you are to a female. So thus, the crown, the rulership, also represents sexuality. That's why he lives in the symbol that represents a phallus. The phallus head, again, is the pyramid. That's where the pharaoh is placed. And the real one that he's placed like Teti and Pepi, and then the symbolic one where nobody's placed, which is the Great Pyramid of Giza. It represents resurrection to the next realm. I'm going to show you how it ties into the crown now, because who wears the crown? The king. And who's the king today? Would be the one who presides or the president. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Woo! Support the Tehuti podcast, everybody. If you appreciate this. If you've seen this anywhere else, any class like this, give the link, the page, the book number, the YouTube video. Let me know so we can have them join the House of a 10 and have them answer these questions like this. If not, this is a phenomenon that you're seeing that's more impressive than Michael Jordan sticking his tongue out, slamming a basketball. But he makes billions. That's important to you, isn't it? Here we go. Ready? Boom. Here we go. The Kemetic crown, symbol of biological imperative. What do you mean, Tehuti? There's the Kemetic crown. This is the head of the Neter Osiris. This is found 595 BC. How does this represent biological imperative? If you actually take a look inside what's called the white lily. Remember, these crowns are also called the hedge. There's the white crown and the red crown. If you look inside the white lily, you will see a portion that blooms out before, and it looks exactly like the sun. Here it is. There's the portion that blooms out of the white lily, and it looks like the sun. Here it is. Keep that in mind right there. What's the action or direction that moves in? There we go. What does that part move in for the birth to take place in the cycle of the white lily, which is actually stimulated by the sun itself? Here we go. Guess what it looks like in nature as it moves up, then springs forth to the top. It's a microcosm of rebirth of the sun, moving up the waterway, womb, result of the Father simultaneously resurrecting into immortality. Let's look at what it looks like. Boom, there's your crown right there. It moves up this way, and it gets to the top as a bulb. There's the crown right there, which is resurrection and erection. That's why the lily represents the shesh, or resurrection, and it represents consciousness. Why? Because the word shesh is the other word for writing material, or the word for book, from which one gets consciousness from. It's called the shesh. Also a word that means light consciousness. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. That's the real word for lily. Here we go, everybody. So boom. As you see, that's the crown right there. Now back to the pediments that they call them. That means pyramid and foot. I shall continue to reveal. Here we go. What is the original? What is the origin of these? What is the origin of these pediments, as stated by the Getty Museum? Tehuti, you're making this up. Well, let's see if the Getty Museum is making it up with me. What is the origin of these pediments that are on the White House, as stated by the Getty Museum themselves, even though James Holben saw them in Ireland and traced them back to Roman Greece? Let's go back to the true origin of these images. And this takes us to a book called Alexandria and Alexandrianism, put out by the actual Getty Museum. Right from the beginning, as soon as you hear the word Alexandria, of course you know where this takes us straight back to, which is Kemet. So here we go. So I'm telling you that the crown represents sexuality, and the crown associates with the symbol of what they're calling the pediments today, which is the female symbol and the male symbol of biological imperative and sexuality. Tehuti, how are you going to tie in the crown to the pediments? What are you talking about? You just made that up, but you don't teach that in the committee. My teacher taught me that the Egyptians were black, and that's it. Jesus was stolen, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong. Let's go past that to the Alexandrianism. Here we are. Here's the book right here, Alexandrianism, by the Getty Museum in Malibu, California. I mean, everything's in California. Getty Museum, Malibu, California, 1996. What does the Getty Museum say? And before we even get into the pages of the book that discuss the origin of the pediments, we already see the Greek Ptolemy dressed as the Kemetic follower of Ma'at, as the Par-E Nesubiti, who wore the pediment or wore pyramid as the apron. Here we go. So before we even get into right on the cover of the book, there's the Ptolemy imitating the Kemetic followers of Ma'at directly on the cover. And remember, this is the origin of the pediments, according to the museum, that inspired James Holben. That is on your Whitehouse today. That you didn't know was on your Whitehouse today. Let us continue. And as soon as we begin, you're about to see that the authors of the Getty Museum are going to outright and upfront say that a lot of Greek and Roman people are not going to be happy with this, because Greeks and Romans want to take pride in them being the origin of these things. Let us read this together, family, and listen to the words closely. Let me take you to page 127 of the Getty Museum's book, Alexandria and Alexandrianism. Are you ready, everybody? What does it say on that page? What's Tehuti tying in the pediments to the crown? What are you talking about, man? Even if it's a male and female symbol, what does that do with the crown? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about, Willis? From the double crown. What does that say? From the double crown to what? To the double pediments. Tehuti in the Getty Museum is making it up. Here we go. Show them what you made up, Tehuti. Here we go. From the double crown, that's the Kemetic crown, to the double pediments. We are used to seeing the pantheon as a Roman interpretation of a Greek tradition. Let me shrink this down. We are used to seeing the pantheon as a Roman interpretation of a Greek tradition, but it may be just as appropriate to see some of what we think is essentially Roman in this building as essentially Egyptian. This paper proposes that an Egyptian architecture was developed in the Nile Valley in the Ptolemaic period in conscious opposition to the imported Greek tradition, and that it was there ready to be used for similar purposes by the country's new conquerors, the Romans. It also argues that the psychological and intellectual framework that allowed Egyptians to develop their new anti-Greek style is deeply embedded in the Egyptian mind since the first dynasties. The basic proposition of this paper, alluded to the hieroglyphic of the title, is that the alternate pediment decoration of the Pantheon's interior is a direct descendant of the pharaoh's double crown. The attitudes in geography, history, art, and ultimately to culture that allowed the formulation and development of this tradition in Egypt and its inheritance by Romans were not only alien to Greek views, but constituted a critique of Greek culture and an illustration of some of the fundamental limitations. This argument may not please everyone. We like to pride ourselves in being the heirs to a distinctively Greek tradition, and especially proud of the way our great intellectual institutions are based on theirs. Nowhere in this is more true than the Getty Museum, which can claim unusually direct descent through the Villa dei Papyri from the motions and library of Alexandria, and it's certainly from the scholars of the museum that the West inherited confidence that it had little to learn from non-Greeks, yet the museum and library themselves can only be explained as conscious imitation by Greek invaders of Egyptian institutions. In the Greek world, there was no tradition of buildings, housing communities of scholars working on large collections of texts. In Egypt, every great temple had its staff and priests and its papyrus library. Greece may, in the schools of sophistics, that's where you get the word sophisticated. You're so sophisticated. The sophistics and philosophers provide the model for the Western teaching institutions, but the ultimate model for the great Western research institutions is Egyptian. Such a point of view is difficult for us to accept. It is hard for us to turn the clock back and open our minds to Egypt, to view it. Let's shrink this down, huh? The pediments. Uh-oh! What's that? Getty Museum? Are those the crowns that Tehuti just showed? Huh? From double crown to double pediments? Uh-oh. Huh? The pediments are the crowns of Kemet. That's what the pediment is. Pediment means pyramid and foot. Biological imperative, and there's the pediments right there. Ooh. Huh? Just as Greeks and Romans did. That is, as a granary reservoir of taxes, a source of exotic flora and fauna, and land of mysterious ruins, the Greeks believed in one cultural system, theirs, which themselves were at the center. Their model for culture was a single mind, whether it was the mind of the individual human or the one of the divine mind that ruled the universe. Philosophically, they were monarchists, and they were also uniculturalists. The Greeks did not like there being two of anything. The Greek state that typically ruled by a single leader, whether king, tyrant, or strategia, or by a single class, be the noble of the demos in the balance between, I can't read that word there. Men were superior to women, who were typically regarded as defective males. Few Greeks could speak two languages, which is why the only Ptolemy who could speak Egyptian was the last Cleopatra. The Greeks also had one type of pediment, the triangle one. Huh? the triangle one. The Romans, on the other hand, thought in terms of twos. And this is where this inquiry begins. Not only did the Romans have two types of pediment, the triangle and the segmental, which is a semicircle, they were happy to have two of most things. Indeed, their culture was founded on the importance of dualism. Their state was ruled by two councils. There's the pediment, everybody. There is the symbol that links into the pediment, which is biological imperative. And they're showing you that the pediments are associated with the symbols of the Kemetic crown, biological imperative. Tehuti did not write this book. Let me come to the screen just to confirm. Let me confirm, everybody. I just want to confirm one thing. Tehuti did not write that book. That's the Getty Museum. That's the Getty Museum showing you from the double crown to the pediment, the symbol of biological imperative, whether it is in the shape of semicircle, in this shape, the penis head ascension, or whether it's in the shape of the crown, which is also biological imperative. Both of them are associated with this word, this strange word, pediment. When you look it up, it's pyramid and foot. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Tehuti's making it up. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Here we are. Huh? There's your pediment. Uh-oh. Boom. There are the pediment origins right there announced in the Getty Museum, which ties into exactly what I just taught you, which was the crown symbol of biological imperative. And now these quote-unquote pediments, as they're called, are symbolic symbols right there on your Whitehouse. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. If you're getting this breakdown build-up anywhere else, let us know, please. If not, appreciate this phenomenon of the netter that is brought to you in this day and time, and support the Tehuti Pod class and the movement of the House of Aten, the only ones in existence to bring you all of this. And I'm still not done. Huh? If you're getting this anywhere else, please let us know. Please, I need to know. I need to know. If not, understand this is, to me, more impressive than the man that plays Jason, who's a millionaire right now because he holds a long knife and kills people. Now he's a millionaire. Appreciate this more than Jason and Chucky. Here we go in donuts. Have you ever noticed what has been crafted in the direct center of the White House entrance? But if I were to tell you that there is a specific shape, Aku, I want people to call that people call today pyramid directly over the center. Let me break the matrix and let me show you the code. Look at the White House again. Right on the top is the huge pediment. You see that? Right on the top is the huge triangle right there. There's a dualistic ones, semicircle, man, woman. Sorry, woman, man, woman, man, woman, man, woman, man, woman, man, woman. Here we go. And there's the one at the top. Huge one, pediment, right at the top. Now watch what happens. Let me reveal something to you, everybody. Welcome to the pod class, November 8th, 2025. Let me reveal something to you for the first time. Let me reveal to you for the first time on this date, Saturday, November the 8th, 2025, where this actually comes from and how this ties into the netter. Huh? Let me introduce you to the temple in Greece called Hephaestus from 1421 BC. Anybody ever here connected the White House to the temple of Hephaestus? There we go. Uh-oh. 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 Temple of Hephaestus, 1421 BC. Does it look familiar, anybody? Anybody there? Huh? Now let me take you back to the ritual that you call the White House today. Hey, Rateto, are you watching this? You look at all this? Here we go. Let's put them side by side. Uh-oh. Boom. Do you see it now? Do you see the pillars? Do you see the huge pediment at the top? Do you see it now? I hope so. because that's where they say they got it from. When they say James Hoban used the Irish Parliament building, and he also took from ancient Roman examples or Greek examples, they state in their White House history that one of the examples was the Temple of Hephaestus. And they made the center of the White House. The center, yes, the direct center of the White House is an imitation of the Temple of Hephaestus that they attribute to the craftsman designer James Hoban. What kind of class is this? I put a circle around the center. Oh, there's a center. This center part right here is the Temple of Hephaestus. You see that? Now let me narrow this down to more specifics with the eye of Ma'at. I want you to remember that I showed you years ago in the history book of Herodotus too, that the gods of the Olympia came from and were influenced by the people of Kemet, the followers of Tehuti. Here we go, everybody. Let me shrink this down so you can see them side by side. Hephaestus. In case you don't remember the name, Hephaestus. Very good. Do you see it now? They tell you in the history class that the Temple of Hephaestus was a temple used as an inspiration to the White House. When you look, you see there's the pillars, there's the pediment right there. The center of the White House is the entrance of it is the Temple of Hephaestus. 1421. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. If you're seeing this breakdown anywhere else, let us know. Let us know. I'll let that person run the pod class for a week. Here we go. If not, understand what the nets are bringing to you here. One phenomenon, and that's it. Here it is, everybody. Ready? Here you go. Hephaestus. Uh-oh. Now we're going into Herodotus. What does it say here? Herodotus, whatever I may record, I shall record only because I am compelled by the course of the story. But as to those matters which concern men, this is in the histories book too. But as to those matters which concern men, the priests agreed with one another in saying that the Egyptians were the first of all men on earth to find the course of the year, having divided the course of the seasons into 12 parts to make up the whole. And this, they said, they found out from the stars. They reckon more wisely than the Greeks, Hellenes. As it seems to me, insomuch as the Hellenes, Greeks, throw in an intercalculated month every other year to make the seasons right, whereas the Egyptians, reckoning the 12 months as 30 days each, bring in also every year 5 days beyond the number. That's where you get your 365 they use today. And thus the circle of their seasons is completed and comes around to the same point whence it set out. And they said moreover that the Egyptians were the first who brought into appellations for the 12 gods of the Hellenes. So the first to bring in the appellations for 12 gods of the Hellenes took up the use for them. And that there were the first who assigned altars and images and temples to the gods. So understand that your 12 gods called the Olympia, which you get the word Olympics from today, the Olympia, the 12 gods, the appellations came from the Kemetic people, and the Greeks took up use from them. The Greeks took up use from them. The Greeks took up use from them, and they were the first to assign the altars, images, temples to the gods, which are the Olympia, and who engraved figures on stones. And with regards to greater number of these things, they showed me evidence that this had happened so. So this Hephaestus, remember Hephaestus? Well, this Hephaestus, is Hephaestus one of the Olympia? One of the 12 Olympia that were mutated and taken from the Kemet and Tiru? Well, let me show you the list of the Olympias. Let's find out who Hephaestus is. Who's this Hephaestus? Here we go. Ready? Everybody say it with me now. Hephaestus. Hey, here's the Olympia. Let's see if Hephaestus is on there, because if Hephaestus is on there, then the concept of him came from Kemet. Uh-oh. There he is. I got the arrow points at him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Remember that? What was that? What is that again? I had that in my brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Someone electric company in one of them. 1, 2, 3. Here they are. The Olympias. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hephaestus. There you are, Hephaestus. We caught you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hephaestus. Hey, there you are. Huh? There you are. We got you, Hephaestus. You're one of the 12 that Herodotus said came from Kemet. Uh-oh. Okay, there he is. There's Hephaestus, so we know that the temple was taken. The Hephaestus temple was taken to design the White House. Hephaestus is one of the 12. We see from Herodotus that Hephaestus was taken from Kemet. Okay, there is this Hephaestus, the design of the temple that influenced the design of the White House. On the list of the Olympia, Herodotus himself was taken and stolen from Kemet, the Kemet material. Let's look back at the design of the building again. That is supposed to be of Hephaestus. But being that I just read Herodotus acknowledged that the Olympias, the 12 specifically, and the Greek gods were taken from the ancient Kemet material, who is Hephaestus? That this master craftsman, architect, master craftsman, mason, which is a builder, James Hoban, used to create the White House. Let me take you back. Let me take you to Britannica Encyclopedia. Hephaestus. Who are you, Hephaestus? I need to know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti made it up. Here we go. Uh-oh, man. What's happening here? Ptah. What is that? What? What's going on? Ptah. In Egyptian religion, creator god, maker of things, and patron of who? The craftsmen, especially the sculptors. Huh? Those are the architects. Huh? Everything's encoded in. The high priests were called the chief controllers of the craftsmen. The Greeks identified Ptah with Hephaestus. Hey, ho, there you are. The blacksmith. Huh? The architect. Chosen by who? The architect. James Hoban, to design the White House. The architecture of the White House. Chosen by James Hoban, taken by the Greek god who was taken from the architect. Ptah. Hephaestus. There's the center of your White House is the temple of Hephaestus, who to the Greeks was the temple of Ptah. Huh? What does Ptah mean? Uh-oh. Ptah means the same thing that James Hoban's job was. Uh-oh. Ptah. Architect. Master craftsman. In working metal, sculpture, designer, fashioner of bodies of men, blacksmith, sculpture, mason of the gods. Mason of the gods. Mason of the gods. There's your Ptah, mason of the gods. Huh? The masons chose Ptah, the mason of the gods. Boom, Hephaestus was a dedication to Ptah, the master architect, craftsman, builder, designer of the building by the architect, craftsman, free mason, encoded directly into the White House as the mason of the gods. Hotep, I'm done. Woo! Hephaestus. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on either July 4th, Thanksgiving, donuts, Doritos, or if you have learned and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your current understanding of this specific subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called White House Origins, Ma'at over Masons, only at the podcast House of a 10, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And there is way more. If you would like a part 2 send your support. Sending that support is separate from your regular support for and appreciation for this class, and you'll get a part 2 if you want. Hephaestus. There you go, everybody. And there's your Master Mason builder, James Hoban, chosen to imitate the building of the Master Mason, the Leinster to design the house for the Master Mason, holding his building tools, George Washington to set up the Kemetic pediment symbols over the White House to represent the center of Hephaestus from Ptah, the Master Mason. Hotep, I'm done. Huh? In a moment. 2 hours and 1 minute. Hephaestus. Let me see what the people thought about it inside the chat, and then I'm going to put the link in the room and to see the people who actually really appreciated this and support this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. 2 hours of nothing you've heard about in your life. Hephaestus. The Master Mason Ptah. Here we go, everybody. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If you appreciate this more than Freddy Krueger and Jason and donuts, of which we've all supported, and weed, support this. The White House has never been broken down in history prior to today. If so, put the link in the room, the book number, page number. If not, appreciate this phenomenon more than Chucky. More than Denzel Bone Crusher. Shout out to Denzel. But I think this is more important. Here we go, everybody. We got Angela Gates putting up fire, 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 fire. Hephaestus got some explaining to do. Robert Williams, we got harassed with the fire, 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 fire. We got Maharu with the Henu Saba, Henu. And jump in the chat, jump in the panel. We're going to now go over the cash apps. For the new people watching, this is a reciprocity support system. If you truly appreciate it, type your comments in the cash app. Say, I appreciated this, Tehuti. Tua, for your time. I've never heard of this before. I look forward to taking this to my friends to start this beautiful conversation to break them out of the matrix by just bringing up the White House, and we can move it right into Ptah, right into the Native Americans, right into the Potawatomi, right into the dual rivers, right into the coordinates of the square, Columbia, Columbus, and Christopher Columbus. How much was broken down and built up in this class? I'm gonna go to the. I don't know if I'm gonna have to sleep, but I'm gonna go now to the Cash Apps and the PayPal to show the new people watching. This is how we show reciprocity for the appreciation of the work that was done to break people down. Break this down and build this up. There's the Jed. I hear the beep, 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 beep. Cash Apps coming in. Hey, the Jed, Hotep. I want to hear what Retetua says about this class, too. The Jed may be away. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Okay, we are back, everybody. Jet, are you there, good brother? Okay, we're going to get into the support system to see who actually appreciated this class. Who watched this class and appreciated it? We have 80 Thieves. Here we go. Boom, let's go ahead and show for those who appreciate it. Oh, this is for the this, this is for something else. I mean that this is for the next. Hold on, let me. I hear people. Boop, 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 I all, boop, 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 boop. Okay, there they are. There is Amunet, the Jed. There you go. All right, harass. How you like it?
That was great, Saba. I'm really glad that you touched on, because that's one of the things that I had forgot about earlier was what they said, that the river and the land that we live on now is definitely sacred. So I truly appreciate you touching on that as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Glad you appreciate it. Excellent. Amunet, can you say this with me? Yes. He's like, no, I want to say Fatah. What'd you think, Amunet? Huh?
Greetings. I thought this class was very, very great and filled with information. It was 2 hours long, and I appreciate all of the hard work that you put into it, and I appreciate you very much too for everything.
Okay, we're gonna go. I'm glad you appreciate it. Now we're gonna show all the new people in the room the appreciation. Here we go. Coming from Maharu, and I see Sarah here. I see Amun. Okay, I see all the beautiful regular supporters who appreciate me. And we're gonna go to Maharu first. What is this? Oh, this is Ren. No, we don't want the Ren. We want we want
Can you hear me?
I hear something. Is that the Jet? I hear something.
Can you hear me? What's up?
Oh yes.
Peace.
What's up? Yes, what's up? The Jet, here we go. All right, you got some little bit of more information on the White House now than you had yesterday?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I always knew about some of the the cuts within the White House, but not the way you broke it down. Of course, you always see the cool shapes and things of that nature, but that was about it. That's all I really had, but that wasn't enough to be like, oh yeah, let me break that down.
Yes. There we go. It's amazing how the Masons do it. It's amazing the language that's used, the magic that's used, pediments. I mean, pyramid and foot. So now you can look at the White House and you could show your friend, hey, see the center of the White House? They say in their American White House history that they use Hephaestus temple. They say that. It's not Tehuti looking at it and say, hey, it looks like Hephaestus. They say that, and they show the pediment on the top. They say that that's what James Holman used. And when you go look up Hephaestus, he's the master builder, mason, the designer. All right, we're gonna go to the support system. Here we go. The Begay Leisure. The first I'm gonna read are the supports. Amunet, are you able to do the sounds?
Yes.
Okay, good. Is Amun asleep?
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. Sleep well, Amun. All right, here we go. So go ahead and read that for me, Amunet, and do the sound for me, please.
$25 from Big Leisure for Kenu Natir Saba Tehuti, more precious than plagiarized Bible, Torah, and Quran.
Oh, beautiful. Give him some big noise for that, please. Big noise.
You are watching a master at work.
There is no spoon.
Excellent. Thank you, Maharu. Appreciate you. Excellent. We're going to go back to the supports and see if you appreciated this class. type your comment of appreciation in the Cash App and the PayPal and send support. It's very easy for everybody to type free in the chat and just type and run off. But if you truly appreciate this, like people appreciate the basketball game, weed, marijuana, heading out with their friends, buying shots, whatever people do, buying bubble gum, whatever it is, support this. If this has uplifted your mind, if it hasn't, then just type in the chat. I already knew all this. This has done nothing for my brain. This is easy work. I could have done this class, and then no problem. But if this is something that time is taken, we appreciate breakdancers. Much shout out to them. They're excellent. We will see a breakdancer on the street, and he's dancing, and we'll throw him a tip of support because we appreciate the work he's doing. That he learned the skill of breakdancing. So we appreciate breakdancers, clowns on the street, mimes, all kind of things. We tip waiters for simply bringing us the food that we paid for. And here we go. So shout out to the supporters of the Tehuti podcast that want this to continue. And thus we have Sarah Jean, who's on the panel, and thus she can read it. Whoa.
$40 for two netter, 2 feathers in the heart.
All right, Tua to you and Nina for everything you appreciate me for, and Amonette, make some noise for Sarah Jean.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Excellent, excellent. All right, and oh, here we go. Great supporter, Robert E. Williams, who was in the chat typing about different dimensional existences. Typing all tight. Asfetius has some explaining to do. He's talking about the illusionary, the 2 different worlds, and all type of great things he was putting in there. Robert Williams is a great appreciator. Robert Williams is an example of those who want the podcast and me to continue this. I appreciate all the new people watching. Everybody, appreciate if you're watching. Scrolling at the bottom, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rock SV. If you appreciate this and want this to stay, if you like this, go ahead. Jay, could you read that for us, please, for your brother Robert E. Williams?
Yes, it says.
If you're there.
Yes, it says. For I have to rewind, but for time, Hotep with the Kahans and the fire. 4572, Robert E. Williams Jr.
4572 what?
Robert E. Williams Jr.
Well, thank you. Thank you to Jeff for reading that. And Amonette, give Robert E. Williams some noise.
You are watching a master at work.
All right, everybody. We got who else appreciated the class? We have is Hush Nation gone to bed? Hush Nation, are you around? Or for two? For two, are you around? I know where he is. It's a different time zone, so maybe 3 in the morning where he is. So he may have gone to the Upesh right now. Oh, is it going to do this to me again? That's it. Okay, let me try this. I wonder why it does that. Interesting. Okay, so we got on it. Go to this. Share screen, Windows. Oh, here it is. So, Fatu Kemba. Read that for us, Sarah, please.
Yes, Eric Romney sent $9.99. Tua Henu Hotep Saba Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra.
All right, thank you. Thank you for two, Kemba. I don't even know if you're around to hear the thank you, but you are appreciated and continuous. All right, we have who is this? We have Quinn Clark. Oh, Quinn Clark. This is from earlier. He actually sent in for a Metanetter class. Is there anybody watching the pod class right now who does not know what the Metanetter class? Oh no, this is no. This is a question. Quinn Clark. Another brother sent in for the Metanetter class. This is a question from Quinn Clark. Here we go. So from November 8th. Okay. There's actually a question from the good brother, consistent brother Quinn Clark. He's been around, I think, from Killer Priest as well. So we got Jack, could you read that first, please, if you're there?
Yes, it says from Quinn Clark for why is the media obsessed with King Tut psyops with question marks? $30.
All right, thank you for reading that. We're going to get to that as soon as we can. Quinn Clark, and give Quinn Clark some big noise, please. All right, thank you, Eminette, for the noise.
You're very welcome.
All right. And Dr. Quinn Clark. And where's the other brother? Maybe this is him. No, that's where's the other brother? It's is this him? Yes, Marcus Kemp. Here we go. So we got Marcus Kemp for Metanetter class number 12. What's this? 1, 2, 4. All right, here's Marcus Kemp for the Metanetter class number 12. And it's a set of 65 private classes. They are paid private classes, not for the public, never on YouTube. And there were classes directly pertaining to the direct teachings out of the papyrus, which there was magic classes, there was practice ritual classes, out of body classes, meditation, all type of different classes that I will not teach in public. And he sent in $20 to get class number 12 of 65, and he has it already now. He has it already. Give him some noise, please. Email this mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. It used to be every Monday at 1:30. They got canceled because it was too much time. But I am about 70% motivated to bring the classes back. Aminette is smiling. Harass is shaking her head. Yeah, those men in the classes, the questions that you couldn't answer here, they're very personal. You could take the class and immediately go and set up your bedroom. You could go in, all type of things happen in those classes, and I am motivated to bring them back.
I like when you gave homework, Saba.
What's that? Say it again?
I said I like when you gave homework.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. What a great! I'm gonna bring it. I'm 80% now. Just harassed at that. I went from 70. I'm 80% gonna bring back the men in the class because I gave out homework and we started the class and that was great. All right. I'm 80% harassed. I'm 80%. Okay. Shout out to all the supporters. Where is the support? Great family. Those who saw the pod class and enjoyed it. I was just about to ask about Tehuti. Tehuti, if you're listening, you are psychic. I saw what you sent in. I was just about to say that I looked at the files and I believe I've answered every question. Every question, Tehuti, all the big questions. There were 2 questions. Two he changed. One was about the mental frequency. I told him to go to the mentor class. That was changing something else. And then the other one was Jesus, that he changed the discipline. But I'm looking down, I've answered, to my knowledge, all the questions. I was about to tell Tehuti, go ahead and send in one of your big questions that take up the whole pod class. And I just looked and he did. All right. Boom. We have Amun and Amunet. Amunet, who's on the screen representing. Ooh. Is it on the screen? No. Okay. Let's see. It's not showing it. Let me try this again. Let's see. I'm gonna is it there? Yeah, okay. It's there. I'm gonna click on it. Let's see if it happens this way. Now shout out to Amun and Amunet. Let's see if it shows up now. Oh, I see. Okay, there it is. Boom! Amun and Amunet, you all can read. All right, you can read this, Amunet, please.
$45 for entire pod class, 2 off for all that you do, or a TEF with a black.
Nini Hook. And 2 for reading it, and 2 for the great support. Give yourself some big noise.
There is no spoon.
You are watching a master at work.
Big Papa Kurt.
Oh, classic. I was in the net third. Oh my goodness, man. Okay. All right. We're gonna go to we got the Jed here, who's on the screen. Hey, the Jed, I have a question for you. Can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Can you hear me, Saba? Hold up. Peace.
I hear you good. The name in the chat earlier was Alchemist Mystic. Is that your brother?
No, I think his is just the Alchemist by itself.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So we got the Jed with his support. Let me click on it. I guess that's what makes it show. Yeah. Let me close these windows. Let's see. Boom. Close that. I'll go to the screen share. Let's see if it shows up Windows. There it is. Okay, good. Yay. All right, there you go, the Jay. Go ahead and read that for us. PDDDs.
Yes, it says tip for Kemet influence, Tua Saba, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and a Great Ra.
All right, give the Jet some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
All right, thank you. And there's Tehuti. He's in the class. I have about 3-4 more questions pending. I'm not sure what that means. That means you're to send in, or that you think haven't been answered. We'll go through that. I don't have anything on the list for you that hasn't been answered yet. I do have two that haven't been answered. That's because they were changed to something else. But we'll go through it and find out what that is. I know one was on the mind frequency, and one was Jazus that was changed to discipline. But I'm looking forward to this new one that you sent in, because your questions are always your questions always lead to monumental pod classes. So, boom, lick it. All right. All right, we're going to Tetua. Tetua is so appreciative of Jesus. Her testimonies are great. She really takes this path seriously. Jesus. Hey, the Jack, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, so.
I would love to have a camera on Retetua in her regular day to see how she interacts with people in the Matrix, knowing all this stuff. I would love to see her facial expressions, just trying to live the day, knowing that everybody's in the Matrix. I got to see that one day. I know you see. Well, you ever see her? Yes, you see her out in the public. You see her at work, the Jen, around regular people.
No, I don't see her at work, but we talk about it all the time. She's been in that state of mind for a while now.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay, shout out to Retetua here with her support, which is like the Jet. Oh, she wants part 2. Okay, Jet, go ahead and read this for us, please.
Yes, it says for part 2 of today's class, Tua, $22.22 for Retetua Mut Out Lopez.
Okay, give her some big noise, Amunet.
And yes, the Hekau really works. I love the House of Atu.
All right, shout out, thank you. And we have the new person in the room, 7 pattern 77, who says priestly class. Okay, priestly class, nice. Okay, interesting. Tour for that. I'm glad you appreciate it. We have we have Big Vapes with another one. I'm gonna read this one, then we got Big Vapes, and then I'm gonna take a break and come back and see if there's any more. There's more donations, and then get on to the next class question. We got Robert E. Williams again. Robert E. Williams again. There we go. It's not showing. Let me fix this. So tricky. Like that, boom. Like this. Share screen. Windows. And where's Robert E. Williams? It's not showing. Oh, weird. Okay. So, okay. We'll go here. I'm going to click on Robert E. Williams. And then go to share screen. And then go to Windows. Let's see if it shows up now. It's very, very odd. There's Robert E. Williams. I'm seeing it, but I can't see it on the screen. Okay. So we're going to do this thing. I'm going to go to manually put in Robert E. Williams into the Chrome tab. Here we go. And now we should be able to see it. Priestly class. Here we go. There's Robert E. Williams. Okay. All right. Robert E. Williams. Could you read that for us, the Jed, please?
Yes, it says, for the White House is about to go quantum. You got the eyes, big fangs, and a wow face emoji, $20.72.
Okay. I want to know what that means right there. Robert, you can type in there. What does that mean? The White House is about to go quantum. Okay, give us some big noise, please.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Okay, fam, I'm gonna read one more. Two more. I'm gonna read Ampu and Tehuti. So here. Well, Tehuti actually gave two. There's this one and there's a much larger one. I'll read that one later. I'll read this one at Ampu, then I'm gonna take a break and come back. Hey, why did it say 19? I wish. Let me correct this. Not 19. That'd be nice. Okay, this one is. All right, shout out to Tehuti. See if it shows up. Huh. Let me go ahead and put that in the Chrome tab. Chrome tab. All right, shout out to Tehuti. Here we go. Boom, boom. Chrome tab. There it is. All right, shout out to Tehuti. I'll go ahead and read this one. For my brain plays Tehuti pod class like a sport plus support. All right, and we're gonna give, even though it's over $20, get some noise, but he gave a huge one after this, so I'm gonna go ahead and give him some big noise. Give him some hand class for this, please. Amunet.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Woo! Okay, I'll read one more, then I'm going to take a break. And you all send your support in. We have Ampu, and then I see Bassett too, but I'm going to read Ampu's right now. And then it's break time. And I'm going to come back, read a couple more supports, and then on to the next question. On to Tartaria. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Windows.
Who's this? Ampu. Here we go. All right, there is Ampu. Ampu Ma'ateka. This one's easy to read. I'm going to read this one. TFTK, which means thanks for the knowledge, with a Ma'at feather and 3 Netzer axes. Give Ampu some hand claps, please.
You are watching a master at work.
Thank you. Tua, everybody. I'm going to take a little break now, revive myself, come back, and when I come back, we're going to read a couple more supports, and then we're going to get into the next one, which is here, Tartaria, or the Tartarians, ancient lost civilization of Tartaria. We'll get back into that one when I come back, everybody. Support the Tehuti podcast, Cash App, PTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. You see it strolling at the bottom, and if you don't, blick it. There it is. All right. I'll be back, everybody. Support the Tehuti podcast. I will be back. When I come back, we'll get into Tartaria and some more support. What's up, everybody? Peace and love.
Hotep, peace and love. Enjoy your break. And Hotep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hotep to everyone listening. Peace to everyone listening. Tua, and thank you to everyone who is supporting the Great Saba for this beautiful life, these beautiful questions that he is always answering. He is extremely skilled, extremely talented, and each question is a gift to me. Personally, I love receiving all of these beautiful answers that Saba gives. Every single question is needed in my life, no matter what it is or what topic. They always help me in certain ways, and I think that's very, very beautiful and extremely powerful as well. I very much love being a part of the House of Aten, being a student of Saba Tehuti. He has helped me in so many ways, has saved my life, continues to save my life in many ways. And I'm so very thankful for the nefer, the beautiful changes that have happened in my life because of Saba Tehuti. So I'm very appreciative, and I'm feeling happy to be here, be alive, that all of us are here and alive. It is a gift to be alive today and to be breathing. So I'm very thankful for that. And how are you feeling, Great Harass? What's on your Eve today?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad to be here. I had a great time at the pathways. Glad that I was able to meet everyone. I was able to introduce Sky. Sky acted her normal self, so I really found that to be a positive. She wasn't withdrawn. In fact, she was very, very outspoken and wanted to be involved. So I really enjoyed that. I see that YouTube have changed their handles, where now that the handles are being shown, and I like how Rentet Tua has updated her Cash App. So that's what I don't want to update my handle yet, because I think you only get one, and I have harassed it as my other, so I really want to save that for when I get my Ren next year. I'm just, like I said, I'm just glad to be here. I was trying to bring up earlier, I don't remember if Angela and Hush, anyway, we were talking about the monitoring spirits, and I was, before Saba even got there, and Saba touched on that in the last class. I thought that was amazing. But yeah, I'm just glad that I'm able to be a part of this. I'm glad that Saba has come into my life, has improved me. I continue to improve, and like Saba said earlier, it's gradual. There's things that that I gave up at the beginning of this. Because I was still stuck in some ways that I could rationalize and say, okay, well, this is still okay. But then as I continue to grow within my art, I've since given up a lot more things as well. Because like you said earlier, it's a gradual thing, and your mind adapts, your mind alters and changes, and one with your heart. Like I said, I'm just glad that I'm able to experience this. I'm glad to be a part of this. I never questioned Saba as far as like this is my path. It's always, if anything, it's me that's I'm struggling with. Because living out here in this world, in this matrix that we're in, it's hard because everyone around me that I have to work with, I have to see is a part of like these things that they don't even understand that they're a part of. So it's just hard. And then I'm trying to say, hey, that's not, this is what this originates from. This is what it, and like I know people get tired of me and I don't care. But yeah, I'm feeling great. Glad to be here. I'm glad to physically see everyone in the flesh at the pathways, and that's definitely something that I'm going to be planning for each year, and not having to let the last minute say, hey, you know what, which I'm really glad that I did, say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to make the trip and go. So now that I have a full year to plan, that I'm all in. So I'm starting now. So
Nefer, beautiful words. I'm very happy that we met each other in person too. I really enjoyed, and I always enjoy being in person as well. It's so beautiful because it's so much different than online. It's so much better and more natural. So I really loved that. And actually, I want to know, how do you feel about getting your run? Because that is extremely exciting, and I'm looking forward to that. So, and Hanu to you as well for all the things that you're doing for yourself and all the things that you've purified from, all the workings that you've done. I want to say that as well. Hanu to you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm curious to. I guess I want to start thinking about the attributes, because that's always so hard. I can definitely see what's in others, but I also know that I want to take the best of me, and that's what I want to do. And I know I have so many good things, but putting them down is a little bit harder. So yeah, I'm definitely, and like I said, when I get my new REN, I'm gonna be fully committed. I want to get it, like, my name officially changed. It's gonna be on my driver's license. It's gonna be on my identification card. It's gonna be everywhere and everything that I represent. So yeah, I'm super excited. Like I said, I have a full year to think about it and plan. And think about my attributes as well. So I'm definitely excited. Yeah, and possibly Sky too, man. Like,
yeah, that would be very, very beautiful. I'm looking forward to it very much. Getting a REN is so powerful, and it really does change you. I've changed so much, and I do feel the difference too. You really feel the change, and it's so beautiful to be able to experience something like this and to be able to get named by Tehuti, where you can get rebirthed from the Nefer. It's really beautiful, and I've definitely seen changes, improvements in my life, even the way I think. Many aspects of myself I've changed, and it kind of just happens naturally as well. It also gives like motivation because you have a REN as well, so you want to live up to your REN, and different things like that. Really, really beautiful to have a Ren and to be able to imbue in this way, because being at my work as well, I'm called Amunet, which is very beautiful. So being in a place like that and then people call me by my actual name is very, very beautiful. I'm extremely thankful for that. It's very magical the way that happened, that we were able to do that. And yeah, I love it very, very much. And it's extremely powerful. I've had many more experiences as well with out of bodies and things like that after getting my Ren, more structured and just so much better. I'm very thankful to Sabatu Yamanhotep Ra for this beautiful Ren and for giving this opportunity to us, because this is not happening anywhere else in the way that it's happening here. So I'm very appreciative.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was saying to myself as well. Like, I know so many magical things happen to me just now, with my name and who I am now, and I just know that the more that I keep imbuing my eye, and then with my name change and that and staying in that frequency, I know just so much more magical things is going to happen. And but one's definition of magical is not mine. Like finding a feather on a path that I had just walked in on and walking back out on it, and now there's a feather in my path. That's magical to me. I know that might not be magical to some, but that's magical to me. And I'm trying to think of the word, like, not to, but quantifiable, like, you know, it's not very likely to happen. Things that's constantly happening to me, things that I cannot explain and that are so unlikely to happen. Like I said, I'm just, that's why I never want to stray from this path, because I've always had like weird things that happen, but they've just been so plentiful since I've been 3-4 years since I've been really walking this, and I never want that to go away from me. I always want it to stay, so I'm so grateful for that.
Yes, definitely. And to for staying, for strengthening yourself and all these beautiful things that we all do within Ma'at and this beautiful house of Aten. For me as well, magical things happen, and I've noticed as well it gets more powerful, or more more, I don't know how to describe it, but bigger events and more of them and just more powerful. And every time it happens, I really, really love seeing like synchronicities happen, or just things lining up perfectly, or if I'm thinking of something and speaking of something, I see it somewhere. And I love when that happens, because it really shows me in physical form and affirms just that I'm in a correct energy, and I see that like manifestation happening, things like that, and it really helps me focus on my thoughts and to make sure I'm pure within, because that these little things that I see are happening all the time, no matter if I see it or not. It's always happening. And so I love when I see it, when I notice and observe the synchronicities that are happening around me. And yeah, it really affirms that I am doing well and that I am focused, because that's extremely important to me. Being focused and making sure my mind is pure, because yeah, as we know, it definitely creates our reality. And these synchronicities, if you guys in the chat or whoever's watching, if you have experienced synchronicities as well, that is or manifestation, any of those, that is proof that our thoughts manifest and the things that we say manifest in physical reality. So that is extremely powerful, and that is a big motivation for me to continue my purification every single day, because it is a daily act. You have to continue purifying, and there is no end to the purification. So I make sure to do that every single day and make sure that I am continuing the purification daily, so that I'm always pure, and make sure that my reality is what I see fit as well. So that is definitely something I work on, and I love seeing synchronicities and Hekau very much.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that Saba at least maybe twice a month something, because like I said, I really like when Saba gave us the homework, because it really gave me something to focus my time in and on, looking for words in the Prem Haru, and then I said I'm just really hoping that he does maybe gradually, like maybe at least once a month, something, and then putting together the presentation that I did at the last minute. Again, I was completely focused on that as well, and I like having that as a priority of mine. And just what I found in that was amazing, with the fan and the feathers on the fan, and then what it represented. And that's one of the things with the monitoring spirits that was brought to me. That's not anything that I researched. Hush actually brought that, and Angela brought that to me, and then I had inquired about that because the bugs were considered isfet, and that's one of the things that the fan was used to keep away. And then when they brought that to me, I was like, light bulb. And then when Saba presented it as well in the last class, I'm like, light bulb again. And then, like, what I found with that, like I said, it just really expanded what I thought I knew about a fan is not just a fan and what it was used for, and then what I've seen the Catholic Church, how it was stolen and used for the purposes that was being used in Kemet. It's just truly amazing. Like I said, I really hope Saba, at least once a month, please, Saba, does a class with homework. Like I said, I really enjoyed that, and I really enjoyed that structure that was provided with that to focus my mind, because if not, my mind is wanders, it goes everywhere, and I want something to capture my attention, to be structured with, and to learn, because the pictures that I have stored in my phone from the fan presentation and down to the Pope, down to altar boys fanning the Mary, and what I understood with what it represented in Kemet is just so amazing, and I definitely want to share that.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds very, very beautiful and deep. Shout to you for the work that you did for that. And that's a synchronicity in itself about the homework, because I was actually thinking about I wanted Saba to give out homework as well very recently, actually. So that's a great synchronicity, and I really want that as well, because I just like the idea of it, and to be able to do something that Saba said and then get that done, and then just work on it, show him, and then that's beautiful in itself, and I really like that. And the walk-in Ma'at, doing presentations like that is extremely helpful. I noticed that doing presentations and in the way that was as well, that was in person, so that was the first one I've ever done in person like that, but that was extremely helpful for memory and just having that memory of me presenting there, it like compacts the memory of the information I learned, so it's really ingrained in me now, and I think that's really, really powerful. And I love the aspect of doing the walk-in mott and things like that, because it really helps with those things like memory and being able to teach other people, because now for sure that is definitely ingrained, and I can easily teach someone else that now because I've taught in person and I have that ingrained inside me in myself. So I really like that, and I'm looking forward to the homework if Saba gives it out. That'd be really cool. And I look forward to seeing others do the homework as well. That'd be really, really good. Keep everyone in this frequency and in the studies. That would be really, really good. And the meta class in general, they're so powerful. All of those are extremely powerful. I watched them over and over, and I haven't even got all of them yet, but that is extremely. And Ninyuk, I just saw that message pop up. Ninyuk and Tuaker, different words. And yeah, all those are really powerful, extremely helpful. Those classes have changed me dramatically for sure. So to Saba for thinking about starting them again, and for all your network work that you have done and continue to do.
Okay, I am back. Nini Uk. I came back right to a thank you. And Mednetta class. Mednetta class hope. So homework, yeah. Okay, everybody. Well, I'm going to read 2 more donations, and then we're going to get into the next class answer, everybody. Here we go. Ready, everybody? We read Ampu's already. I'm going to refresh the page. I'll read 2 more, and then we're going to get to the next class answer. Here we go. So we have, let's see who appreciated this class. We have, who's this? ABC 8. Oh, this is for the next class. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. We have Retetua. Here we go. Retetua, grateful forever. There we go. We're gonna get Retetua here, and then the Jed can read this for her. We'll read Basa Toots, and then we're getting into the next class question. Everybody who's watching, send your support for these questions and this work that's being done. Hope you all appreciate it. Type your comments and support in a Cash App. It's the same typing, just that you're giving. I guess no difference, right? So here we go. We got boom, 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 boom. Retetua, I'm going to click on there. Here we go. Everybody who appreciates what's happening, send support and send a message, send a comment, say thank you for this. I've never seen this before. Oh, that's not Retetua. Thank you for this, Tehuti. I've never seen this before, and I appreciate the time that you spent for this. And as I received it, I am also giving, because I'm not selfish. I'm not one way, one-sided. If you're into any form of spirituality, there must be something in your spirituality that discusses not being one-sided or selfish, that says, if I receive, I should also give. Let us know what your spirituality is, and let us know if that promotes you to give as you've been receiving. Or is the spirituality people are in just one-sided, just suck, get it, and run. Here we go. So shout out to the appreciators who receive and give. That is Retetua, Mut, Out. And Dejet, are you there? Could you read this for your beautiful lady, please?
You did? Amazing. Okay, I will read it for Ratetua. She says Ma'at over Matrix forever with a purple heart, black heart from the Aout. $22.22. Give her some big noise, please. This is her second support of the night. Excellent. And okay, I see you, Bijan Farrow. I see you, Bijan Farrow. And I'm gonna read Basta Toots, and then we're gonna go on to the next class. I see Big Vape sent in for this for another movie. Big Vape's the movie questionnaire. It looks like another movie question. So shout out to Basta Toot, Maka Ox Effect. We'll read this one, and then Big Vape's gonna go to the next question. And the next build-up breakdown. Here we go. So Basta Toot, Maka Ox Effect. Could you read this for us, Amunet, please?
Yes, I can. 6072 from Basatut, Maka Ox Effect, or Ma over Masons, Dua Saba.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for reading that. And where'd it go? Okay. It's off the screen. Robert Williams on the screen. You got to keep the nets right here. Support. What else we got? That's a good question. Thank you. Yes, what else? Outside of the podcast, what else you got? You do have the people that left the house over 10. Maybe that's an option. But other than that, the Menko Hadi Scribe podcast, I'm not sure. But other than this, what else you got? What else do you have? I don't think there's anything else. If there is, bring it to us. We'll merge. But if not, support the only thing that you have, which is this, as far as what we're bringing here. So that was Basatun Maka Ox Effect. You read Yes, you read it. Did you give did I take it down too soon? Did you give Big Noise? Or did it disappear?
No, I didn't get to give notice yet. It disappeared.
Okay, I wonder why it disappeared. Okay, thank you, Amonette. I'm gonna put it back on the screen. I don't know why it disappeared so quickly. Well, here we go. And now it's gone. What is happening? Let me see. Must have took my effect. It disappeared. This is interesting. Computer.
Can you hear me?
Okay, let's try this again. I hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I had a situation I had to go deal with when you asked me to read Ratet's comment. I had to go deal with something, but I'm back.
Okay. Excellent. And wonderful. Nice to have you back. We're on Basatun Mark, the Ox Effect. And okay, give him some big noise. This is a great large support. Give him some big noise, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Come join us, House of Aten,
Excellent.
Ancient Tehuti and Teachings and the Tiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. We got Bijan Fair with the 2-up for all you have done for me, Saba. Nina, glad you appreciate me. I see your support sent in for a minute class that deals with how to body. There's actually quite a few of them. I'll go through them. I'll go through some of the titles tonight or tomorrow and get you and send you one of them because there's a few of them. But I do see your support, Bijan Farrow, wonderful. And now we're gonna do this one and then get to the next podcast question. And this is coming from Big Vapes, and of course it looks like a movie breakdown because I never
I don't know what this is. One of those movies that I've never seen before. Let's see. What is Day of the Dead? Day of the Dead. Let me see that one. From November 8th. Big Vapes, another one. Day of the Dead. Did it save? Shout out to Big Vapes for the. Oh, yeah, delete that. That's strange. Okay, delete that. Boom, cancel. And shout out to Big Vapes who has a podcast question that he sent in. And where is it? Oh, so strange. Okay, I'm gonna clear that up. Bastard Turk, clear that up. I'm gonna put Big Vapes here. And Big Vapes sent in. It looks like another movie question. Because it looks like, did I name this movie In the Cabin in the Woods? Alright, shout out to Big Vapes. He says, for Day of the Dead tradition breakdown build-up. $50. Have any of you heard of Day of the Dead tradition?
Yeah, isn't it the Mexican holiday that they just celebrated? I think on like beginning of November.
You know what? Nana says she has that question too. I thought it was Day of the Dead, a movie. Okay, the tradition. I say Muerto de los Muertos. Okay, gotcha. Yes. That's huge up here in California. Okay. The was it Muerto de Muertos? Was it any? Oh, of course. Dia El Day. El Los Muertos. El Mortuary. Okay. Shout out to okay, good. So it's not a movie. It's I know what what this is, the tradition. Okay. All right. Give Big Big some big noise, please, and we're gonna get on to the next podcast question. Boom.
Nev for everything is beautiful in life.
Thank you, and I'm gonna go ahead and show Bijan Pharaoh's support because he is here and he may not be here by the time this next podcast question is answered. So he's on the screen with some beautiful words. I'm gonna match it with just the support, and it is another Menetter class. I have to go through and decide which one will be good for him. So I'm gonna put here Medu to send out of body class. All right. Medu to send out of body class. Shout out to this good brother here. Who is this him? Here we go, everybody. Shout to where is it? Where is it not going? Where is it? Here it is. All right, Sincere Austin. Yes, that is Bijan Pharaoh. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh, who sent a question in. Actually sent in a request for Metanetter Monday class, Metanetter Magic class on out-of-body experience. And there's a couple to choose from. And I will look through that and I will choose from that. And he says, Tua, for all you have done for me. Saba, wonderful. Give him a hand clap, please. And then we'll get on to the next podcast question. All right. And then Robert Williams says, what does he say? He says, yeah, that's a big one. 2 are big vapes. Okay, good. All right, everybody, we're about to get into the next podcast question. Get ready. Get your pens, your pads out. Get your iPads, your iPhones, your eyeballs, everything ready. Because we are going to get into the next podcast question. And that question is, as we look on the screen, everybody, here it is right here. This is the next inquiry. We already asked everybody on the panel about if they've heard of this. And that is, do you see that now, Nanny? Do you see the picture now? And that's not there. See the picture on the screen now? Tartaria. Who are the Tartarians? Ancient lost civilization of Tartaria. All right, we're going to get into that, everybody. I was wondering when you're going to see it. What did you say? That's me looking at Uncle West. All right. That's me looking at Uncle West. Uncle West going crazy. My face just stayed like that. And he says, I don't have to calm down to talk to you. You're too calm for me. All right. All right, everybody. So we're going to get into this next one here. Tartaria. This is actually going to be a faster answer. The donation was not that large for an overdrive, and the question we're just going to get to what it is without any extras or anything. So we're going to get right to it. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Get your pens, your pads out. Get your iPhones. Get your eyeballs. Get everything ready. I'm going to put back on the timer. I haven't done 2 of these questions, 2 requests in the Tehuti podcast in almost a year since I think Minty and Gabriella. So let's get back. I'm going to start doing 2 or so a podcast. I'm going to keep them 2 hours is the longest. 2 hours. I didn't know that was going to be 2 hours, but we're going to keep an hour and a half to an hour, and I'm going to get in two of these. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? So I'm going to say peace and love to you. I'm Monette. Jump in the chat. Hopefully, you can stay awake. When this answer is done, this one's only going to be about 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so. We'll see you afterwards. Jump in the chat. See you there. And peace and love to you. Harass did see you in the chat. I know you'll stay up. And the Jet, are you there, good brother?
Yeah, I'm here, Saba. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you with us, Seth?
Yeah, I'm with the whole out now, and everyone's home.
Okay, good. I don't think I've seen you all podcast. Is there a reason why you're not coming to the screen? Are you?
Yeah, I told you earlier at the beginning I was watching all set. It was just me, remember?
Yes.
Said had to go to work.
Mm-hmm. Are you still watching it now?
And then I didn't want to, I didn't want to bring her on camera, so I never got on camera because I'm holding her at the time.
Okay, and you still holding her now?
No, I'll be ready back when
okay. Okay, cool. Okay, good. Yeah, look forward to seeing you. Everybody who comes to the panel will be great. We see your face. The Jed did explain he was with us in the beginning. But okay, the Jed, go ahead and jump in. Look at the body on that brother. Who's that, the Jed? Who's that on your screen right now? Yeah, the 6-pack, the chest, shoulders. Who's that?
That's your AI right there.
That's the quads out. Okay. Is that a brother walking with a 16-inch waistline? Oh man. Oh, AI is crazy. All right, everybody. Okay, the Jed, you can go ahead and jump back in the chat. We're going to get into the next podcast question. Peace and love to you, the Jed. See you in the chat, everybody. Ready? I look clear, but I still look ghostly or something. I'm not sure why it looks like this, but I am clear. So everybody, peace and love. We're going to get to this next podcast question. I have the timer ready to go. Woo! Bijan Pharaoh says Saba is on a whole different level. Hope you enjoyed your time in the woods. Yes, it was good.
It was good. It was good. Bars and Chains. That's a powerful. That's a name. Bars and Chains. Peace to the master teacher and everyone on the panel. Much respect. I'm not too familiar with the name Bars and Chains, but you must have been around for a little while. I'm not familiar with this icon. That's a powerful. I like the name though. Shout out to Bars and Chains. Okay, we're about to get into it. Everybody, you ready? You're ready? The new brother here, our sister, I'm not sure, has stuck around for a while from the beginning. Hope you're enjoying. You did say enlightening class and something else. But I said but as soon as Robert Williams says no buts or do not. I don't know what that is there, but shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to all the new people in the podcast. We're about to get into it. I got the timer about to go on. Boom, 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 boom. It's ready to go. We're gonna go to the screen, and this podcast answer will be definitely shorter, much less than half of the time of the one I just did. So I'm gonna go ahead and get it started. Let me go ahead. Okay. Boom. Anybody in the chat room heard of something? Have heard of Tartaria? I've already asked people earlier, but curious to see before I break this down and build it up. How popular it is. It's very popular, actually. I like to know if people have heard of this or not heard of it. But we'll go ahead and get into it, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Shrink this. Oh, it's expanding. I want to shrink it. Expand it once. There we go. All right. Boom. Boom, boom. All right, everybody ready? Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into the next podcast question. This one on Tartaria, Ancient Lost Civilization. Press a 9 if you can hear me. What happens when you send your question on Tartaria? All right, we got Amunet with the 9. Can hear me? And yes, Nino, to you for being, hoping I enjoyed my time in the woods around nature. Absolutely. All right, we got Angela Gates, straight out the gate, still in here. We got Al. I like this name because you can't tell where the name begins or ends. Alchemistical, Alchemistical X. Shout out to Alchemistical X. Robert Williams says, oh no. What's that for? I don't know, but okay. All right. Ready, everybody? Here we go. We got 30 people. We're about to get into this next Tehuti podcast question on the count of 3. Harass with a 9. Robert Williams with a 9. Al, I already read that. Alchemistical with a 9. Angela Gates with a 9. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of a 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion, original languages? What is the original religion? What is the original religion? What is the original language and spirituality? Who are the Nitsiru? What about my physical health? What about my mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences? Are those from ancient sources? Or are they just New Age? Teachings, government stops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew Israelitism, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you have stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and is infiltrated in the form of New Age consciousness and atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote conscious teachers, quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, quote-unquote esoteric guides, quote-unquote metaphysical teachers. In the agenda of the Matrix is to focus on knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbol for fashion, egotistical self-gratification purposes. They do not actually live by any written culture.
Thus, they can only teach from memes or pictures, or do what's called counter teaching, which is just to go against what someone else teaches, to debate them or argue with them. They do not. They do debates, debunk, expose you videos, or I challenge you videos. I challenge your spiritual beliefs videos, while not standing on anything themselves. The subject matters stay on the beginner phase, which is limited to usually egotistical phases. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, which are great subject matters to help one break out of the matrix. Are some of my favorites, but after showing them where it is stolen, none of them stand. None of the people that show you that stand on the actual specific part that it was stolen from as a part of their culture, or give us the original meanings of that specific part and how to apply it to your life on a regular basis. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus just to show you that it was stolen, and they just leave you right there. That is actually called breaking someone or something down, but not building them up. If you show that something has been stolen from the original culture, show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. And the next topic of focus is usually only the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. And they focus on that, but at the same time saying the Egyptians are black, but I won't follow their conscious discipline. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But you can't help how you're born, so there's no discipline in what you look like. Now that you look like that, are you gonna follow anything? I'm proud that my nose is big like Ramesses. Now what? Now we're eating Doritos and watching the Knicks games and smoking weed. What about the discipline? So that takes mental focus and discipline to actually follow. They just show you that it's stolen. They just show you the Egyptians are black, and then they leave you right there. And then they just keep going on with the regular life. Proud to be black, but not proud to follow anything of discipline. Okay, so as far as discipline, they say forget about that, or they want to tell you what's wrong with any particular group, or their titles may be coming from a non-Kemetic or Native American side, but it always has negative arguments within the title, such as the pyramids in America are older. They're always combative titles. They're older than the ones in Egypt. Or we are a Native American, not African. But never just on what are the pyramids in America for, and how can they enhance your discipline, prescribed way of life where the Native Americans live, that you can live today. What are the discipline described ways of life that the Native Americans lived that you should live today? Were the ancient Native Americans just arguing about the pyramids, or were they actually living something? What can you teach us that can enhance us that comes from ancient teachings? They can only do what's called counter teaching, which is when your favorite popular teacher cannot do videos on the actual culture they claim or the ancestors live by, that should be disciplined, or they should be disciplined in, or the ancients were. They just go against somebody else because he or she does not actually have confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can actually stand on its own and hold people's attention. They need contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice daily when the computer shuts down or when the debate is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheist individualists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they make you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite the people under the disguise of knowledge, but with no structured unity system as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking systems, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals as a group, as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture, thus they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture, from movement to movement, just to justify whatever their feelings are
for that day with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone, telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in their cultural ways. Thus, they are about loneism, individualism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify it, justify any behavior, because there is no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil. Isfet is about disunity, separating people, which causes people to break out, create a splinter group. It's about disunifying the people, showing disloyalty. Unlike the bees in the beehive or the ancient people of Kemet, Isfet will cause their mind to find a reason to disunite without any witness proven reason, which is why the word introvert, which is just to be by yourself and alone, only exists in the colonizer's language and no other ancient culture, because we always moved as a mentally unified group, not individuals just typing or hiding behind a computer screen. Teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, I do what I like. That's Albert Pike teaching. While simultaneously teaching you, you must get back to your roots and your ancient cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and ancient cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original cultures were a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity is the new age conscious communities teachers' goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who are just outsiders collecting data, collecting knowledge on Egypt, and discussing, debating Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a person who actually wants to live the way of life or the spiritual system and unify it as the united followers of Ma'at that created Kemet, in which the outsiders study. And now you echo them, just being a studier and a debater and a discusser of the knowledge, but no practice. The ancients had structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly just talking about other people, what is wrong about what other people. Here are wise words that the House of the Ten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit complaining about what is wrong with the other people. Do not sit and complain about the glass of water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up, how you broke them out of the matrix, how you helped them get out of Christianity, how you helped them and gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a complainer and a divider, and you are not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from any people who are in need of being cleansed from the matrix. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of the Ten, the Tehuti class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized, and on top of that, taught live for you, with each answer getting subconscious matrices broken that you've never heard of before is here at the Tehuti class. What are the questions for this section? Tehuti will answer this evening from Colin Bascom, who is known as First Netzer. Good Saba. I hope this day finds. First Netzer. Good Saba. I hope this day finds you. Screen's moving. Sorry. First Netzer. Good Saba. I hope this day finds you one with Ma'at. Could you tell us about the people and lands of Tartaria? Okay. Here we go. This is an interesting question, and this answer I was actually going to just answer verbally, because the answer could be quite short in comparison to other podcast answers. But I decided to put a little bit to put things on the screen for visualization and research purposes for people, to make it a little longer answer than I could have answered verbally. So what is this Tartaria that seems to be popular with, and thousands of books that seems to be popular with the people, and there's hundreds of books on the internet that seem to be attracting popularity with millions of views? Here we go. Tartaria. And the first thing they show is this, I don't know what kind of creature this is. Some type of creature on the screen. And with this is, what is this here?
Tartaria, the empire. Oh, let me read this. Move this over. The empire they erased. Tartarian Empire, advanced civilization, erased from history. And what do they show you? This creature on the screen. I don't know what this is. A part lion or a wolf. I'm not sure what this is, but right off the bat, you see them trying to put images in your mind that there was some advanced civilization that looked like this. Here it is, advanced civilization, erased from history. Here we go, biggest cover-up ever. This has 370,000 views. Here's the next one. What if Tartaria was the real lost civilization, more advanced than we can imagine? History for sleep. 279,000 views. We're almost at a million. We're almost at a million just off those. And we don't even need those to be a million because this one video, Lost Ancient Empire Tartaria. What is Tartaria on old maps? 1 million views. 1 million views. Here's the next one. Tartaria Movie Night. D Bell 1014. Top Cats. Sharif Bay and Red Pillar. 47,000 views. We're almost at 2 million views just off of 3 videos on Tartaria. Almost 2. If I put a 5th one in there, there'd be 2 million views. And then there's all the books. Look at all the books on Tartaria. Some of them. The One World Tartarians. Greatest civilization. The greatest civilization to ever be erased from memory. Whoa. They were greater than ancient Kemet. Tartaria, the Hidden Empire. Hidden History Unlocked. Look at all these books. Tartaria Unlocked. Wow. A lot of views, huh? A lot of views. Well, of course, almost 2 million views. Of course, because just as popularity of eating junk food, sugar, the millions of views of horror movies, sci-fi movies, cartoons, street fights, pornography movies, and all that appeals to the imagination, dopamine, immediate self-satisfaction, open illusionary world, temporary leaving reality, and all that fills the mind with distractions, millions of views will always be garnered by the subject matters above. And anything that appeals to the mind's escape, as the Bible has millions and billions of views, as opposed to the reading amongst people, of the coffin text and the Purim Haru. So let us get into the origin of this topic, Tartaria, and its appeal to the mind. Okay. Shrink it down a little bit. Boom. So 2 million, almost 2 million views off of 4 videos. All right, here we go. Here we go. So the concept of Tartaria and let me shrink it down. So the concept of Tartaria and ancient Tartarian Empire is based on an ancient world empire that was removed and then hidden after being destroyed by something called the Mud Flood. So first, these are important questions. Were there any set of people on this planet that have documented themselves, calling themselves Tartarians? Next question. Is there any place called Tartaria on a map? And if so, who named that? Let us first deal with the maps on the oldest map with the actual word Tartaria on it dates back around 570 AD to this man right here. Who is this? Abraham Ortelius. Hey, Abraham Ortelius. Here he is. He's a Spanish cartographer and geographer that created the first modern world atlas called Theatrum Orbis Tertium, which means theater of the world. And here we have the arrow pointing. I have an arrow pointing to the word Tartaria. Here it is. So we're around 1570. And here it is on the map, on the first modern world atlas. So here we found it. We found this place factually on the map. Remember the questions. Who put it there on the map? Who named it? And did the original people have documents that they call themselves this and had this borderline area called Tartaria? That is what Tehuti is here to focus on. So here we go. There it is on the map. Boom. So we've established the first time we see the word Tartaria attested on a map indicating a landmass comes about around 1570 from a Spanish man. No record from any indigenous writing. No indigenous map of the native people that call themselves this, or had any border territory landmass called this. And to compound this even further, we can simply look into the language that this word comes from to see if it is from any ancient indigenous language or people. Let's see what this word Tartaria is and what language it goes back to. And you're going to see the word is actually going to change soon. Here we go. So Tartaria, what do we have here? Land of Tartars. Okay. 1400 AD. From Old French, Tartaria. And directly from Latin, Tartaria, from Tartar, see Tartar. As we can clearly see, this word is from Latin and French. So what have we established so far? The first attestation of this word being associated with the landmass on a map is from a Spanish cartographer and geographer, and the word itself has its root in Latin and French, none of which is coming from any indigenous people claiming this word or this landmass area being labeled as such. Tehuti, you're a party pooper. You go by too many facts. We want movie time. We want movie story. And this is what happens in the Matrix psyops. People are very busy and attracted looking for ancient cultures, which is good. Ancient societies that are shrouded in mystery. But they're busy looking for the ones that are shrouded in mystery, conspiracy, and cover-up that they can identify with, but they never look for what the people themselves, what did the indigenous people themselves leave? You see, if you have an ancient, supreme, sophisticated, highly advanced society, step one is they would have to have a writing system. They would have a language. They would have something left behind to show you that they have the intelligence to speak upon themselves, to name themselves. But of course, due to European supremacy, you must always go to the European to tell us about indigenous people. We never stop and think about this. Not the indigenous, highly advanced, sophisticated societies have the ability to speak, write, and name themselves? Of course they do. As we see all over the world in the Nile Valley with the Kiengi people and other ancient cultures, the Suga Sagiga, the Bab Iliu, everybody, the people of Zimbabwe, they name themselves and speak on themselves. So why would this ancient supposed society, who's supposed to have major architects, engineers, and mathematicians that build structures all over the world, and not have one sentence written about themselves? There should be one sentence somewhere written on the planet saying, "We are Tartarians. We the Tartarians." And that is because there were never such a people called that. This title is European and was created by Europeans on European maps. And the concept of this conspiracy, that these are some ancient culture destroyed by a mud flood, also comes from a European and no indigenous writing on this planet. But this is what people love and are attracted to, which is why X-Men, Thanos, the Avengers, Spider-Man, Captain America, and any sci-fi movie and the Bible will always capture the attention and get more views than any story of Sinuhe or the writings of Kigimni and the shipwrecked sailor and the disciplines of the axioms and a disciplined diet program and an in-shape body will never sell or be practiced more than McDonald's, Burger King, and crack. So let us get into the roots of where this actually comes from. So this right here, real stories of ancient people written by themselves. And this image is from the House of Aten video. A dispute between a man and his ba. How many do you know have or purchased or read these actual indigenous stories as compared to the Avengers in the Bible? Avengers in the Bible. Here's the Avengers. The 4 Avengers film have collectively grossed $7.76 billion worldwide, making them one of the most successful film franchises in cinematic history. This monumental figure underscores the cultural impact and enduring appeal of Marvel superhero team-up concepts, shaping the landscape of modern blockbuster cinema. $7.76 billion, millions and millions of views. The Bible sales statistics. Bible sales worldwide surpassed 6 billion. How many views is that? Surpassed 6 billion, reflecting enduring cultural and religious significance. Donald Trump has a Bible. Trump is now selling the Bible as he returns back to the White House. God Bless the USA Bible. This God Bless the USA Bible has more views and has more sales than any book that Tehuti has written, has more views and has more sales than Muta Ashby's books. And none of the truth will ever have as many views, attraction, or sales as the Avengers movie, because this appeals to the dopamine and the creativity and opinionated ways that stimulate our brain, as opposed to facts and truth. So let's get into this Tartaria, and let's get to the facts and truth of it compared to the other videos. And every time I see a video on Tartaria, it's AI depictions and people talking, and pictures of landscapes with commentary. Let's get into actual facts historically. Here we go. And here again, another map created. This one created by Sebastian Munster. He was a Switzerland Christian. And again, a cartographer in 1488. Lived from 1480 to 1552. And now we see another one
And this one looks like it says Tartaria right here. And I'm showing all the ancient views. So this one here, again, it is in the 1500s. They're on this one the same time period as the other one. The other one I said 1570, but there's actually no actual date on it. It could have been 1550, it could have been 1540, but it was somewhere around the same time period of the mid to late 1500s came these maps of Tartaria. Here's Sebastian Munster, and he has this other map with Tartaria on it. So the oldest maps again are from the Spanish cartographer and from this Christian Sebastian Munster, all around 1550 to 1570. And again, these are European invented landmass areas with fake imaginary borderlines of indigenous people that had no knowledge or acknowledgement to even say they belong to any group called Tartarians on a landmass that ever existed. So who made this? Who created these maps with this borderline on it? Was the indigenous people? Did the indigenous people tell this man Sebastian, hey, see this landmass right here? This is our landmass called Tartaria, and it begins and ends right here. Is this what they were told? Do any ancient indigenous attestations vouch for this reality? That is where the discipline comes in, where your fantasy goes out the window. There we go. So the mistake came in around the 13th century. Where did this actually come from? When European people came in contact with a set of Mongols, they're actually the first Khan family, the first Khan. So a set of Mongols and Turks who call themselves Tatar or Tata. You see what's happening here? Tata or Tatar. There was no R here until the Europeans came and added an R in the middle of the A and the T. The people themselves said Tata or Tatar, not Tartarian. That word is not found amongst indigenous people. So the Tata or the Tatar, after Genghis Khan unified certain what's called the Stipe tribes, of which whom were Turks and Russians, were forced to mix in. So again, here is Genghis Khan. We're in the 13th century. Here is real history. This is Genghis Khan, 1162 to 1227 AD, founder of the first what's called Khan, founder of the Mongols. That's where you get the word Mongolian from. Founder of the first Mongol Empire. So he came across a people that fought his ancestors before he fought them. They were called the Tata, sometimes called the Tatar. So the Tata, this was an area of what's called the Tata, who originally were a rival tribe of the Mongols, and then were defeated and were absorbed into the Mongol tribe, which medieval chronicles like Giovanni da Pende, Carpane, William of Burbeck, Marco Polo all mispronounced. They started calling it Tartaria. See? When the European comes in, Giovanni, Carpine, William of Rubick, and Marco Polo, they all start calling Tata Tartaria, which became a vague area name to vast regions north of China and Persia. So there was never one exact map with any place called Tartaria with any specific borderline. If you actually look at the map, the area changes because there was a tribe of people called the Tata who were absorbed into a larger dynasty of Genghis Khan after their defeat, because they had defeated Genghis Khan's family prior to, and they were known as a powerful tribe that defeated Genghis Khan's family, and then Genghis Khan came back and avenged and absorbed them in. And this is on the indigenous records. Here we go. The actual Tata, not Tartaria, or Tatars,
not the mutated Tartarians, can be attested on the secret history of the Mongols, a Mongolian epic chronicle of the 13th century, who Genghis Khan, destroyed and took survivors as slaves, as we see in chapter 5, page 72, line 154. Here we go. So now we're in the secret history of the Mongols, and we're in chapter 5. Having destroyed and thoroughly plundered the Tartars, Genghis Khan held a great council with his kinsmen in a single tent to decide what to do with the Tartar tribesmen. Together they decided as follows: from olden days, the Tartar people have destroyed our fathers and forefathers. To avenge our fathers and forefathers and requite the wrong for them, we shall measure the Tartars against the linchpin of a cart and kill them to the last one. We shall utterly slay them. The rest, of course, the women and children, we shall enslave. And here, and some there, dividing them amongst ourselves. So this was revenge of Genghis Khan on the Tata or the Tartar. So boom. Let me expand this a little bit. Here we go. So boom, there are the real Tata or Tartar tribe. Let me move this up a little bit. So boom, there are the real Tata or Tartar tribal people attested to in real history as to what happened to them and where they went. They were utterly destroyed, and the rest were taken as slaves and merged into the Khan clan under the Mongolian Empire in the 13th century. Never in real history were they any advanced group of giants or technologically advanced architects traveling the world creating structures. There were tribes of people, a tribe of people who were conquered in the 13th century by Genghis Khan, and then they merged in. And they were also associated with the territories in Asia that Genghis Khan ruled. But this isn't as mysterious and captivating and clandestine and movie-like as the videos that get 500,000 to 1 million views on the ancient giant Tartarians that were wiped out by the mud flood. No, these are attested facts brought to you by Tehuti with historical attestations with dates and times and records. This class will never get 200,000 views because it doesn't appeal to the masses' imagination, make-believe stories that satisfy the dopamine cravings that people have for unproven fantasies that appeal to the imagination and opinion. So where did this concept come from after the name was mutated from Tata into Tartarians, that they were some ancient giant intellectual architects wiped out by the mud flood? Because that is not attested anywhere in real indigenous history by the people themselves. If it is, send us the record by the indigenous people that state this. How is it everybody knows about the Tartarians and their history and details except for the Tartarians themselves? The Tartarians themselves don't know anything about themselves. All we're getting is information from other people. Where did they get the information from if not from the people themselves? Have you ever noticed that there were no popular mentions about the ancient civilization wiped out by the mud flood before around 2014? Show me before 2014. Show me in 1996 people talking about the Tartarians. Show me where this was, where people were talking about this. It became popular around 2014. This PSYOPs has a date, which was revived from a Russian agenda, a Russian nationalistic agenda that started back in the 1970s and then repopularized around 2014 to 2016 and up. And where did this begin? this Tartarian superpower empire that was erased. It didn't start off as such. It all starts with the nationalistic agenda of this Russian man right here, Anatoly Fomenko, a Russian mathematician who graduated from the Mechanics and Mathematical Department of Moscow State University in 1967. He looks like Bill Gates, doesn't he? Here we go. How about a set of, and who put out a set of volumes called History, Fiction, or Science Chronicles, volume 1 to 7, where he brought into the world the focus that there was a hidden advanced civilization that was Russian, called Tartaria, that Earth's history was trying to hide mankind from, as mentioned here on page 246, volume 1. So originally, the Tartarian focus of this powerful civilization was Russian. That's how it came out. Before the internet in 2014, when things became popular, Anatoly Fomenko focused on the advanced Russian people. So here we are. We're now on page 246, History, Fiction, or Science. Tehuti, how did you know it was on this page? Here we go. So there's the map right there. This is before today's internet. And I'm going to read the underline. The European part of Russia, named Tartaria. Here's where it first becomes mentioned. Enormous regions of China and Burma located in the east of India are called Juda. See names Uda. And then it goes on to the Russian part, European part of Russia. That is the Tartaria. You focus on the area being Russian, of Russian population. Here it is again. On the next page, Russia or Tartaria. Here it is again. America is present. Present Russia is called Tartaria. White Russia, Berlin, shown north of Russia. So this Tartaria originally was only focused on Russians. That's what it was back in the 1970s. Russian people, from a Russian himself. The chronology of Russian history. Here's another book. Here's another section. We are following the opinion Tartaro, Mongolia, is a foreign term that was used before the 16th century. And then from this century on, for engineers started to call Russia Moscovia, and we simultaneously stopped making references to Mongolia. However, the territory of Russian Empire, and even somewhat larger area had remained known as the Great Tartaria. The focus of this man was to say that this hidden, powerful empire was his Russian empire. It was only Russian people. The Great Tartaria. This is what it was in 1970. This is before the giants. This is before it was a world community building things all over the world. It was strictly about Russian greatness. Go back to 1970 and show us reference of anything about Tartaria other than Russian greatness. Here it is. So boom, as you can see, when this concept of this lost civilization called Tartaria was invented, it was a nationalistic focus on Russia, having nothing to do with the great world civilization that went around the world building or teaching and building architecture around the world. Then around 2014 and 2016, they took Fomenko's concept and removed the Russian part and transformed Russian Tartaria into a great civilization of giants that built architectures and brought technology all around the world, the PSYOP. It was never about any great civilization that brought architecture and technology all around the world. Show me that in 1970. Where is that? Tartaria was about the great Grand Russia and the great Russian Empire that he said was hidden from history. It was all about Russian people. Now we get into today, we see flamenco's concepts are removed from the original Tartaria, and now we have Giants of Tartaria. Let me expand this. That guy doesn't look Russian. Who's this? Which Russian man looks like this? Giants of Tartaria. The world of Tartarian giants, the lost empire forgotten for 200 years. For sleep. That doesn't look like a Russian man to me. It looks like a non-humanoid from some other place. Train stations of Tartaria, water power, travel, the whole world. Now they're showing you train stations around the world. Train stations of Tartaria. The Alexandra Palace. Tartarian architecture. And it goes on to say, Alexandria Palace is a grade 2 listed building in North London. And all of a sudden the Tartarians are in London. North London, England, designed by Owen Jones, the same designer as the Great Exhibition in 1851. But the history of Alexandria Palace building seems to date back further. And is a Tartarian or old world architecture. You see? Where's flamenco's Tartarian? Flamenco's Tartarian is Russia. Russian people. Not this 200-foot giant. Not anybody in London. Flamenco didn't say anything about Tartarians in London. It was just the Russian Empire. Now all of a sudden they're in London. They're helping build the pyramids. They're all over the world. They're 180 feet tall. They're giants. All of this stuff here added to flamenco's original Russian agenda. And all of these statements with no indigenous record, no native writing, no archaeology. This is what they have you believe in now from a tribe of Genghis Khan conquered, becoming an ancient group of inventors, group of architects that had a great empire. There were giants, unearthly giants that travel the world creating architecture that are an advanced civilization like the people of Atlantis. Another fake story, but this is what you would rather believe in other than the historical evidence, facts, and your own cultural references, and that is how the Matrix works. None of these statements are verified by any indigenous people. Why make an AI picture? Why not just show us ancient native drawings of people talking about Tartarians? And here's what they look like. It's all AI. It's all overlapped, vague images. We're in London where they built the pyramids. Tartarians built the Stonehenge. We're all over the place with these Tartarians, and none of the indigenous people in the land claim they ever met or called themselves Tartarians. Not even it was a word invented by Marco Polo. There's no ancient word called Tartarians. What language is that? Ask anybody that teaches about the ancient advanced civilization of Tartarians. Were they advanced enough to have a language? Were they advanced enough to have a language? If they're advanced enough to have a language, what does Tartarian mean in their language? Ask them. I want you to go to the people that are promoting. Go to the people that are promoting the advanced Tartarians that had architecture, high advanced civilization of mathematics. Hey, did they speak? Did they name themselves? What does this word mean, Tartaria? What does it mean in their language? Watch them make up. You can't tell me what Tartarian means in an ancient language when you can't find Tartaria before Marco Polo. You can't find Tartaria before Munster. You can't find this word in any ancient language. It is a European mutation of the Tata people that were absorbed by the Mongols. Show us Tartaria from anybody that looks like me or a Native American or anybody. Where is this? Tell me before 2014, 1970, where are the people claiming this themselves? You must have gotten the story from somewhere, right? All the people talking about Tartaria, where did they captivate the story from? Who told them what happened? Who told them about the mud flood came and it destroyed us and we were wiped out and we built the London this and we built the pyramids? Who told you all this? The same people that told you that there's a Wolverine.
Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. There we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. This is Fantasy Barbershop Talk. And it makes people feel good because it appeals to their imagination as opposed to what was written down factually. So here we go, everybody. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go on to the next. And of course, what are these outwardly nationalists who are pushing this Russian supreme civilization agenda? What are they studying? In the background, as they push Tartaria, what are they studying but never mentioning in the open? Let's go back to his book, Flamenco's book, History is Fiction or Science, Volume 1, page 129. You see on the cover, here's Jesus on the cover, crucified. Well, let's go to page 129. Uh-oh. What's this? Uh-oh. What's this, Flamenco? Are these the Tartarians? Huh? Here are the Tartarians. This looks familiar to me. It looks like the Uwajid. I don't remember these people calling themselves Tartarians. What's going on here, Flamenco? What are you studying? You're studying... Uh-oh! Page 130. Who's this? Osiris? Huh? That's what you're studying, Flamenco? Is that Tehuti right here? Huh? Did the Tartarians tell you about Tehuti? Here's Tehuti. Tehuti, and the first person to talk about this lost civilization called the Tartarians. I'm looking at Tehuti right here. Here's Tehuti right here. Huh? Okay. What culture was he a part of? Here we go. This is what they're studying. Well, they're pushing something on you. Well, they're pushing something on you. They actually know about the true lost civilization. This is what they push on you for the public. This gets the sales. They get the sales while they know about the true lost civilization because they're busy studying Kemet. So boom, they know about the true lost civilization that is mentioned in what they're studying from the time of what's called the Zep Tepi of the Nitiru, going back 36,620 years, according to our indigenous records written by the hands of the native people, in which today's society and historians are intentionally trying to erase by calling the Nitiru myth, while our indigenous ancestors wrote about them as a part of the King's List in Kemet. Here are the people that are, here is the advanced civilization that Flamenco knows about, who they are trying to erase. Here's the King's List. No, Tehuti. Flamenco didn't know about a King's List. He didn't write anything about that. Well, here's the King's List. This is the Royal Taurine Canon at display in the Egyptian Museum of Taurine. What does it say? The Venerables Shemsu Hor. They ruled for 13,420 years. Reigns before the Shemsu Hor. This next set ruled for 23,200 years, a total of 36,200 years, a time called the Zep Tepi. This is put together by the hands of the indigenous people. But Flamenco didn't know about this. Well, here it is. Flamenco obviously studying the people of Kemet. And here is a fragment where Osiris is ruling. And here is the next column where Set is ruling for 200 years. Was this the ancient lost civilization? Were the Tartarians more advanced than these people? Who are these people? Because they're in Flamenco's book. And the ancient ones wrote about these as the indigenous ancient beings that ruled 36,620 years that people today are trying to erase. But let's continue. Watch what happens and watch how the story twists. Ready? So yes, as I brought back to the world's consciousness several years ago, decades ago, the ancient time of the Zep Tepi, that was the time before the time when the Nitiru, the time before the recent time when the Nitiru ruled and were recorded by the hands of our ancient ancestors, as we see here on the king's list, Osar and Set, written and recorded as kings during a time and ruling for a time. But all that was destroyed by this Christian man right here. His name was Eusebius, which I taught you about all the way back from Killer Priest time. And here's Eusebius, who was in the Constantine time. And what did Eusebius write? Because here is proof and record when they say, yeah, there's an ancient lost civilization, and the world Christians and the world people are trying to hide this civilization. Well, here is a real person in history, and here's what he wrote, showing he's trying to hide this civilization called the Zep-Tepi. What did he write? So he quoted the king's list. This is Eusebius quotes the king's list of the Nibiru, and many of those kings on the list showing go back 36,620 years. But because it did not fit in the Christian biblical chronology, he changed it. And here it is. Here is the change by the true lost civilization of the Nibiru, written by Eusebius himself, changing it. Here we go. Let's see if Eusebius is hiding the Tartarians. Who are the Christians? Who are these cultures really trying to hide? There we go. Went to Eusebius's Chronicles. Boom. Let's shrink it down so we can all read this together. Here's Eusebius's Chronicles right here. What does it say? How the Egyptians chronicled their past, and how the Egyptians chronicled includes that of the Ethiopians, chronology of the Ptolemies, rule in Egypt, and I'm going to go ahead and read. Okay? Excuse me. So we're going to go, he quotes Diodorus, the first book of Bibliotheca. Some of them relate fabulous stories claiming that the initial gods, the Nibiru and Hero, ruled Egypt for a period of somewhat less than 16,000 years. The last god to rule was Heru, Aset's son. After that, the humans ruled that land as kings. They say during the time of Myris. And this has continued for somewhat less than 5,000 years through the 180th Olympiad. Then we visited Egypt at that time. Ptolemy called it Dionysus. So from the Egyptian records of Manetho, who wrote a 3-volume work about the gods, demigods, spirits, and mortal kings who ruled over the Egyptians to the time of the Persian king Darius. Here's all Eusebius' work. Here we go. He's quoting the old people say. The first being amongst the Egyptians was, do you see it, everybody? Who was the first amongst the Egyptians? Recognize the name? Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Do you see it? We're back, everybody. We're back with Hephaestus. The first among the Egyptians was Hephaestus. We know now, or you all know now, that's Ptah. So here's Hephaestus from the last podcast answer of the Whitehouse. So the first being amongst the Egyptians was Hephaestus, who discovered fire for them. He was succeeded by the sun, which is Ra, who was succeeded by this Greek word I can't say, called Kronos. They're given the name of the Olympias, the Greek names of the Nibiru, following them by Osiris and Typhoon, who we know as Set. Osiris' brother, then Heru, who was the son of Osiris and Isis. These entities were the first rulers of the Egyptians. After them, one ruler succeeded the next until the time of Bidis for a period of 13,900 years. This was calculated, now is where he changes it. This was calculated as lunar years of 30 days each, what we now call a month. It was called a year in those days. He changed it right here, see? So after rule by the gods, the race descended from the gods ruled 1,255 years. Then other kings ruled for 1,817 years. After them, 30 kings from Memphis, Meneptah, ruled 1,790 years. Then 10 other kings from Thanis ruled 350 years.
Then for 5,813 years, the kings were spirits and demigods. This makes a total of 11,000. It says lunar years. Okay? The Egyptians calculated a total of 24,900, putting lunar years 2,200 and 2,206 solar years. So he's going on to say, and it just keeps on going on to talk about how the how it has to fit into the biblical time period, so he changed it to lunar months. The Kemetic people were the people that invented the 365-day year. They knew what a year was. They never said a year was a month. That's Eusebius adding that in to change history. So boom. One moment, everybody, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Let's go. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So, boom. Yes, Eusebius knew that from the king's list of Manetho and the ancient Kemetic king's list, the Netiru were that lost civilization that he tried to hide with the rest of the Christians by changing the dates and the civilization of the Zep-Tepi, 36,000 years, 36,000 plus years ago, and modern day into months. Modern day Christians and even people who study Kemet are trying to erase this true attested lost civilization that our ancestors, of whose timelines were changed intentionally by Eusebius and the rest of the Christians, to hide this real great civilization that changed the earth. Oh wait, let's go back to Anatoly Fomenko's book, History, Fiction, or Science, to page 10. What is this right here? Are you ready, everybody? What is this? So what have we established here? We've established here that there was a real civilization that was lost because the Christians under Constantine came in and tried to change the date from 36,620 years to a period of months, and then afterwards turned those Netiru and created the word myth from the ancient word myth, which was legendary story, into something that wasn't true, and then erased them from Earth's history. This was Eusebius changing what was on the king's list of Manetho. Flamenco, who wrote about this great civilization called the Tartarian, the Russians, he has in his book Kemetic images of Tehuti. But what else is in Flamenco's book? Ready, everybody? What else? Let's see what else is in there. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. So we know that Eusebius was the one who was changing the king's list to hide this ancient lost civilization of the Nibiru by trying to fit it into biblical chronology for the people of Constantine. And now we're going to go into Flamenco's book. And what does it say here? Here we go. We're going to go to page 10. Are you ready? Here we are. Flamenco, talk to him, Flamenco. What are you going to say? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you say, Flamenco? Temporary historians, in this case, gap exceeds 300 years. Here we go. The basic Egyptian chronology has also reached us through a filter of Christian chronologists. The list of kings compiled by Manetho only survived as quotations made by Christian authors. Which Christian authors? Talk to them. Talk to them, Flamenco. Ancient chronology solidifies terminally in the very shape and form given to it by the writings of Eusebius. And it goes on to the other names. The writings of Eusebius. So again, basic Egyptian chronology has also reached us through a filter of Christian chronologists. The list of kings compiled by Manetho only survives as quotations from the Christian authors. That's how it was mutated. Well, which Christian authors? The writings of Eusebius. To someone in our day and age, the very thought that historians have followed an erroneous chronology for about 3 centuries seems preposterous, since it contradicts the existing tradition. There he is acknowledging that Eusebius changed the king's list of the real lost civilization of the Neter. That's in Flamenco's book. So boom, he mentions Eusebius, he mentions the king list, Manetho, and how Eusebius and the rest of the Christians filtered it, and now it's altered, and now it's erroneous. And there's your ancient lost civilization for real. Boom. Yes, he knew what Eusebius and other Christian priests were trying to do. The cover of the true lost civilization, the real ones that influence technology, architecture, mathematics throughout the world, the Nibiru of the Zep-Tepi, no Tartarians. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, etc., Thanksgiving, or this is, if you have learned from this, or if this is any impact or advance your recently current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip of support and reciprocity called Tehuti Tartarian Terminator, Nibiru over nonsense, facts over fiction, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, or any creative title that you can come up with. Cash App, TT and Moon, PayPal at RockESV. Psyops over. Tartarians finished. The real Tartarians taught on. No Tartaria. Hotep, I'm done, everyone. There it is. Boom, boom, and boom. And boom. 1 hour and 5 minutes. That's a short Tehuti answer. Hotep, I'm done, everyone. There's your Tartarians. And I guarantee that this class here on the Tartarians, the truth, historically backed, will never get any 20,000, 8,000, 1 million views. But the ones with the AI and the cave-looking men, 1 million views. Just like the Bible and crack. Oh, Hotep, I'm done. I'm glad you all appreciated this. Alchemist said they had me for a second, but I'm here at the primary source. There you go, Alchemist. There you go. Overdrive was accelerated. And guess what? And in this class, it wasn't even an overdrive in this answer. There you go, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room for you all to jump in, the supporters to jump in. I'm going to go back to the Gmails, check the Cash Apps, the PayPal to see who appreciated this, not just this answer, this 4+ year experience. Let me get these guys here. This 4+ year experience of the transformation and bringing reality back into existence while everybody else is teaching on the fantasy to get the views, the views, the views. I'm going to throw out the views and deal with the truth. Truth over views. There's a link right there, and when it says, "To us so much, great part, Tehuti, this was interesting and perfect. I'm glad you appreciate it." And it was done in 1 hour. Welcome everybody to the Tutti Pod class. I'm going to go ahead and check the support to see what people appreciated with this answer. Support the Tutti Pod class. Support this experience. Support the time. Years and years and years of breaking the matrix of whatever it is that you send in. I saw the views drop from 30 something to 27 before everybody runs to support the Tutti Pod class. And just say you appreciate what the time is. And I hope I'm more appreciative than the bag of Doritos you bought. Hey, harassed. Am I better than a bag of Doritos or no?
Absolutely.
There's your Tartarians.
It figures.
Yeah, there it is. The true lost civilization, the true lost people, the true lost beings of the Nibiru. And we're living in the cover-up right now. The cover-up started by Subius and the people of Constantine, and we're still living it right now because the House of Aten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Nibiru, are the only movement teaching and showing that the Nibiru are real and converting people into that truth. There is no movement on the planet, no people on the planet, converting people from Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, atheists, and other Kemetic people into the truth of the Nibiru. And your Sabbatusi has converted all of those that I just mentioned. I don't care if you're Kemetic, I don't care if you're a Muslim, Christian, a firefighter. Sit down, watch a pod class, watch one of my debates, and you will be transformed into the truth and cleansed. So there it is, everybody. Where's everybody to jump on the panel? I'm going to go ahead. I only see one support, 2 supports in for that answer. I don't want to go back to just one pod class answer. It would have been done 2 hours ago. I'm really putting in the time for the people. And the support sent for this question wasn't even really large. It wasn't large at all. I was just doing it to answer really answer the question. I was going to answer verbally. But here we have Robert E. Williams. I don't know if he misspelled this on purpose. Support the Tutti Pod class, everyone. I've done 2 answers and received less support than the 1 answer I did on any random pod class. You do one answer, and I've done 2 classes now. I don't want to go back to just do 1 answer, but here's a supportive person that appreciates what has just been shown, and that is Robert E. Williams. And Dejed, peace and love, brother. Could you go ahead and read that for us, please? We got 2 donations on this answer so far.
Yes, hold up. Can you hear me?
A little low, but I can hear you a little bit, yeah.
Okay, it says for Tartaria tartar sauce, Tua for the clear glass of Ma'at, $20.72.
Wonderful. Do you have sound abilities? And is Amunet here with sound, or do you have sound abilities, Jed?
Yeah, let me test it right now. So I'm see if you.
Okay. And that's actually the truth of where, when you look up Tartarians, it's from the word. It's from Tartar.
Could you hear that?
No.
Ugh.
I'm gonna go ahead and put on. I have one sound, so I'll go ahead and put that on until Eminet can come up. But here is I only have one sound, so I'm gonna go ahead and give a hand clap for the good brother Robert E. Williams. Tua, for your support. Robert E. Williams is consistent. Thank you very much, and Tua, for your great support. Robert E. Williams, wonderful. I see Amonette is here, so she can continue with these sounds. Tua, Robert E. Williams, and we have Sarah Jean. Oh, we have harassed. Here we go. Ooh. Is it showing? Okay, harassed on the. Shout out. Where is she? It's not showing again. Let me fix this here. I'm gonna put it in the Chrome tab. Where is it? Hey, what's going on here? Whitehouse? Oh, I'm on a Whitehouse. Okay. All right, here we go with Raznich. You can go ahead and read this. Boom, boom, and boom.
$9.99 for Netaru over 9 cents.
All right, give her ass a clap. She's given us support before this, so give her a clap. We appreciate your consistency, and give her a nice hand clap. Amonette. All right, wonderful. Okay. Did any other people see this answer? We have 80 Thieves, who is VRI. Shout out to VRI. I know you're on a completely different time zone. You're somewhere from where is he? He's in the UK. Somewhere in the UK, so it may be the next day to you by now. Shout out to 80 Thieves. I'm going to go ahead and show his support here. Ooh-wee. All right. 80 Thieves, are you watching? Maybe not, but it should be on the screen now. I'll go ahead and read this one. 80 Thieves, $10 for Tartaria's question. Thank you, 80 Thieves. I appreciate that. We appreciate your support and want to keep the podcast here. And we have one more person that saw this answer, and that is Custom Made Teas. Okay. So we have 3 people that saw this one. Oh, this is for pet food. Okay, this is for pet food. This is this is for pet food. Okay. Okay. I remember those supports. We used to send support for pet food. Shout out to Custom Made Tea with oh, it's not showing again. Okay, I'm gonna show it now. Okay, come on, big supporters. Whatever happened to Brother Philip Holler? Are you still out there? I haven't seen support from you in a little while. You were definitely a Mr. Consistent Man. Brother Philip Holler. Shout out to you. I haven't seen your support. Something must have happened to Owen Hythe. I'm not sure, but Philip Holler, shout out to you. All right, Custom Made Teas. Can you go ahead and read that first? Sarah, go ahead and read that first, please.
Custom Made Teas sent you $6.66. Pet Food Saba, Tua Ankem Ma'at, Per Inu, Kui Per Ikut. I am Kazani.
All right, thank you, Kazani, if you're watching. Appreciate that. I'm gonna refresh the page. Oh, of course, Ampu. Of course, Ampu. Ever so appreciative, and I look forward to seeing Ampu at the Pathways next year. He said he will not miss another Pathways. What's this? Oh. Let's see if it shows up. Ampu? No. Okay. Right. Let's say Ampu or Robert Williams on the screen. Yeah. Did anyone see anything pop up on the screen?
No, nothing popped up yet, Saba.
Hey! I just got new sounds on. This wasn't here before. I got new sounds I can play while the music is playing. Okay, this is good. Thank you, StreamYard has added the ability for me to have sounds while the music can play now. Usually my sounds cut out the music, so this is good. Okay. Thank you. You have fun with this. All right, so we have, who was the last one there? Custom made tees. Ampu, right? Let me show. Okay, I see what's happening. Ampu is here. How was that saved? Let me see. Okay, Ampu coming through. Oh, okay. Let me fix this error. It's 0. There we go. All right, let's see if it shows now. Shout out to Ampu, the consistent supporter. Appreciate him very, very much. And there's that right there. Jack, could you read that first, please?
So, can you hear me?
A little low, but yes, a little low, very low.
Yeah, it says Ampu Ma'at, Heka, $25, Fire, Ma'at, Feather, Nether Axe, TFKT, thank you for the knowledge.
All right, wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that, Amunet.
Thank you for the knowledge. Blick it.
Wonderful. What was that? Yeah, blick it. Okay, thank you. And Ampu, if you're listening, this is one of the topics I'm sure your cousin talks about, right? The mud flood, and all the flat earthers are on this mud flood Tartarian. So I don't know if Ampu likes when I give him ammunition for his cousin, who's a flat earther. All right, Saba, looking forward to rewinding this. Peace and love. I am Kuzani. All right, wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate it. And we're gonna go now to we got 2 from Tehuti. Oh, we got a Tefrem Kema'at. Okay, here we go. What is this now? Well, this is for last week. 2 to all the people that supported last week. I see it here. So we got a Tefrem Kema'at who I miss when a Tefrem Kema'at used to be able to come to the pod classes and give those great lectures on support. He doesn't seem to get in until the answers are over now. His talks on support were great. Oh, here it is. This is Ampu says yes. I have super ammo now. So the brother Ampu has a cousin that's into flat Earth, who is actually up the street from me. Who was his cousin? Such a small world. His cousin worked at a bike shop that watched my magic bags and watched my belongings when I used to go to the beaches. And then his cousin got into the flat Earth and all those things, and now Ampu just gets major ammunition now. I know he talks about the mud flood. I know he talks about that. So glad you appreciate it, Ampu, and go deal with your cousin and let me know how that went. And anytime you want to bring him to the pod class, if he comes, let him come in. I remember him from years ago. All right, everybody. So we got a Tefrem Kema'at. Let me see if it's saved. Tefrem Kema'at. Yes, it did save. We're going to click on it. We're going to cancel. We're going to see if it shows up. So strange. It's not showing up. I don't know why. Is there a way to cancel it? No. No. Okay, I got to do it manually. Okay, here we go. I got to do it manually, no problem. We're going to take Tefrem Kema'at, put him here, and do it like this. Shout out to Tefrem Kema'at for his support, and he should be right here. All right, Tefrem Kema'at. Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. It says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin, $7.77 from Hotep.
All right, thank you. Give him a hand clap, please.
You're welcome.
All right, wonderful. Tefrem Kema'at, the consistent man. He is the last of the Brotherhood left from the original Brotherhood. He's the last one. He was of the original people from the Killer Priest show. It was a beautiful family, beautiful brotherhood, and one sister because Minty, beautiful, and he was there, and he's the only one that lasted. Amazing. Shout out to you, Tefrem Kema'at. You are good. You're in your intro. You said once you know the frequency of the truth, you can't leave it. And that is you're living that. So Tua for being consistent, and Tua for you at Tefrem Kema'at, if you're listening to me, Tua for experiencing the feeling of building with people in the consciousness in these teachings and creating a relationship with them, and then they leave and abandon you. Tua for that, because that matures you. You're getting to feel Tehuti's life from the age of 16. So Tua for that, because you stuck around. You're here for years and years and years. Tua to you. You're consistent, and I'm glad you know how it feels. You build a relationship, and then boom, they leave. Here's the next one, build a relationship, boom, they leave. Here's the next one, relationship, boom, they leave. That's going to make you stronger and tougher to understand how fast the Matrix can possess people. So to you, Tef, and one of these days on the pod class, you're going to get. I'm considering to do it in the pod class with the next pathways. You're going to be the first to get an addition to your name. I was going to do it this pathways, but the time didn't work out. I would love to do it in person, better than the internet. Okay. Here we go. Every time I talk about the people leaving and abandoning, Amonette's face turns into Jean Grey from the X-Men. All right, Amonette's ready to shoot fire out of her eyes. All right, I love it though. All right, and it's Ephraim Kemaat has another one because he is consistent and he always gives two. I was gonna tell. I'll wait for him to come. He doesn't remember that he asked me a question that started off this the $7 ritual. He actually sent in a question. I'm gonna let him know if he comes to the panel. Okay, I think Tehuti at the stage. Here we got
Peace
an
and
actual
love.
referee. You have the whistle on too? You have a whistle?
Of course.
No. Oh, yeah. This is not a Halloween costume, ladies and gentlemen. This is a true real life. He's not dressed up for the podcast.
Fresh off the court. Fresh off the court.
Give a quick whistle blow. Let's hear the authentic whistle.
Oh,
Let's hear what happens when they do wrong. When they do wrong. All right. Hotep Tehuti, nice to see you back on the panel again.
I hope my connection will last, man. Where I'm at, my connection's shaky. So it goes in and out. It's like a thunderstorm.
Okay, well, you look pretty good so far. Did you get to see? I know you've been on the course, but did you get to see any of the answers?
No, I didn't. You know, I had to catch it on the recap as soon as we got off here.
Alchemistical says you're the real the whistleblower for real.
Whistleblower on the psyops.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and show a Tefrem Kemaat support. And how come Anpuz is stuck on the screen? I gotta do it manually again. Okay, here we go. Tefrem Kemaat. We'll move it over here. Boom. Whew. All right, here we go. Shout out to Tefram Kemaat. Go ahead and read that first Amonette, please.
2272 from a Tefram Kemaat for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
All right, thank you, Amonette.
You're welcome.
And give the Tefram Kemaat some noise.
All I'm offering is the truth. You are watching a master at work.
Come join us, House of Aten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings and the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
The sound bite. Again, appreciate you reading that. Excellent. Okay. I'm saving the biggest blast, which I always do. And let's see if there's any more support that has come in. Did anybody else see the Tehuti? Tehuti has two more. This may be the last of the support. Hopefully not. Hey, also the good brother Mystical, Alchemistical. Do you have another name that you go by, and if so, like a Cash App name? So if I'm reading out one of these supports, and I know that it's you because I know Alchemist, but I don't know Alchemistical. So sometimes people's Cash App support names are different than their YouTube names. If so, let me know. So shout out to Tehuti, consistent supporter from the day. Oh, let me fix this. Let me fix this here. Okay. Shout out to the good brother Tehuti. From the first day he came into the pod class, he came with the largest supports, or at least one of them, and has been consistent ever since from his very first day. And I'm trying to find his support right now. It's not showing it, so I have to do it manually. Here we go. Okay. It's not letting me show it. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Okay, it's gonna show it now. Shout out to Tehuti. Oh, that's you. Yes, I have a YouTube. Your Horizon of Zion. You're also Marcus. The internet has so many names. You're Alchemistical X. You're Horizon of Zion, and you're also Marcus or what was the purchase name under? And Marcus. Man. Okay. So many names. It's hard to keep up with all these names. So shout out to you. So good. I'm glad. See, I want everybody to tell me what their Cash App names are compared to their YouTube names, so I can say shout out to this is a supporter. Shout out to Alchemistical, who was also announced as Marcus when I announced that he ordered men in the class number 12. It's also Horizon of Zion, who I've known for years, and you've always been super excited. Horizon of Zion has always been super excited in the chat. So now that I've put all those names together and I know who you are, that helps me know who's appreciating me more. Thank you. Shout out to you. Yeah, that's my government name. Okay. I'm going to call you, so now when I see Marcus giving support, I'm going to call you Al Mystical. I won't call you the Marcus name anymore. I'll call you Horizon of Zion. All right, wonderful. So we have, I'm glad we figured that out. So we have support from the good brother Tehuti, and he's on the screen so he can read this himself.
Okay. T got a DJ, Tehuti in Raw for can't thwart the support. Build it tall like a fort. $11.11.
That tickles her ass for some reason. I didn't think that's so tickles. I've been happy with that. I don't know if it's the rhyme or the what, but her ass is over there loving it. All right, shout out to you, Tehuti. We're gonna give Tehuti some noise. I thought that was a hand clap. Okay, we're gonna give Tehuti a hand clap because the next one is extremely larger. So go ahead and give him some noise, please.
Thank you for the knowledge. Blick it. Blick it.
All right, Tehuti. There you go. Is the pod class? Let me ask Tehuti this. Is the pod class the only place you've been to where you've got to hear your own voice, not coming from you saying "blick it"? Do you hear your voice being "blick it" from somewhere else? Is that on a song or a SoundCloud?
Me and my cousin, we re-record. We used to record like skit shows, kind of like the Dave Chappelle show. So I mean, that's the only time I would hear it on there. But other than that, no, yeah, this is the only time I get to hear my own sound bite. So I greatly appreciate that. I think that's Amunet. Oh my gosh! When I first heard it, I was like,
You said she used what? She used what?
She used me as a soundbite.
Oh yeah,
Excited.
Hey, I made it to the soundbite class. Let's go, baby.
All right. Nice. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So we have one more support. Yeah, after this, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna let them talk for a bit. Shout out to this brother gave on October 30th, but this was I'm gonna go ahead and show this. I think this was wait. This was either when I think it was the Pathways. No. I don't know, but this wasn't announced, but I'm just gonna show it because of the effect that the effect that I have on the helping of people, especially something as important as this. So I'm gonna give it a shot. This is from October. It may have been a power class that I didn't. I don't know. I'm not sure why this wasn't announced. Maybe it's a power class I didn't do, or the power class before the Pathways. I think that was it. Yeah, or after the Pathways. I'm not sure, but I'll figure it out. But shout out to King Lemur, who says for alcohol class still going strong. Gratitude forever. Good night, and good night to you, Alchemist. So shout out to you, King Lemur, because there's another testimony. If my teachings can help people get off of alcohol, get off of any addiction, even though they never sent in a question on that particular topic, that is a testimony of why I am actually here, and that is to better and cleanse everybody's lives. Because I don't even think I've done a class. I've mentioned alcohol in a couple of the classes, and that's all King Lemur needs to hear. So shout out to you if you're still around. I am Kuzani, and let's give him a hand clap for this. I'm not going to count this as today's donations, but this I like this message. Give him a clap for this, everybody, and I'm going to. Pathways was. I'll figure this out. What was I doing on October 30th? All right.
I would have been around your class of your Cabin in the Woods class.
I'm going to check on that because I have a section of donations from October 30th that were not read, and I'm trying to see if that was a class, if that was a time I wasn't around or something. But shout out to King Lemura, and I'm going to match the dates and see where that goes. All right. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. October 30th to November 1st. I have a whole. What day was Pathways Eminent? The 19th of.
Yes, the 19th.
The 19th of October, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have several donations from Sarah, Emu, and Amonette from November 1st and October 31st that are not. Oh! October 31st. That would have been okay. I see what happened. I went to the woods, and so there was donations given maybe the day before for that pod class. I see what happened. I got it.
for everybody that supported for the podcast that I went to the woods and he may have sent it 2 days before or a day before. Shout out to the support. Okay. All right, everybody. So there's one more support that I see. Oh, Daryl. I forgot. Daryl. Yes, Daryl. That's right. 508. I haven't seen Daryl in a while. And he is back with the mystical 508. His magical number that means a lot to him. And shout out to Daryl. Let's go ahead and show this, and then I'm going to show the last support donation. Before I take a break, I'm going to let you all build, and I come back and close it out. I was able to do 2 podcast questions and donations before 10:39. Wonderful. All right, shout out to Daryl, who says, Podcast 508. 202, Daryl, for your support and your consistency. You've always been giving this the 508 for a long time, and you elaborate on why. All right, now we have, here we go, the last one that I'm going to play before I take a break and let you all build as a family, and I'll come back to close out. So this is from the consistent, the consistent man with the questions that always lead to some of the greatest podcast answers. And that's none other than the man on the screen right now with his full work garb on. Tehuti and Ra. I was just thinking about you today. I said it's been a while since he sent one of his questions. I was actually searching for. I said, is there anything I haven't answered yet? I found 2 of them, but they're supposedly switched. And as I was thinking about that, I was looking through the emails, and then there you were. So
synchronicity.
Yes. Now I did see you type you have 3 to 4 pending. That means 3 to 4 that you have on your mind, or 3 to 4.
No, I have. I think I have. I don't know. It's kind of weird because I know that one question was about the mind. I think that was the one, that telepathy. That was the one you wanted me to change.
Yeah, the one where I told you the Mednetter class. It was about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one. Okay, so I have 3 and 1 pending.
Okay, send them to me again. As I'm looking through your files, I just see that there was that one that was supposed to change to something else, and then the one on Jesus, Jasus, that you changed to discipline. And I don't see any more questions. I don't see any more questions I haven't answered.
It was the negativity and ISFET one, and the other one was about the economy. And then the other one was about ages and correlations, but that was like the pending one. I can email it to you.
Yeah, email it to me. I'll go over them.
I'll be sending you books, man.
Email them to me. Yeah, I remember off my memory something about economy. Yeah, email it to me. You send me so many stuff. All right, so here we go, everybody. Speaking of sending so much stuff, before I take my break, I am going to announce the largest support donation that has come to the podcast today. And we say Tua to Tehuti because the podcast donation supports unfortunately have dropped due to people disappearing, and just the supports have dropped. And then there's
Oh
Four
no.
people disappeared at the exact same time that were supporters, and I don't even know what happened with two of them, but that dropped the support because two of them were big supporters, and they just disappeared. But so shout out to you, Jehuti, for sending this. This definitely makes up for a lot of people that ran away. Okay.
I try to keep the pace up for him.
Okay, and here it is, coming from the brother Jehuti. Let me see if it shows up here. I gotta do it manually. That's fine. Okay. So the brother Jehuti, the largest support of the student thus far, and of course, it's going to be one of those questions that stimulate me to do those. Well, all the answers are mind blowing, but Juti's questions have a special effect. Juti's questions are extra motivational. Extra motivational. They made me want to write a movie. So here we go. Shout out to Jehuti. And here it is. It's finally showing up. All right, everybody, get ready. Here is the largest support of the night in the pod class. We're going to get Jehuti to read it. He has upside down questions.
Peace and love, everybody. I'm sorry. My apologies. I thought you said go. I'm excited.
No, yes, go ahead and
okay. Peace
go ahead and read
everybody.
the line. Yes.
T-Khaled DJ, Jehuti and Ra. This is a question concerning destiny and purpose. Coming soon. $111.11 because I'm magnetically charged to 1111. I love it. So destiny and purpose.
This is one of those questions that hasn't fully come yet.
Oh yeah, it'll be coming. It'll be coming sometime tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been writing things down already, so I'm gonna try to condense it though. I don't want to flood you with another book.
And okay, also and before you send in this question, breeze through the class I did on luck, so you don't accidentally overlap. I did a lot on luck. You may find some.
I love that class. You know, I walk up to people every day and I say, every person you look at, you're looking at a miracle.
Okay.
Okay, I'll definitely look over that class.
Okay, and if that's one of your favorite classes, then you probably will not overlap the question, because a lot of people will send a question in on destiny and mix it with luck. But since you love that class so much, you probably won't do that because you know the class so well.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's give some big, huge, monster noise to Jehuti and Ra for the largest support of the evening. And Jed, can you test out your sound, please? Let me see if the Jed sound works. I don't even hear the Jed.
I can hear him that much. That much.
How about now?
Oh, it's way better. Okay, good. Sound is good. Now the sound on this.
Cool.
Now the sound on the sound effects.
All right, let's see. Anything?
No.
Nothing, huh? I feel like a test right now, man. It works and then it doesn't work. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
You sound like you have a pillow over your face. It's loud, but it's like it sounds like muffled.
What about now?
It's getting there.
You're getting further away. You sound like you're in Lancaster now. Okay. All right. What do you say, Dejan?
I said that's weird. What about now?
That's perfect. Just like stay right
better?
there. That's great. You and the Tef in these what is your company called? You guys company called Too Many Buttons Production or something?
Yeah, I gave him that name. Too many buttons production.
Yeah, so you and the Tef with the technical complications, but that's okay. We have Amunet on deck. Amunet, go ahead and give Tehuti some huge monster noise. All the
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Nev for Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born. Then after that I live forever. You disagree, you say never, then follow me.
You are watching a master at work.
I love the House of Atu.
Bam! Bam!
Makeru, Makeru, Makeru.
Hotel.
I can't think of it. Oh, I can't think of it.
Big Papa Kurt.
I'm trying to think of that the Jed soundbite, the one I love, but it's not coming to my head.
The one you always say? The haircut really work?
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
And then Tehuti has his version. He says, the Hekau really works. All right, everybody, I'm going to take a break. You all build as a family. I think Atef you're trying to get in the room. Atef said, I feel like me too. I'm trying to log in. Okay. All right, Amuna, can you hear me? Can you come to the screen for a moment, please?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to let people in the room like Amun does?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna step off, and then when if you see a test trying to come in, go ahead and let them in. All right, everybody. You all build as a family. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Leave this time. A nice amount of people here on the panel, and a test should come in, and you all just build as a family. And then when I come back, we'll go ahead and I'll see if there's any more support or donations given. And if not, then Steph can do the affirmation. We'll close out. But you all just build as a family. I'll be back, everybody. I'm glad everybody enjoyed tonight's class answers. Oh, Steph. Peace and love. I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Ooh, really works. The Hekau really works. The Hekau really works. It Hekau really works. Oh, I'm not on mute.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh shit.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Shout out to Saba. Definitely I like the way he exposed things like they just out there creating things. They just doing whatever they want to do, creating whatever, and making millions on it. And to create something that far back, just making it up out of the blue, and it still exists to this day. Um, that always baffles me a little bit. So yeah, Tua, shouts out to Saba, shouts out to I didn't catch who asked that question, but shouts out to the one who asked that question, and everybody who supported. Um, Horace, I heard that you said earlier um, about you thinking about your attributes for your Ren. Um, I'll say just be very selfish with it. Don't be too nervous with it. But whatever you want to become, let Saba know. Give him those attributes. You don't have like Saba will never turn you down and be like, nah, you can't have that attribute, right? Like he's not gonna do that. So whatever you want to become, yeah, just put it down, and you don't have to. You don't have to worry about what anybody thinks. It's exactly what you want to be, and then you just leave it in Saba's hands, and then whatever he does, that he do, your name will be perfect for you. So that's why I say just be very selfish with it, and let that Ren and the Tiru just work through you. So I just know I just wanted to say that. I couldn't say it at that time because I was handling something while y'all was I heard y'all in my ear on my headset when I was away. So I just want to at least put that out there. But yeah, definitely grateful. Shouts out to Atef. Hopefully he won't have any more issues logging on. Yeah, shouts out to Tehuti. Good to always see that brother come up on here and with that energy of his. Definitely miss that energy, and definitely grateful for Amonette. I know they tired. I know they have a lot they dealing with, working and everything. So shouts out to them. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just grateful for another podcast, and yeah, Hotel. How you feeling, Harass?
Feel good. I just wanted to tell Tehuti that I've been at work when I've been using Blicket instead of cussing. So
I love it.
I just wanted to make sure that I told you that. Like I'll be like, what the Blicket? I'm trying to like figure things out. So I just definitely wanted to give you that I wanted to let you know that I have definitely been using your word. So
thank you very much. I greatly appreciate you, the honor of you using that. I love it.
It's helping. It's also helping me too because again, like I definitely want to clean up my mouth. That's why I have some back on my altar. So and I just know like what Sarah has taught about the frequency of my words.
Yeah.
And, I definitely want to. I'm not saying I want to. I just want to acknowledge you that yes. So I've definitely been using your word like to help.
Thank you.
Give you that adoration.
Thank you. I love it. I love it. Hey, Jen, I be singing. I be singing wherever I go. I be on the court. The heck out. Ooh, really words. I add more fade to it. Everything. I be screwing it, chopping it. The heck out. Ooh, word. Hey, that could be a chorus for real. That could be a chorus.
All right, you messing around with Amonette? It's gonna be a soundbite by next Saturday.
Yeah.
Jehuti, how you been, man? What you been up to?
Been good, been good. Changing things around. About to start back on my media grind, man. I've been kind of slacking and falling off due to fear, but now I'm about to jump in, get me some new equipment, and really start back on. Because I'll be doing commercials and short films and things like that. So I need to really get back on my editing grind, and I want to start making movies and things like that. So I'm about to jump in the deep end. So I've been trying to get prepared and get ready for that pretty much.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know you was into that.
Yeah.
Hearing about your question about purpose, that's one of the things that I've been struggling with, is trying to find like my purpose out here. I've worked for companies, and I know just the strength off of my brain power and myself, what I brought to the company. And where I'm at now has made them millions. And like one job that I worked at literally made him millions, and just based on alone. And so I kind of want to put that focus onto myself and making sure I don't want to do it for the money, but I want to be able to sustain me and my daughter, and I don't want to have to get up at 4:45 in the morning to do it.
Right.
So I'm definitely grateful for your question, and I can't wait to hear what question you put together and how Saba delivers that as well. So.
I got you, cause just like you, I just made 40, and I've been searching for my purpose for 40 years. So trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about. But what do you like? What do you like doing? What excites you?
Oh, so much. Like, and that's the problem. Like I said, I was
I'm with you.
Like,
I'm with you 100%.
My mind can wonder. Like, I have structure. Like, if you give me something to do, like, but one of the things that I'm finding now is like I'm very good at like the organization and the attention to details. And just like my presentation on how I present things. I don't know. Like I said, one company I worked for, I know I made this. I helped make this guy make millions, and it was based off of me and how I presented information, and then the others that were around me. It was 7 of us. They followed suit, and we made him millions just based off of that. And like I said, I'm not saying that what we were doing was correct. I just want to channel that good energy and just put it to something that's going to uplift people and and help as well, and help financially support us.
But what do you like? Like, what do you like to do? What do you catch yourself doing like on the weekends? And I'll give you an example, right?
That's it.
Like my uncle, right? My uncle, like, he loves fishing. Like, he fishes like at least 3 times per month. He loves fishing. So I was like, hey, why don't you create some type of business around fishing? That way, when you're out doing what you love, you can actually make money off of it. And that's why I asked you, what do you like doing? What do you love to do? Something that you do for free, but you can actually, create a structure, a business around what you love to do. And that way, when you're at work, you won't be working.
Right.
You'll be having fun, and then you'll find a way where you can actually make money off of it.
Yeah, like I said, I gotta go to the drawing board on that. Like I said, I definitely like taking walks. I like to sit down and observe things. I know I have a quality that, again, I find weaknesses in things that were in areas that can improve, and like I said, I'll either improve them or I will exploit them. And because I'm in I do a lot more improving. And that's basically where I'm flourishing at my job now, like finding the errors in systematic processes, and and then I improve them, and I create the streamline of how things will work. And like I said, I'm doing great at it, but I don't get recognized because I'm not that go along, get along person. You're not
Got
right.
you.
You're incorrect. I'm going to tell you you're incorrect. I can't play the politics. So
It sounds like you would be a great business consultant. You can go into different businesses, see how they structure and streamline things, find their weaknesses, and create a plan that eliminates those weaknesses to where they can succeed and flourish and bring in money.
see, but that would create a conflict because, like I said, I want to help his people, and I don't. Some of the corporation things just doesn't really sit right in my eve. You get what I'm saying? So, like I said, I'm very delicate.
What you mean by that? What you mean by that?
So one of the things that I do now, we recycle technology, and I thought that the recycling aspect of it I was doing good, but then I'm just still perpetuating like AI and more technology, and so again, I have to be 100% with what I'm doing. You get what I'm saying? Like I want to. My thing is I want to more so help people, and I just want to uplift people, and I don't want to use or exploit. I want everybody to be at their best potential.
So couldn't you be an independent contractor? Like, let's say I have a business and I hire you to find out different flaws I have within my business and how I can pretty much eliminate those flaws so I can be able to succeed and thrive and bring in more clients.
Yeah, like I said, I got it. I'm going to go to the drawing board. Like I said, but I definitely want to make sure that I'm utilizing my strengths for myself, and not for others.
It seems like you already have the resume to do
it. Thank you, Tua.
And the experience. And you can actually utilize that to catapult you into like you want to do. You can say, hey, I made this company millions of dollars. Especially if you have the numbers and the metrics that shows before you implemented your processes that they were only making X amount. And then after you implemented your processes, now they made this much. Like companies will jump at that. Hey, come over here, please do that for us. What? You made the millions? Oh, I need that.
Yeah, I will have to get more into that story. Well, that's another weird scenario.
Got you.
We'll have to talk about that one. It's a great story, though.
You should hear Did you hear the story about the Jed and where that quote came from?
Yes.
Yeah, that's an amazing story right there. The Jed, I gotta hear that again. I want to hear that again, man. That story is phenomenal.
Hey, that's real life right there, man. Real life right there. Apply, you apply to teaching, apply to working. Everything come together.
Yeah.
I know we always. Hey, it's one thing to be on a podcast and you like to learn and support and things like that. You just have to carry it over Sunday, and you got to carry it over Monday.
Right.
And Tuesday and Wednesday and forget what everybody else is doing and what other people should be doing better or whatever. It's just like Saba say, just show you a clean glass of water, right? So it's just whatever you like to do and whatever you're doing in life, that goes for anybody. Like just put yourself to the test on whatever that is. And then you're not gonna just become this overnight success right away.
Yeah.
So you really gotta like deal with whatever that is, whatever obstacles it is that is within oneself. You just kind of gotta keep chipping away at it, and and I know that feeling. So that's why I'm never up here talking about like, oh, like whatever, you know what I mean? I go in on somebody or both myself. I just work at myself and try to get it right one day at a time. Or I like to say, I really like to tell people, I say just one decision at a time, right? Because every day is just a decision. So whatever you do is just a decision. So just one decision at a time will make it better.
That's powerful. That brings that one day at a time to a whole new level. I love that. Can I borrow that, please? I love that.
Man, that's yours. You can have it.
One decision at a time. That's powerful. That's powerful.
Yeah, I've been trying to work on that. That's what I've been trying to work on is my decision making. Trying to stay, trying to remind myself to be conscious and the difference between my conscious and then my programmed subconscious. You know what I mean? To where if I'm on autopilot, because I'm overthinking something, they say usually when you're thinking, your subconscious is in full effect. So whatever you program to do, that's what you're doing while you're second guessing yourself, overthinking, too afraid to do something. You kind of just sabotage yourself. You sabotage yourself first before the matrix can even come and get you. So it's so to me, just for myself, I try to just remind myself like, hey, the Jed, like conscious, like stay conscious. Don't fall back into like the things that I'm still trying to peck and cool and get rid of that is in my subconscious that creates those habits. And it's just one of those like, all right, like stay conscious, make the right decision. Okay, cool. All right, that was Tuesday. All right, man, we got to do it again on Wednesday. You know what I mean? So it's one of those. And then, you know, if the matrix hits you in a particular way, and you got things that you gotta, you know, you gotta maneuver and adapt and call an audible. You know what I mean? It's just those things is just gonna make you better over a period of time. But I just refuse to give up. So we just keep pushing, man, and I try to just stay in my own lane, you know.
You know, I was just about to ask you, like, you know, how do you stay consistent when people around you aren't, you know, on this consciousness level, and then life just kicks your ass. You know what I'm saying? It hands it to you. It's like, damn, how do you stay straight on the path and narrow?
I'm starting to realize you have to be really you have to become selfish, man. I think we utilize I think we give our power and our attention and our focus away to so many people. Even your loved ones, everybody. You gotta make sure you come first, and because you becoming better makes your loved ones around you better.
Right.
So, and I don't mean selfish in a way to where you're an infant being selfish. I mean like, like if you know the difference between right and wrong, then you must continue to fight as hard as you can to stay in that right. And eventually those who are around you would adapt to that. You kind of get what I'm saying? Or you hope they would adapt to that, right? So, but if you're kind of catering to each and every different person and here and there, oh man, you're gonna be all over the place, and you'll never really get much done for yourself. And I think that's why people realize, like, hey man, I don't have much time for myself. Yeah, because the rest of that energy is going to everybody else.
Right.
So you kind of, you know, I'm kind of understanding more and more how, you know, certain conversations I've had with Saba before in the past, and how he's very unapologetic on how he lives his life, and I'm trying to imbue that in my own lane, right? So it's one of those situations, man. But it takes a lot of courage. It takes patience. That will give you that longevity, man, and to be able to, if you feel like you got the answers, man, then like I was saying, man, just go your clean water.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do, right? So it's just one of those, man. But yeah, that's what I'm working on, man. So I try to maintain that focus in itself. So yeah, you already know. Hotel. You up in there, brother? Oh, there you go. He gone like magic.
He gone. He was right there too. Yeah, I think what you said earlier is really big. Like, failure is giving up. Like, just because you fail at something, if you're able to get back up and go strong or come with a new strategy, that's not failing. That's just a learning lesson. It's staying down and not getting up. That's where the failure comes in. Being able to get back up after you've been knocked down, that's what keeps you in the game and keeps you mentally prepared for the future and what's to come. I think a lot of people, when they quote unquote fail, they're like, "Oh, it's over with. I'm done." No, if you're able to get back up, you haven't failed.
Most definitely.
And still loving yourself when you do make the wrong decision or
Fact.
That's one of the things that I think I struggle with the most is and sometimes I just got to make sure that I what you just said. I definitely put myself first. I'm definitely outspoken and boisterous about what my beliefs are, and especially the ones around me. Trust me, all of my kids know what I represent, and like I said, my decision making, good and bad, I gotta make sure that I stand on it, and even when I look back and can't stand on it, I'd be like, okay, how can I improve this going forward?
Yeah, most definitely. I think Saba said it in one of the classes a few months back. But I'm just paraphrasing, and I think he said something on the lines like, a difference between being courageous and being a coward is are you brave enough to make the right decision when you know it's the right decision? We come out different, just the difference between good and bad. If you know something is good, do you have the courage to make the right decision? Because you can still be bad as John Jones UFC and never back down to nobody, but are you brave enough to make the right decision outside of fighting? Just something like, you know what I mean? Just making the right decision. Like, are you brave enough to do the right thing? And that kind of stuck with me, man. And that's one of the things that I try to keep reminding myself, like, hey man, like, are you courageous enough to make the right decision? Like the Jet, are you this decision that you're about to make or whatever is, do you have the courage to stand strong and be like, yeah, like, nah, I'm gonna win this one today? You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then and then that's just where, you know what I mean? If you could try to do that every day, then hopefully, you know what I mean, that's where the consistency kick in, and it just becomes, eventually with patience, it becomes, it just becomes second nature. So yeah, because if you know the difference between right and wrong, um, you still got to make the decision.
Right.
You still gotta be able to be like, okay, I'm not gonna do that, and that's just whatever that is. Like, it only everyone's thing doesn't have to be the same. It's just whatever that is to you. You know, can you hold strong and do it again, even though you did it. You stood strong in there for 4 weeks, or you know what I mean, a
Yeah.
month. Can you do it again in the very present moment, right there, right now? And those are the kind of things that kind of stick to me, man.
I like that. I like that.
Man, a tough in the building. What's up? What's up?
Mike check.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We can hear
I
you.
heard you. I can hear you.
Man, I can't
Look,
get my
little
camera
out.
working. My camera is
Man, I can
acting
hear
up.
you though.
Can
We
you
can
hear me?
hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Man, I've been trying to log on for about an hour, bro. I can't get my camera working, man. This is ridiculous. My children use my computer and one setting is off. It's just it just don't make no sense. But I hear everything that y'all saying as I'm trying not to get frustrated and focus on my discipline. I'm listening and I still can't get the camera working. Look, I could see Sekhmet on there, but it won't. I don't know. But if y'all can hear me, that's good. We just gonna run like this. But it's good to see everybody. Hotep Hinu to the great Saba Tehuti Ama Hotep Ra. Hotep Hinu to you, great brother Dejed. To the great brother Amun and great sister Amunet. I hear the great brother Tahuti in the background. Hotep Hinu to you, great brother.
Hotep.
And your great questions and your good advice. I hear you as I keep refreshing and logging in and logging out. It's good to see the family up here building. Getting stronger, doing what we do. But yeah, this was a great class. Saba always bring that good matrix breaking information. Um, I hope this class don't get taken down. Shout out to all the supporters that keep this keep this going. Keep asking questions, keep sending them in, keep supporting, support that what supports you. Because there's a lot of fed out there that's being supported and a lot of negativity, and we just gotta, you know, stay moving forward. And shout out to you, Harass, and whatever your career goals may be. I definitely agree with the great brother. You definitely gotta focus on do what you love. They say if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. I heard that saying, so yeah, that's very important. And that's one of the beautiful things. What I love about Saba is I remember him saying, just pick an animal or pick a netter and just imbue that and try to echo that energy. So that's great advice. And as we could tell, we didn't have a class last week, which was it was I don't want to say disappointing, but at the same time it was I know it's Saba got to do what he got to do to take care of himself, and it's not like being out in nature anyway. So that definitely makes you stronger and helps you to compete with all the isfet stuff that's going on, because it's a constant fight. It's a constant fight. Me and the great brother Dejed we had a good conversation, good brother. I ain't forget you. I've been dealing with some stuff here with the Aout, sitting up here with Jada right now. But yeah, I ain't forget you, great brother. I'm gonna send you that footage too that we talked about. Me and the good brother Dejed is working on a project, a joint
a joint project. I think that's what we're gonna call it.
The title will come up eventually one day. I don't know yet.
Yeah. We don't got it. We don't got it fully mapped out yet. How's my sound, bro? I don't even know if I got sound bites. I'm afraid to even touch the.
Your sound crispy.
Don't touch nothing. You good?
Yeah, but
don't even touch nothing.
but look though, I don't got no sound effects though. I don't think. Did y'all hear my applause just now? No, right? Yeah.
No.
See, this is the
no.
talking to y'all on this. The kids' mic. They mic for the game sounds excellent, right? This ain't my say my podcast mic. But yeah, we working on something nice for the House of Aten. I think it's gonna be beneficial. Just striving to make the Natiru proud and be an echo of our great Saba. And just evolving. And Kapara heard Saba say that the energy that he imbues is that Kapara creation energy. So I think that's real important. As Natiru, as we grow and evolve and learn and try to break free from this matrix. Because that's definitely the goal, Harass, is to get out of this financial matrix and to be able to do what you want to do when you want to do it. That's a fact. My son told me that when he was getting in trouble for his school, for his schoolwork. And he told me that, and I looked at him and I couldn't be mad at him because I was like, yeah, absolutely. That should be common sense. Of course, you have to be healthy minded to actually do what you want to do, right? Because some people want to go around and commit isfet all day, but if your mind is healthy, then yeah, you definitely should be able to do what you want to do and echo the Natiru. So, that's the goal. So, shout out to you and your path, because we are all on that path. And I think I heard Saba say that too when he was talking about even the people out there that's committing all the isfet and just that's on that frequency. That's their goal, was to get out of that. That's why they created all that wealth, and some of the that's some of the reason why they do some of the stuff that they do, because they don't want to they want to be able to do what they want to do too, play golf and whatever the things are that they do all day. But even them, and it made sense. I was like, oh man, you're right. Even those people want to get out of that matrix. No one wants to be obligated. I want to travel and see the world and experience, and I love traveling and experiencing new places, and you know what I mean, the outdoors, like Saba. I love to do that, and I love to have my children experience that, because that was one of the things that was very awakening for me, was just seeing different environments. When you stuck in the same environment day after day, and then that environment is negative, a lot of times some of the environments that we might find ourselves in might not be the healthiest. So when we find ourselves in them environments, sometimes it's hard to break out of that matrix, and then you remove one layer and then there's another layer. You know what I mean? It might be, they say people, places, and things. So, they say if you wanna know where you'll be in 5 years, or you wanna, know what your life is gonna be about, then you look at the 5 people you associate with the most. The 5 closest people, and your environment is real heavy on determining, the outcome of situations. So, I just encourage people to, expand your mind, Kepara. It's not just about physically seeing the world, but your mind is the most important thing, is to, expand your mind and to grow and advance and, take care of your family and be the best netter that you could be. So, this was a great class. So shout out to whoever that was asked the question. I missed who asked the 2 questions. This was great. And we gotta support our teacher, man. We gotta support Saba and keep this going. This has been going strong for 5 years. We gotta keep it going. People come, people go. That's all right. Things change. There's always a next. So most important thing is you find something to anchor you or incentive, and then you do what you do. That's important. Do people do what's important to them? So I'm here every week. I support, whether there's class or not. I love Saba. So when he said it wasn't class last week, I was like, okay, this is good. He has to take care of himself and come back stronger and healthier. So whatever is necessary to keep this going, whether it's a week off or a break, whatever that looks like, I'm okay with that, because I appreciate Saba and I appreciate all of you that come to the panel week after week and support. I'm here. I was here in the beginning, but technical difficulties, man, it's just crazy. I don't understand it. I'm messing, fidgeting with the camera. The light is on. There's nothing showing. Like, this is ridiculous. And I don't reset the computer like 3 times. When Saba was talking, I was resetting the computer. It's telling me I'm blocked. Boy, I don't know, boy, these roadblocks or whatever the kids be playing on one setting. You mess one setting and it just throws everything off. It's crazy. Try to give them their own login. That don't work. Still, the VPN, it's just too many buttons, man. But yeah, this was great. Good to see you sisters on the panel, holding it down. I wish I could pull my face up. When Saba comes, I'm going to try to unplug the camera and plug it back in and see if I could get my face on, because the light is showing. I just try to turn everything off and just go with the StreamYard, and that didn't even work. So I don't know what else to do. But we're going to keep trying, though. But how you doing, Amunet? The great Amun is asleep already? Oh, there you go, Saba. You came on you on the other side. I can't get my camera working, Saba. I don't know what's going on, man. I can't get no visuals. All I got 3 segments in the back. That's it. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was talking, then I turned into the jet. I was looking at me. He said I was on the other side. Then as I was looking, I turned to the jet, and then I ended up on the other side. I don't know what is that. Aminat, are you doing that, or is that just what's that?
I did put you on the left side.
And did you take Stranger had a comment up? Did you take it down? Was that you?
Yeah, I thought I accidentally did that because I didn't see you in here yet. So I took it down because I thought I did that on accident.
What's the last thing you said? You took it down what?
Because I thought I did that on accident. Pardon me for that.
Okay, wonderful. All right, greetings everyone. Greetings to Tef. Yes, I'm here. You're saying you can't come on the screen?
My camera is acting up, Saba. I done tried everything, man. I've been trying for the last hour. I done reset the computer. I don't know. The light is on though. The light is on, like I'm on screen.
Strange. Okay. I see Stranger's here. Stranger, the name of the moderators. He said some people give up. Not everybody has a warrior spirit. Our strength comes as our ability to lift each other with words or be an example. I'm not sure if that was a response to a conversation while I was gone, but yes, absolutely. Some people give up. Not everybody has a warrior spirit. Absolutely true. Definitely true. So shout out to Stranger. Appreciate you, Stranger, for your what you've done in the past and your naming of the moderators and the great support, and come back and show the support again. You used to have some of the greatest supports and statements and everything, and come back and support strong. We definitely missed the great Stranger support. You're giving bounties on people's heads and asking about triangulation of ma'at and all kind of interesting stuff. Shout out to you. Shout out to I Am Kazani, who says, I love this topic. I ask participants in my workshop, who are you? It helps me guide them. At least you're recognizing that you have skills to enhance someone. I guess that was from a conversation I missed, but It seems positive. Do y'all know what this is a response to?
Yeah, I think it was regarding to when we were discussing purpose and Jimmy's question that he was going to ask. I recognize that I appreciated that question because I've been trying to find my purpose, and it's not just for financial. It's overall employment. So,
well, beautiful, beautiful. You said the Jehuti's question that he's sending in is a question that you had yourself. Is that what you said?
yeah, just trying to find my purpose here in life. You know what I'm saying? That I'm able to do what I love and also be able to support me and my daughter. So
beautiful, excellent.
Get up at 4:45 in the morning to do it every morning.
You wait. Say it again. What do you say?
And not have to get up at 4:45 every morning and go work for somebody else to do it.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful. I get that question a lot about purpose, and I think Atef said it very well, or he may have quoted me. It sounded like something that I said that Atef repeated, and that is once you find the things in life that you love to do, you no longer work anymore. Yeah, so that's what I did to design my life, and I, luckily, because of the fact that I gave up things at a young age, so therefore I didn't have much to sacrifice when I got older because I already did not have those things. But at an age where I was much younger, I was able to decide all the things that I like will actually support me. So I said, if I like magic, I'm going to go out there with nothing, and I'm going to walk the streets and do magic and see if people will tip me. If people were tipping me $20, $50 for 5 minutes, 10 minutes of performance, which is more than I'd make a day working minimum wage. So definitely find something. I talked to Amanette about this. Find something that you love to do and see if it can actually yield money. I rarely think about money, and that's probably why things work for me, because I just talk about support in the podcast because my focus is more on the appreciation. I feel that people should appreciate what I do, and I got into fitness, and I said, hey, how do I make money off of this? What if I go to the gym and tell people I'll train you for $60 a session? And that's what I did. I found the things that I love to do. Reptiles. I said, what happens if I breed these reptiles? So definitely find something that you love. You can even set up a one-on-one with me. I did it with Manku and quadrupled his income. Find something that you love to do, and then he ran away. But find something that you love to do, and set up a one-on-one, and I'll try to help you take the thing that you love, and see if you can manifest that for freedom for you and Sky.
I was actually going to do that. There was something that I had been thinking about for these past couple of years, and then something came on my news feed about a certification. But I wanted to speak to you first about that. So yes, that's definitely coming.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, excellent. Atef, you had good words. I can't see you, but your words, you always come in and talk about support. So for that, speaking of which, I think one more came in, and that was from my brother that I just spoke about in the class when I spoke about me being the Kepara, the transformer, and that's none other than my good brother Neil Kumar, who is also known as Master K, who was on an Indian path and converted to Ma'at. So I'm going to show that support right there. See if it comes through this time. And shout out to Master K. Master K, are you in the building by any chance? Or have you already fallen asleep? Here's Master K's. It's only support that came in while I was gone or getting ready to be gone. To all those who supported, the 4 people that supported after my last podcast answers. This is Ash Neil Kumar, $10.72. I'll read this one. Hotep Ma'at. It looks like it says Uncle Jastanam. It's hard to see that. Then it says Eru Mestu Saba. To you, Master K, if you're in the room, building, listening. To you for all of your consistency. And you have a YouTube channel. You have a YouTube channel dedicated to portions of my class. So that is a beautiful thing as well. Keep up the good work. All right, all the beautiful people. Atef from Kemet, let me do a check, see if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Saba, but I can't. My camera's still not working.
Okay. All right, Atef, let me hear some good words from you. I hardly usually come on right when we're closing up now, so I didn't get to hear some of the good things you said. So go ahead and give us some good words, and then we'll actually go around and do closeout and do the affirmation, and I can rest and start a great day tomorrow.
Hotep Hinu to you, Great Saba. You said it's the closeout?
I just want to hear any kind of words from you because I didn't get to hear you, and then last week I didn't do a podcast, and just to hear what you were saying while I was gone. This doesn't have to be the closeout. I'm gonna start the closeout with Amunet.
I was telling the people to support you. Stay supporting that would support you. Hinu to the great question askers. I didn't see who asked that question, but continue to support and ask questions and keep this going. I told them on Saba, I said to the people, I said that I support you. I say it was disappointing, but at the same time, it was still good that you took off last week to go into nature to, come back stronger. So I support you regardless if you do class or not. I'm always here and supporting what you do to keep this going, whatever it takes. So Hotep Hinu to your animals, to your environment. I was speaking about that, how your environment is very important to your path, the people that you surround yourself with, how important that is to your actual path and to where you're actually headed. So Hotep Hinu to you for being an example and being a great teacher, Saba. And I hope you was able to, get what you needed from your absence. And I heard you say you still got to go out and do it a little more, get a little more. So, shout out to that great Saba, to you and your animals and your Aout. And this is a beautiful thing we got going here. I look forward to the support coming back and increasing so that you're able to be comfortable and, teach and do what you love. This is a very never time and experience that we have going on here. So I really do hope people appreciate this because you're not able to ask questions in real time and receive the type of answers that you get from Saba. And this has been consistent for 5 years now, roughly going on 5 years, because he was answering questions on Killer Priest at a high level, very, very high level, but not at this level. So there is levels to this thing. I think there was a song by Meek Mill's Levels or something, but there are levels to this question answering and asking things. So shout out to all the question askers and all the supporters. And shout out to everybody on the panel. I'm on that. The great brother Gajed, your mate, Ratet, and the great brother Nukpu. What's the great brother's name? Kesbet, the great brother Kesbet. To the other brother, I can't. I'm a mess. I ain't gonna say his name. To the great brother Hush Nation, shout out to you, great brother. Shout out to you, Harass, and shout out to you, Tehuti. It's good to see you back on the panel, great brother. And Hotep Hindu to all the supporters that's in the chat and that show up consistently week after week. And yeah, Hotep Inu to you, Great Saba.
Nini Hook, wonderful words for all of them. And I'm glad I got to hear more of what I missed while I was away. Beautiful. And I did hear you say it was a little disappointing. And that's why I'm about 80%. Harass has me at 80%. I was at 70, but I'm at 80%. Going to bring back the men editor classes because I know that you all need action and participation throughout the week. You all used to have that on the Sunday classes and such, and different things, but you need continuous interaction, especially with each other. So that's one of the motivations to bring back the men editor classes. Gave us all a private time to vibe as a family that wasn't on YouTube. So I'm gonna bring that back so that there will be at least two things a week for you all participating. Because if I do miss a pod class, then that's an entire week that you all have no connection other than those who do one-on-ones with me. So wonderful words of thanks, beautiful. You are for all of them. And Nina for everything you're thanking me for. Excellent.
Nini Great Saba.
Okay. Yes. Are you a new brother Mars and Chai Beats, or you or is this another name? You look like BRI's cousin or something. Shout out to Mars and Mars and Chai Beats 4192. I'm late, but on the rewind. You enjoy it, good brother. Enjoy it. Okay, so we're gonna go on and do the wonderful closeout. Let everybody say their beautiful words. Amunet is holding it down for the sleeping Amun, even though they get similar. Did you get more sleep than him this week, or you just toughing it out?
I took a nap, so I did get a little bit more sleep than him, but I'm very tired.
Say it again. Say it again.
I took a nap, so I did get a little bit more sleep than him, but I am tired.
Okay, yes. Okay, you'll be sleeping soon. Good, you're still here. I'm gonna go with the closeout, and we'll start with you, Amunet. Say your beautiful words, and then we'll move on the line.
Hotep, Ma'at, Uncle Justin Neb, to my great Atef, my great father, Tehuti, to for every single thing that you have done for Amun and I and continue to do every single day. We both appreciate your life, your protection, your health, your safety, and for everything that you and the whole Out do for each other, and for all the love that you all have for each other. And I appreciate the workings that you did, the ritual, and the time in nature that you had, and for thinking about bringing back the Medu Monday classes. I love them very, very much, and I love every single creation that you create because I love rewatching them and being able to grow from them consistently. They're very, very helpful to me, and especially at work, I listen to them all the time at work, and it helps me a lot. So I really, really appreciate the creations that you have created because it keeps me in a bubble of protection at work. So I really appreciate that. And I hope you have a very Nefer Tech, a Nefer night, and a Nefer Passion time. I'll end with this utterance too.
What's that last thing you said? You said Nefer Passion. What? It got cut out.
I think I said Nefer Tech, a Nefer night, and a Nefer Upesh when the time comes.
Oh, when the time comes. Thank you for repeating it. Okay.
And then I will end with this utterance too. Amun and Amunet, just you Amket, Tehuti, Pertneter, and Moset Umens. Utsen, her Out, and Tehuti, or Hetep, her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the nectar from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary and Uncle Jessica.
Hotep Mary and Uncle Justin, to you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Excellent. I appreciate all the appreciation you have in the way that you word it. And you mentioning that you take me to work with you. Harass, I saw Harass doing something like she does this thing. Actually, she tells me, I'm at work, I'm listening to you right now. So Tua for that. And I'm glad. That's what I mean, that throughout the week, there has to be connection. You can't just have the pod class and then go cold turkey without any frequency. So it's good that you're listening to me at work. Amun, I think Amun sent me a message. I think it was him or you. Yeah, Amun sent me a message that you all consistently talk about me and this the whole week. You are talking about it, so that's beautiful. It keeps the frequency. That's how it was in Kemet. There was no time in Kemet where people were having idle talk. There was no idle talk because all they were talking about and thinking about was everything that pertained to the culture, as far as the papyrus said. So Tua to you, and you have a wonderful rest, and I'll see you in a couple of days.
Yak and Tua to you for all of your efforts.
Okay, wonderful. And on to the Jad Saddam Hemt Out Who and Retetua if she's in the background.
Hotel Sour, can you hear me?
Yes. I hear you. There's some. I hear you. I don't know. How close are you to? Where's the mic?
Actually, on my headphones. Before I turned it on, y'all couldn't hear me at all. And
No.
then I put the headphones on, and then Tehuti and Harass this so they could hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you enough. It does sound like there's some kind of layer in between, but I can hear you pretty clear. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What's up? Tua to you, Saba. Thank you again for bringing another consistent pod class. Tua for showing us people can literally create anything, and it can still exist to this day, even if it doesn't have anything to stand on. People can just create whatever they want and get enough people to follow it. It can live forever almost. And so Tua for showing us that, breaking down the origins of the Whitehouse. That was that was just crazy in itself. Tua, just all that you do. Hopefully the nature thing really, like I said earlier, really was beneficial for you. Tua to you and the church, for supporting you, the Jed, and just definitely appreciate all that you do. Earlier, Big Papa Kurt got out the tank. Then scared Retet half to death. She was coming out of the bathroom. He was coming into the bedroom, and the snake is out. And I was like, oh. And I saw him early. He's been doing it for about 2 weeks now. I see him just going up, trying to peek, but he never got out. So I was like, oh, he's just he's curious.
You said he was going up. You said he was going up trying to what?
Trying to get out, or just experimenting, right? He was just experimenting, but he never made the move. He'll just go back underneath the stand, and that was it. But this time, that was when I wasn't on the camera, because when I was like, I gotta go handle stuff. It was crazy. So I had to go get him, and that was the first time I experienced that. So now I got it set up to where he can't get out now. We're all good. So that was an interesting experience. But other than that, Saba, shouts out to everybody in the chat, everybody support everybody on the panel. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore Ma'at. I am the Judge of Jim Ma'at, Him, Paul Ku, served by the Nasiru, Uncle Jeffernev, Otepanu, Nefu Pet.
Wonderful, beautiful, excellent words. Great appreciation. I'm glad you repeated that thing that you stated while I was away. I did hear that part, and it's amazing, isn't it? People can make up something, and it will just exist for years without anybody checking it, and it will be a part of people's imagination as if it's something that they checked on, and it is amazing, and it multiplies faster than the truth. It's multiplies way faster than the truth. So somebody can make up something today, and by a year from now have a huge church following of Papa Smurf came down with Bugs Bunny, and it will be a huge following. And you're right, absolutely. And that's why I'm here to destroy it all for those who are, like the brother in the class said. He said he's almost believing in it. The brother Mystical Alchemist. He said he was right about to believe in it until this class here. So that's my job, is to transform. I'm glad you appreciate it. With the great work, I'm glad you caught Big Papa Kirk, because he's so small. He could get out and be in the crevice of your wall, your laundry, and you never know, because he's only about 5 inches long. So it's good you caught him on the move. That's really good. So to you for your appreciation, and Nina for everything you appreciate me for. What's up?
What's up, son? Appreciate you. And just to add a little bit to what you said earlier about the truth and people telling lies and stuff. Like, I remember KRS-One stated something. He was like, if people if there was a reward in telling truth, more people would do it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Well, that's great. There's one again. Here we go. Wonderful. Okay, excellent. Okay, we're gonna move on to Tehuti and Ra. If you are still there, give us some great closing words. And let's see that one.
Hello? Oh, my camera's not working.
I hear you, but the screen went black.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I might have to come in and come. All right, let me say some words anyway before I come in and come out. I greatly appreciate. You know what? You want me to try to come in and come out so y'all can see me?
Yeah, do that. And in the meantime, I'll let Harass talk.
Okay.
Okay, come on in, come on, no problem. Okay, and on to Harass. Give us some great words. You live in the area I did a class on. So it's really real life. You can actually see the things that I taught on. You go a couple miles away. So
yes,
okay.
and because I live so close, I don't know if you've seen in the chat where I wrote, I'm gonna really, really try hard to never say Potomac again. I was literally just saying it in my head.
You're gonna try. I'm sorry. You're gonna try hard to what? It's
say the word Potomac River, because that's, like I said, I'm like 10 minutes away from the Potomac. So I'm really going to try to start calling it Potawatomi River as it's supposed to be called. So 204, great class, Saba. I really appreciate your guidance. Really appreciate your inspiration. Appreciate you providing a safe space for me to be in, that I'm able to grow and manifest, raise my daughter in. I'm just so grateful for you. I'm grateful for your class. I'm grateful for you always being there to support me. In return, I want to support you as well. I also want to tell Atef, thank you to his son for encouraging Sky for skateboarding. We're supposed to go to the skate park tomorrow, and she was a willing participant. So I wanted to make sure that I gave him this photograph to give his son Henry for that. Again, I'm just so grateful to be here. I'm grateful that you are in my life. I never want you to go away. So to Asaba, thank you again.
Okay. Nini Ook, beautiful words. And if I do go away, if I do go anywhere, you will know. So even if I go away, it wouldn't seem to you like I went anywhere. I only go away to the people that I don't talk to anymore. So you'll be there in some form, no matter what. So I appreciate your true dedication and love, and your transformation from whatever you were when you came to kill the priest. It wasn't this. I don't know what it was, but you were just maybe curious about some knowledge, but it turned into your dedicated discipline. You have a way of life, and you have an identity now, and it's a beautiful thing. So I really love your transformation. It's been years working on this transformation, and even though the little one Sky seems rebellious, but she is it's little by little her brain cells are being worked on. So you're doing your job, and that's what you can do. And we want to definitely transform her before she hits the world, as we don't want her to hit the world. We want her to be protected because she's a special little being, and Isfet knows that, and they'll definitely try to totally switch her. So you're doing a great job. Keep the protection up, and I'll give Justin F. Shinama to you, and Nina for everything you appreciate me for. Wonderful. Okay, and on to Tehuti, who looks like he's in a movie quality studio. I don't know how he's doing that. He looks like extra graphics. He looks like one of those TikTok guys that go on those. I don't know. You look really clear, brother.
I had to switch to the garage, man. Everybody where I'm at is sleeping and knocked out, so I can't. I don't want to wake them up.
Okay.
I'll be loud sometimes. Well, Tehuti, as usual, as always, greatly appreciate this platform that you created, that you provided, and that you came back to the internet to bless us with your presence, because this platform is something that, unfortunately, right now, I'm not able to get to all the time, but it's something that I always look forward to, because the energy that you bring and the type of people that you magnetize and bring on the platform is truly inspirational, and it's motivational, and the information that you provide is always top-notch and top class. So I greatly appreciate it, and thank you for everything that you do for us and for the world, and the energy that you provide us, the knowledge you provide us, the wisdom you provide us, so that we can internalize that information, that knowledge and wisdom, and then share it with those who are around us. And that way it multiplies who you are and what the energy and what you embody, because we're able to share that with the people that are around us, people who may not get a chance to look at your information, and they get it through us. So it's truly an honor to be able to be in an environment like this, to be on a platform like this, and be around like-minded people. I greatly appreciate it. I always, around the people that I'm usually around, like, I'll say some things and then it won't come true or won't materialize for 3 or 4 years. So people be calling me a visionary, but I come here and I'm late. I'm behind. I'm behind all y'all, so I have to catch up. So it's an amazing feeling, being around like-minded people, and it's always wonderful. And the information you provide is always top-notch, and I love looking through them. Unfortunately, on the rewind, I used to love catching it live in action, but now I have to do it on the rewind. But either way, getting the information and knowledge is priceless, and I thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Wonderful. I love your dedication, that regardless of whether you can make it live, make it late, watch it on the rewind, you're not fading away from it. If you can't make it, there's a legitimate reason. It's not because you're fading back into the matrix or something. You actually can't make it, but you will type in the chat whether you may come 10 minutes before the podcast closes. It's all I can expect all I can expect from someone is the best that they can do. So your job as you come to the podcast half an hour before it shuts down, it's equivalent to somebody who could make it right when it starts, because none of you can help the situation. The intention is what matters to me, and you always send support. You're always in the podcast, whether it's in typing or something, and then when you don't, you always come and say why. So it's a beautiful responsibility mentality that you have, and I appreciate it for you being so new and coming into an environment that, yes, in your surroundings, you're the king. You're the king of consciousness when you're around the people that you're around. And then you come here and you're like, whoa, what just happened? Did I walk through another door? How did I? and you're humble. You're not trying to come here. Some people come with the foolishness of the old ways, and it doesn't work. So your mentality is great. Keep it up. You're going to end up becoming one of the teachers. So keep it going.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. You appreciate me for, and keep spreading the word. I hope you're I'm glad that you're kind of popular too in your circle. So you can reach a lot of people with the person that you are, especially with those videos and different things you do, and being around the sports, all the referee and all that. You never know.
Yeah, I'm going to reach a lot of people, multi-millions. It's guaranteed.
Keep that mentality. I love it. Okay, excellent. You have a good rest, and your dogs are doing well. I haven't seen them tonight. Dogs are okay.
I got into some things, man. The past couple of weeks been treacherous, but I'm still going. Unfortunately, I lost my dogs. Unfortunate situation.
They died? You lost them?
No, well, something similar like that. Yeah, my animal control got them.
Oh, that's so odd. You gotta tell me about that. That's so.
Yeah.
Those are your baby. I can't even. I can understand if they're a monkey or some kind of rare animal, but that's your. Interesting. You took them on walks. You cared for them. I hope there's a way to get them back. Some people have had animal control take their animals, and they somehow finagle something and prove the animal.
I tried. They not answering my call. They don't even answer my call to voicemail. So it's real weird.
Yeah. Okay. I'll hear more about that later. But in my experience with seeing you in the podcast, you treated those dogs like gold. So that's all I know. You didn't know those dogs appreciated you. So let's see what magic can do. I hope somehow you get them back. And you were great with them. I'm glad that you're still here. Animal control is there. That's their police. So I'm glad in the human world the powers that be didn't come and get you.
Right.
That's what matters most. So okay, we'll tell you more about that later. But we're gonna move on to Tefrem Kema'ad. You can go ahead and give your beautiful closing words, and then we'll do the affirmation and close out this wonderful gathering for today.
Otep, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Otep Hinu to you, Great Saba. Otep Hinu to you, Aras. Tua for that Hinu with Sky and skating. Yeah, we talked about skating. So yeah, definitely keep being the great vulture, the great moot that you are to her, and definitely reach her before it's fed out there in the world does. Because trust me, I know that challenged raising children as well, taking care of my Nafa family. But Hotep Hinu to you, Great Saba, for providing this safe space, this space to grow This is a Nefer environment, as as everyone has given that testimony to. So I definitely want to continue to praise you for that and give you a new for that, because I came to learn, and this is definitely uh, an environment where I'm able to do that and prosper and grow and be the best that I could be. So Hotep Hinu to you for that. Hotep Hinu to your mates and supporting you and your animals. Hotep Hinu to um, whatever time you need away and performing your rituals and um, whatever is necessary for you to continue this. And Hinu to all the supporters that still supported in your absence and continue to support you and support that which supports them. So praise to you, Great Saba. Hotep Hinu to everyone on the panel. Like I say, Amunet, the great brother to Jed and his family, the great brother Tehuti. Hotep Hinu to you and your family. Good to see you as well. And yeah, with that, Great Saba will end. And I'll give a praise to you. Hinu Tehuti, illuminator of minds. You record the words of Ra forever in the book of the sky. Continue to grant us wisdom and clear speech. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May your name be remembered for eternity. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Hinu to you, Bay Saba.
Hotep, Tula, for everything you thanked me for, Nini, for everything you appreciated me for in your beautiful words. And I appreciate that what you said to the other people in the House of Atem. It's beautiful to for everybody to support everybody, and you're looking out for Sky and your beautiful words to harass. So you keep up the good work. Continue on. I'm deciding. It may be the next. It should be the next pathways. I want to tell everybody, in addition to your wonderful name, with your actions that you do, that's very special to me. I actually found one of your. You don't remember asking me questions, do you, with that? In the podcast.
What question, Saba?
I found the question that set off the $7. You actually asked the question a long time ago, and it was, how do you read the Book of the Dead?
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. How do you read the Book of the Dead? And it was way before way before everything. But I found that in one of the files, and I said, "What a beautiful first type of question." And that somebody who didn't even come for my odds, for that to be one of your first questions, is it's a beautiful transformation. It's an attestation to your Kepara transformation. So you keep up the good work, stay focused. Of course, try to always come to the pod class as early as you can, but whatever you can do in your schedule, your words of telling people to support are priceless to me. They're excellent, and your energy in the pod class after the question is done and your reaction is wonderful too. Keep up the good work. You get a good rest. And are you in your city? Or are you still traveling with your family?
No, I'm home. I'm home this weekend, Saba.
Oh, that's a good thing to hear. Okay, good. I'm glad you're there safely. And Uncle Justin, I'm Shinema to you. I receive all of your beautiful henus.
Meaning Uncle Justin and Bay Saba.
Okay, wonderful. I believe that is everybody. Is that right? We got everybody. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and end off with the affirmation. And everybody's going to have a wonderful rest. We're going to put the affirmation on the screen. And here we go. Are you ready, Atef?
Ready, Great Saba.
Oh, your clarity, your volume.
But look, I got no sounds though. I got no sounds. The mic is great, but it's no sound. See, you can't hear that. It's
Man, you got the high quality sound, the mic, and Jehuti has the high quality. Is Jehuti frozen? It looks like a
Yeah,
portrait.
he was flashing, he frozen. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he has a good quality visuals, and you got the good quality sound. So we're gonna go. Oh, he dropped off. He'll be back. We're gonna go ahead and do the affirmation. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There it is. There it is for you, Tef.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet Osat and Ma'at. Men Hapapat and Ma'at. Her and Hu Kui. Per Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent. Excellent. Let me get the volume back up. I can't hear myself. Excellent. Wonderful. Okay. Good read. Thank you, Matef. And Harass, you look like the affirmation possessed your ka. You look like it was flowing through all body parts. You're definitely imbued with the affirmation. That's great. That's excellent. Glad everybody enjoys this affirmation. I'm glad everybody enjoys just the imbuement feeling that you can't really. People have to just have it. And I see it in you, Harass. I see it in a few people. When you're truly imbued in the Netzer frequency, it's a beautiful thing because it is actually an existing part of history, not some made-up Jesus foolishness. So, okay. Oh, the Jehuti's back, off and on. I'm going to go ahead and go big screen and close it up. So, peace and love to you, Amunet. Are you there, Amunet? Or did you?
Yes, I am. Peace and love, Saba.
Okay. Are you able to come to the screen? Or are you in your nighttime apparel?
I already turned the lights off.
Okay, you're in the darkness. Okay, you get a good rest, Amunet. I'll speak with you in a few days. Peace and love to you, Amunet. Peace and love to you, Jehut. Peace and love to you, Amunet. Peace and love to you, to Jed. Peace and love to you, Jehuti. Peace and love to you, Atefrem Kema'at. And peace and love to you, Harassed. I want to go big screen and close us out. Okay, Nefru Pesh. Okay, I'm going to go big screen. And excellent. This was another wonderful experience, another wonderful phenomenon commenced and reached its goal. To all the great listeners, and wonderful all the new people, different new names popped up that I was not familiar with. And they look like they enjoyed the podcast, the new people that I saw. Keep up the good work, everybody. For those who just came into the class and missed most of the class or have to go on rewind, the topics, the beautiful topics that we went over today, that I revealed the matrix on and taught the truth on: Kemetic origins of the Whitehouse. Who is this? A hill. Freemasonic rituals embedded. Chosen spiritual coordinates of the Whitehouse. Tartaria. Who are the Tartarians? Ancient lost civilization of Tartaria. Support the Tehuti Pa class only if this has benefited you in any way. All right. Peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Some just call me Amenhotep. Some call me Tehuti. Either one is fine. This is Kek Ra.
Kekra, who represents the darkness and the light, pitch black, and then the gold, the duality. Peace and love. I'm glad you all appreciated this. Keep up the good work. Peace and love to all those in the chat. Basatut is still up and alert. Basatut says, Hotep Ma'at, Nefru Pesh, Aoud, Dua Saba, for another wonderful class. Hanu, Anku Jasanab, and Tua to you for your great support. And last week you gave 2 of them. Just beautiful. You're just consistent. Keep it up and talk to the people and put your ba within them. Merge your ba with them and let them hear the truth, and they will hopefully transform Kepara. All right, everybody. Beautiful pod class. Peace and love. Support the Tuti pod class, which you should always already know. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If this has benefited you in any way, if you are in the frequency that this is the truth, if you have testimonies that this is the truth, then support the truth. The only reason you should stop supporting is if you have a testimony that this is no longer the truth. If this is the truth and you supported it and you stopped, you have to look within yourself and say, why stop supporting the truth? Only Isfet would want that. Support that which helped you, advance you, and saved your life, of which you have testimonies for. Support that which advances you to go help others raise their consciousness into the truth that you see behind me as the only and last representative here of the Netter, as far as testimonies and transformation of people's consciousness. This is it. There is none other. There is nothing else left. The House of a 10, the last frequency on the planet that has the ability to take you, whether you're a Hindu, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Jew, whether you're an atheist, and cleanse you and transform you into the dedication of the Nitiru. This is the only place in history that has happened. And we will continue to do so. So Hotep to all the beautiful people. Hotep to Harass Did, who says, Mary Hotep Saba Men Ma'at, may you have a beautiful Upesh. Basatut Tua Saba for your great Medu. Yiniyuk, peace and love, everyone. You all are excellent and beautiful. My name is Tuti Amenhotep Ra. Continue the good work. This is Kek Ra, and you are calling it a night.